This time on Hellfire Heroes. A trailer goes up in flames in Slave Lake.
Okay, get the truck in there and just place this dash up.
A man is trapped inside his vehicle in Port Alberni.
As long as his legs aren't pinned in there.
And a training exercise goes south in Saskatchewan. In rural counties and small towns across Canada. A special breed of firefighters risk their lives to serve and protect the people who live and work here.
When it's game day, it's on until the last person is safe.
We'll get you out of here just a moment.
Our fire crews put their lives on the line every day.
In British Columbia, Alberta, and Saskatchewan, firefighters are the last line of defense and everyday heroes.
It's all about honor, courage, dedication. Serve something greater than yourself.
The town of Port Alberni lies at the bottom of a valley on Vancouver Island. On warm summer days, it's a lovely place for tons of outdoor activities. When winter comes, the tourists are gone, and the population of 18,000 hunker down for the long, gray, foggy days to come.
All right, dispatch, this is Alberni Command. Flame and smoke showing out second-story window.
But for firefighters, it's just another day.
Can I get a 10-minute timer, please? Crews have made entry into the building.
They're running a training exercise.
You guys do maybe a little bit of hydraulic ventilation. We got a call coming in. Let's go.
Port Alberni, duty crew, motor vehicle incident, Bird Street, your cross streets are Carrier and Arbutus. Time of page 11:28.
MVI.
An MVI is a motor vehicle incident, so they'll need engine 4.
All right, dispatch. How many copies your page to MVI?
Acting Captain Ian Ritchie is in command.
If we're going to a motor vehicle incident, we're leaving from station, we're going to take Rescue 4 because it has the jaws of life, it has the airbags.
Bird Street, up top near Carrier.
So Rescue 4 is our front line that we're taking out.
So it says the incident involves multiple vehicles. One person's unconscious by the looks of it.
Ian is a 20-year veteran firefighter, recently promoted to acting captain, next in line to become a full captain.
Downstairs, right-hand side.
Nobody stays an acting captain forever. You're either a firefighter or you're a captain.
I'm in like a 3 a.m. shower.
And captain is where I want to be.
First concerns will see if the vehicles are stabilized, if there's any fluids leaking in the gun, or I gotta look and see if there's any power lines or anything like that that are down. And then stability of the vehicles and see if there's any entrapment. All right, dispatch, Alberni 4 is arriving on scene. PCAS is also on scene. Richie, command, it appears to we have 2 vehicles upside down, one in the ditch.
Paramedics from BC Ambulance Services are attending to a victim trapped inside the wreck.
When I hear that somebody's entrapped, if the person's alive and we're going to effect a rescue, we need to go on that right away. Moving over it.
Before firefighters can attempt a rescue, paramedics have to confirm the victim is alive. If the crash is fatal, the RCMP will need to perform an investigation.
There's a lot of impact on this side, so she might actually be like pinned here.
Ian waits for the paramedics' assessment.
Alberni 15, Alberni command.
Go ahead.
Is it possible for you to come to my location?
If a call comes in for another emergency, Ian can't abandon the victim, and other lives might be in danger.
Copy, I'll be there in 2 minutes.
Copy, thank you.
But bringing another crew in to man the fire hall is a call only his boss can make. In northern Alberta, in the town of Slave Lake,
Slave Lake duty officer, structure fire in this area.
Volunteer firefighters are being called to action.
Chris, can you come drive, please?
Someone's house is on fire. About 70 kilometers from Slave Lake, near the town of Smith, at the far edge of Fire Chief Jamie Coots's jurisdiction.
When you talk about Flatbush, Smith, Widewater, Mitsu, those are more remote. So it's great to have those small volunteer halls that can get there fast.
Smith is a hamlet with a population of about 250. 4 volunteers from Smith Hall 3 are already on scene, and they're running low on water.
So when we roll up on scene, we have our truck and we have our tanker there, and we probably have 20 minutes worth of water if we run both our hoses.
The fire has nearly doubled in size since the Smith firefighters arrived.
Dispatch, if you copy, Slave Lake is on scene.
So they're relieved to see reinforcements coming in from Slave Lake Hall 1, 45 minutes later.
Slave Lake is the biggest hall with the most amount of people. We can throw people in large numbers at any incident. That's really going to help.
Dispatch, McGrath has command.
As duty officer tonight, Captain Paul McGrath takes command.
So the first thing we need to do, we need to get this line shut down and we need to put an extension on it because we can't get far enough around.
Paul's first priority is to stop the fire from spreading to the shed and surrounding trees.
Yeah, you want to extend this line, but you don't want to go further
But we don't want to go past
this
yeah.
So he asks 22-year-old Lieutenant Ryan Coots to take charge of the lines and the water supply.
I want both of these hose lines extended.
It's definitely been a learning experience for me, being a young officer, and there's firefighters here that have way more years of experience than me, so it's looking at those guys to help you out and just trying to stay humble and learn as much as you can.
Hey! Make sure that no one goes inside. There's a crawl space underneath.
You guys copy that? No one in on the floor of the building.
Most residential trailers have a 1 to 3 foot space under their floor. This crawl space is often used for plumbing and utility lines. But when fire weakens the floor, it creates a dangerous hazard for firefighters.
That void space underneath the trailer is an unknown. If the floor gets burnt away and the firefighters drop down, do they get hurt? Is there more fire down there that we didn't know about?
Firefighters avoid the crawl space and attack the fire from all sides.
Don't go breathing that smoke, guys. Stay right the hell out of it.
But suddenly, the winds shift direction and take the firefighters by surprise.
Back up, clear out.
Back on Vancouver Island, Acting Captain Ian Ritchie's boss just arrived on the scene of a car crash.
Okay, so I'm thinking the way it's looking right now, we're going to be here for a bit.
Ian is on standby to free the victim, but other lives could be in jeopardy if another call comes in. So he asks his boss, Deputy Chief Wes Patterson, to call for reinforcements.
He wanted the comfort level of a senior officer in calling in another crew should another call happen while they were tied up on this first call. He knows he's going to be there for a while. He's not sure how long. It might be an hour, but that's an hour that we can't leave that scene and go to another call.
Go for it. Okay.
But a few moments later, they learn of the victim's passing.
So it's been confirmed now that it's a fatality, so it's what they call a Code 4. We're going to be under RCMP jurisdiction, if you will.
The law requires the RCMP to investigate the crash. And for now, there's nothing more firefighters can do.
Return the station, clean up, and then they'll call us back when they need our services.
Port Alberni, Engine 4, Fire Dispatch.
Without a moment to process this tragic death, the crew is called to a new emergency.
I have a new alarm activation coming in on Tebow Avenue.
An alarm was triggered at BC Hydro's Central Operations Facility, one of the city's top electricity providers.
We take all alarm activations seriously. We don't know until we arrive on scene what we got.
Force arriving on scene.
Richie is command. We'll be investigating. There's people outside.
In northern Alberta, a sudden wind shift
Don't go breathing that smoke, guys. Stay the hell out of it, okay?
forces firefighters to pull back from a fully involved trailer fire.
Back up, clear out. Watch behind you, watch behind you.
So they change tactics.
We open a wide fog and creates a hydraulic vacuum and actually helps draw smoke away from it as we're fighting the fire.
The wide fog setting on the spray nozzle protects the firefighters, pushing the toxic smoke away from them.
That does that whole thing, yeah. Slow down whenever you can.
But under all that smoke, the fire is showing no signs of surrender.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go around and I'll try and push that wall back this way.
Yeah, then we'll start again.
To get water on the fire inside and under the trailer, they'll have to knock down what's left of the walls.
Hands up. Out of water? Yeah. Hell, we went out of water pretty fast.
In remote rural areas like this, keeping the hoses full is a constant challenge.
To put out fire, you need water, and lots of it. The more remote it is, the harder it is to keep everybody with enough water to put the fire out.
The nearest fire hydrant is 25 kilometers away.
How we doing?
We got a quarter tank of water left, so pretty soon we're out.
Over there.
And now the fire is flaring up again.
Keep this line charged.
Paul's gonna need help from another fire hall.
Dispatch, could you activate Paul for Flatbush for the water tender for me, please? I've got the other truck coming. Just keep cooling down what we can.
The Flatbush tanker is about 60 kilometers from Smith. And Paul and his crew are going through the water fast.
Yeah, they might have their volume turned up pretty high.
Yeah, I'm gonna get that to turn down.
They can dial it down a notch, but the fire could spread and ignite a wildfire in the woods nearby. On Vancouver Island in British Columbia, as thick banks of fog roll into Port Alberni,
Fire dispatch, British command. Alberni command, go ahead.
firefighters respond to an emergency at the BC Hydroelectric plant.
We had the alarm system reset here. Everything seems to have cleared. So we're just, I'm going to be terminating command at this location and returning to the Bird Street. ETA approximately 10 minutes.
Roger, ETA 10 minutes, thank you.
Acting Captain Ian Ritchie's second call of the day is a false alarm.
You ever have one of those days, Brad?
The first was for a tragic car crash that claimed the driver's life. And now that the RCMP and the coroner have completed their investigations, Acting Captain Ian Ritchie returns to the crash scene.
Of course, arriving back on the scene at Bird Street and Carrier.
To carefully remove the victim from the car.
Roger, Alberni.
We'll stabilize it a bit.
A tarp shields the crash victim from passers-by and onlookers.
When you're in a residential neighborhood like that, you're always worried about eyes on you, and it's more about privacy for the victim, or the patient, or the patient's families.
The vehicle is upside down, and the crushed interior traps the victim.
Ready? Yeah.
Firefighters use hydraulic-powered tools to extricate crash victims from their vehicles. The cutter slices through hinges and sheet metal. Spreaders open up crumpled parts. Rams are good for pushing collapsed dashboards away from a trapped victim.
About 3 seconds.
Here, Port Alberni firefighters use a hydraulic cutter to snap the door hinges.
I'm gonna cut the seatbelt and then we'll...
Yep.
Once freed, the body is respectfully moved to a funeral van.
Fire dispatch, Alberni command.
The victim's personal belongings will be returned to her family.
Alberni command, fire dispatch, go ahead.
Extrication complete. We're just cleaning up our gear before returning to service. I'll let you know when.
Roger, Alberni.
I'll leave that with you. Okay. Anything else? I don't see anything else. We've extricated and retrieved the body and given it to the proper authorities, and now we're just cleaning up here and ready to return home. Get ready for the next one. It's been a trying day.
Fire dispatch, Alberni Engine 4. We're leaving the scene in the hands of RCMP. 4 is leaving the scene, return to station.
Roger, Alberni 4. Thank you very much. You guys have a good afternoon. Dispatch out.
On the west coast of British Columbia,
Oh yeah.
it's been a long, hard shift for these Port Alberni firefighters. But the worst is yet to come.
Sprout Lake Fire Department, Port Alberni duty crew, motor vehicle accident reported. All we know right now, 3 vehicle MVA.
Alberni 4 is responding.
On this shift, Acting Captain Ian Ritchie is the officer in charge.
Be advised, collision is head-on and there is a dump truck involved.
Dispatch 4 copies. Come on,
Ian and his crew are responding to a motor vehicle incident about 8 kilometers out of town in Sprout Lake.
While I'm en route, I'm thinking of trying to be a step ahead. The call will dictate the checklist, because obviously a fire is going to be different than an MVI. It's going to be different than a medical first responder.
Alberni 4, we just heard from Sprout Lake 469. Looks like extrication is going to be required for at least one of the vehicles.
This call came a little bit different to me. Knowing that I had an extrication, it's like, okay guys, get ready to do some work here. It's go time.
A driver is trapped inside a wrecked vehicle. Sprout Lake volunteer firefighters are first on scene, but they don't have the extrication tools they need to get him out.
Fire dispatch, Alberni Engine 4 is arriving on scene. We'll be out investigating.
So they've requested Port Alberni to assist.
As we arrive on scene, there's 3 vehicles, there's a dump truck involved. 2 people already out, they're fine. BCAS, they're the ones performing the medical aspect to that scene. We're providing the rescue extrication aspect of that scene. Right away, my focus turns to the patient and get him out so BCAS can take over patient care.
The severe impact has forced the dashboard back, trapping the patient, who is unconscious and critically injured.
Okay, so what I want is I want this post cut, push it down, and that'll be able to get them
Firefighters cut the door off.
Time? Get 5-10 minutes?
Yeah, 10 to 15 just to err on the side of caution. Time's always of the essence. You want to be as quick as you can, but you got to do it fluidly and effectively. Do the best you can.
Although they're well aware the clock is ticking, firefighters have to move cautiously to avoid further injuring the victim. In northern Alberta, firefighters from 2 volunteer fire halls are battling a fully involved trailer fire, like they're running out of water.
Dispatch, could you activate Paul for Flatbush for the water tender for me, please?
Duty Officer Paul McGrath calls a 3rd volunteer fire hall in the town of Flatbush with an urgent request to send more water.
So I've got the other truck coming. Just keep cooling down what we can.
And until the Flatbush tanker arrives, they'll be knocking out hotspots.
Ryan, you want some water?
There's metal on fire.
In a trailer fire, it's metal on the outside and the metal falls in on top of the fire, and then it's kind of like an oven. That metal is keeping the heat inside. We got to get the metal off, put the fire out underneath.
A 3-man volunteer firefighting crew arrives from Flatbush Hall 4.
Who's got water? Oh, yeah.
and they brought along over 9,000 liters of water. Enough water to hit all the hot spots, spray them down, and finish them off.
We'll dump what we have left on these guys, and then we'll send all our other trucks home.
And simply put, the Lesser Slave Regional Fire Service can't run without volunteer firefighters. They leave their jobs, they leave their families, they leave in the middle of their sleep to come and help us out with these emergencies. And they don't do it for a pat on the back, and they don't do it for a financial reward. They do it because they want to help out their fellow citizens.
We'll break and we'll get out of here.
Okay.
Quick little update. At this point, to have fire under control. Right now, it's pretty much a mop-up for us. Clean up some equipment and start releasing vehicles at this point.
And time for the volunteers of the Lesser Slave Regional Fire Service to go on home. Back on Vancouver Island, Port Alberni firefighters have stepped outside their jurisdiction to assist the nearby Sprout Lake Volunteer Fire Hall. They work as fast as they can to free a critically injured patient from a wreck so paramedics can resuscitate him.
I'm gonna leave a bit in case we have to roll the dash. Although there's not much dash to roll, we might have to go from the other side.
As long as his legs aren't pinned in there.
That's what I'm wondering, that right leg.
Is he gonna be pinned or is he gonna come? The patient's foot was trapped underneath the brake pedal, and we had to get in and displace the brake pedal and bend it out of the way to free up his foot and get it out. Okay, get the jock in there and just lift this dash up.
Firefighters use the ram tool to lift the vehicle's crumpled dashboard and free the driver's leg.
The leg's out. Okay, he's out, John. Fire dispatch, I'll be fine. Dispatch, 2 of the 3 patients are in care of BCAS already. We've extricated the 3rd. BCS is currently looking at him. We're just assisting with that right now.
Ian and his fellow firefighters did everything they could to save the man's life.
Deceased now.
Was it?
No, he's gone.
Okay.
He had a heartbeat when we first showed up,
Yeah.
but then they checked him again and they figured
You're having a bad day. I know.
Rick, ID here.
Death isn't a part of the job. Death is a part of life. Everything dies. Some more tragically than others, but I'm only there trying to either reverse it, change it, or help it.
All right, boys, let's get turned around and pointed back towards home.
Holy, what a day, Brad. Day.
As an aspiring captain and 20-year veteran, Ian is aware that the years can take a toll.
I remember my captains telling me that we'd be driving through town and he says, you remember certain buildings or certain places by calls that you've been on there. I didn't think much of it early in my career, but then as time went on and more buildings and more places became relevant, I understand what he was talking about.
In the Saskatchewan prairies, Swift Current is the 5th largest city in the province. 19 full-time and 15 volunteer firefighters work in shifts around the clock, 7 days a week, to serve and protect their city. Today, an unusual training session is underway.
You want that one? Little area over there? That's how I'll set it up.
This is a confined space training exercise. Not recommended for anyone prone to claustrophobia.
There's just so much industry that works in confined spaces, whether it's oil and gas in a vessel or even your city workers working down manholes. I'd say in any given day, there's probably 10% of the town is in a confined space.
Aaron Stewart has been with the department for over 5 years and is working with a childhood friend, Cody Yoland.
Aaron, he's one of my best buddies. We've worked together for about 4 years now. We've known each other for years.
You got him?
You know how each other operates, and it's easy to come to work.
In this scenario, Aaron and Cody will attempt to extricate a patient who's passed out due to oxygen deficiency.
Okay, lower on main line.
Aaron and Cody won't have any trouble shimmying through the first 24-inch diameter pipe.
They're cruising.
But the next pipe is only 18 inches in diameter.
That's gonna be great. I am the smaller of Aaron and I, which I guess makes me the one to go down this pipe.
All right, bottles in.
At the end of the pipe, Cody reaches the victim.
An unconscious male. Command from Rescue Team 1. He's located the patient.
And Aaron calls it in.
We're gonna attempt extrication through this 18-inch pipe. That's good.
Now that the victim's been pulled through the pipe,
All right, you wanna take me for a ride too?
it's Cody's turn.
All right, I'm going through.
Halfway through, Cody hits a snag.
The pack stuck in the crack here. Rescuer 1 is stuck in the 18-inch tube.
In this training, Cody got stuck. And anytime things don't go quite as planned, it gets your heart rate up.
The pack's stuck.
It doesn't take long for Cody to start stressing out. 870 kilometers to the northwest in Yellowhead County, near the town of Edson.
Yellowhead Fire, you're responding to a chimney fire. Multi-story involved, 1.5 floors.
A frightened homeowner calls 911 for help. His chimney is on fire.
Dispatch, engine 12 is on route with 5 on board.
Fortunately, the caller's home is only a few kilometers from the Edson Fire Hall.
From the time the page was dropped on us to the time we arrived on scene, about 2.5 minutes.
Chief Alberni works hard to reduce the county firefighters' response times.
That is the type of time you want to have on a structure fire.
Chief is on scene, but 14-year veteran Captain Corinne Grant is duty officer, and that puts her in charge.
And the fire is out inside, right?
You saw, I'm guessing, flames shooting out the wall or something? Yeah.
There's an active heat source. There's obviously some sort of fire or smoldering going somewhere, and trying to figure out where the heat was actually coming from, that was our biggest concern.
You can still see there's some heat coming out of there.
Corinne suspects that a hotspot hides above that drop ceiling.
Where do you want me to start? I think we're gonna have to get BA on. These tiles can't have asbestos, so.
BA is short for SCBA, self-contained breathing apparatus. And Corinne wants everyone to protect themselves before they take down the ceiling.
If you don't touch it, it's fine, but as soon as you actually start ripping down walls or ripping down ceiling tiles and you're disturbing it and kicking it up, that's when you're going to get exposure to it.
If inhaled or swallowed, asbestos particles will remain in the lungs or digestive tract forever and can lead to many deadly types of cancer.
How's it looking, Glad?
Still on your hot up the chimney.
Okay.
Yeah, let's get up this roof.
Okay.
They can't access the hotspot from the inside, so they try from the outside.
There's no visible flame. It's ridiculously dirty. It's probably like 75% clogged.
This call for a structure fire has been downgraded to a chimney sweep.
We're gonna start putting the pike pole down the chimney, so get ready. Go for it. There's hot stuff coming down.
The hot stuff is creosote,
Yeah, that stuff is thick and hot.
combustible residue from wood burning in the fireplace.
It's like a tarry substance that clings to the side of the chimney as it goes up and cools. And over months, weeks, years, it can build up.
Keep pushing. Your last push, you actually got embers.
And that creosote forms on the side of the chimney. And if you put a good fire in there, that creosote expands and completely blocks off the pipe for the exhaust to go out.
And this is why you clean your chimneys. Hey, you saved it by throwing the fire extinguisher in there.
The quick-thinking homeowner was able to extinguish the flames before the fire could spread.
The homeowner at this call, he was spectacular. He saw what he thought were flames coming out of the pipe from the stove. He called 911 right away, and then he discharged a dry chemical extinguisher. The progression from the 911 call to the extinguisher to leaving the structure is exactly what we want you to do.
The chimney's clean, and now that the thermal imaging camera displays no hot spots, firefighters know the fire won't start up again. Back down south in the Saskatchewan prairies, Swift Current firefighters Aaron Stewart and Cody Yoland have run into trouble. Cody is stuck in an 18-inch diameter pipe. It's a training drill, but for Cody, the exercise just got a little too real.
This type of real-life situation, your adrenaline would go through the roof, your claustrophobia would spike as well.
I feel like you're gonna have to help out about here.
It usually takes a lot to get Cody rattled, but this exercise is getting to him.
You're thinking, I can't move my arms, I can't move my legs. I want to get out of here.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull up your lay line. At the same time, I want you to scissor those shoulders.
Aaron does his best to help his buddy.
There's a crack in here.
You can't get in there, so you're gonna have to coach this guy from outside of the hole to relax and to make himself smaller.
There, good. Yeah, you gonna pull any harder?
We're putting ourselves in some dangerous situations at times, and you need to know that your partner has your back, and they'll do anything to get you out of that situation.
Hey, we'll pull on 3. 1, 2, 3. Yeah! There you go. Keep going. Keep going. Okay, hold tight, hold tight. I'm sick of this tight.
As far as training exercises go, this may have been one of the worst of Cody's career.
Ready, 1, 2, 3.
Now that he's out, the team resumes the exercise.
If you can do it in training scenarios, then you should be able to do it in real-life scenarios. If you keep your mind calm and do what we've been trained to do.
Patience on main Emily. Okay, up on main line.
And their patient finally gets hoisted to the surface.
You do it more and more and more till you start to get more comfortable. And speaking for myself personally, I'll never like small, tight spaces or really high spaces.
Good job, guys.
But I've trained myself to a level that I can still be confident, do my job, and I cannot think about my fear during the call.
Button down the hatches.
In Saskatchewan,
Not even sweating yet. We don't sweat around here.
welcome to the Swift Current Fire Hall Health Club. No membership fees, no frills, open 24/7.
Firefighters, you need to be in good shape.
Oh, we try.
Even really good shape guys are sucking slew water after 2 hours of, a pipe pull above your head or tearing apart a roof or a wall. It is exhausting. Even waking up at 2:30 in the morning from a dead sleep into absolute intensity, lights and sirens, speeding to a house fire, that's hard on your ticker. So we need to have good, strong hearts for stuff like that.
When you work out as a crew too, it brings you closer together, it makes you push each other.
You ready to do another ab one when you're done there?
Yeah, I'd see that.
Okay.
You get in better shape and it makes it enjoyable to work out.
Which side do you want?
I'll go on this side.
Aaron and Cody were both born and raised in Swift Current, and they've been best friends since the 9th grade.
So we were longtime buddies from way back when, and we end up working for the same fire department on the same shift.
And I would say we have a friendly rivalry that we push each other. That just makes you become a better firefighter, a better person, and you keep a good friendship doing that as well.
Tim, keep going. Right.
Hey. Oi, dear.
But the workout is over. No time for a shower.
Swift Current Fire Response Code 3 for a 2-vehicle MDC. Injuries in 1 vehicle, Mark 1312.
We're responding to a 2-vehicle MDC with injuries in the 1 vehicle. Other than that, that's all we have for information.
A 2-vehicle collision on a city street with an injury of unknown severity means there's no time to waste. Back on the west coast of Canada, in Port Alberni, British Columbia.
Port Alberni, first responder 318 3rd Avenue.
Ian Ritchie, recently promoted to acting captain, is on the last day of a 4-day shift. Yesterday's shift was a day in hell. Today, the load is a little lighter.
I can smell the diesel from here.
But it's in a firefighter's nature to hope for the best and plan for the worst.
When I hear gas leak at a gas station, I want to know how bad, like how much. I want to know, is it just barely dripping or is it like pouring out?
Who am I dealing with?
When I get on scene, I have to rely on bystander information as well.
$150?
$150 of gas went into the vehicle.
In addition to the fuel he just pumped, the owner tells Ian his RV also has a second fuel tank, which is half full.
So I'm looking at roughly, 250 to 300 liters of fuel.
Most vehicle fuel leaks are caused by faulty fuel injectors or fuel lines. In this case, the RV's leak sprung from a cracked and aging fuel line, which the attendant tried but failed to fix.
I couldn't transport that RV anywhere through town or anything until that fuel was offloaded, and that's when I decided to call in a pumper truck and have them come and siphon the tank out.
Siphoning gas is a simple procedure, but it's important to prevent any chance of sparks with an anti-static ground. Static electricity fires at gas stations are rare, but they can be catastrophic.
But we're going to suck it out from down here.
I've eliminated all the ignition sources. I'm happy where things are at.
The fire hazard is under control, and Ian and his crew return to the fire station, ready for the next call.
Engine 3 is on scene. We have a delivery truck and a minivan, and apparently there's injuries in the minivan. Over. Swift Current Fire.
In Swift Current, Saskatchewan,
Hi, sir. How are you doing?
the victim of a car crash has been injured, but there's no need for extrication.
So we have our patient being dealt with EMS right now.
The airbags did not deploy. The patient's neck and spine are the first responders' main concern.
We'll just bring them out that way.
The driver of the minivan was complaining of cervical spine tenderness. The fear in a head or neck injury is that how do we move that person without making things worse? So we have to be extra precautious about it.
Dealing with death and serious injuries are part of a firefighter's job.
How you doing, Kim?
Good.
And whenever somebody gets lucky, it's a good day for everyone. A few short minutes later, a new call comes in.
Preferred fire response code 3 for residential fire alarm.
Oh, we're responding to commercial fire alarms at an old folks home.
Calls in old folks' homes are high trigger for firefighters because they know many residents aren't mobile. In 2014, 32 residents died in a seniors' home fire in L'Île Verte, a small municipality located along the south shore of the St. Lawrence River. Many couldn't evacuate without the use of a walker or a wheelchair.
So it's activated in Zone 1? Is that what they said? Yeah.
If they need to evacuate the building, they'll need reinforcements, and fast. Swift Current firefighters respond to a call at an old folks' residence.
So it's showing ductwork in Zone 1. Let's just go downstairs.
Looking for evidence of a fire, but it's starting to look like a false alarm.
So it says the duct smoke detector's in Building 1. We've had that issue before.
The residence's refrigeration repairman thinks he's the one at fault.
I cleaned off an air intake on one of our ducts coming into the building. Sure. And then right when that happened, I think the pressure difference set off an alarm.
Turns out some dust came loose in the ductwork and set off the sensor and set off the fire alarm. Everything's reset, looks good, we're good to go.
There's hundreds of people living in here, so you have to be on your game. You can't come into this too nonchalant thinking it's just going to be a false alarm, because if it is a real call, the real thing, we have to be ready for chaos.
Back at the fire hall, it's time to say goodbye to an old friend.
Hey, Cody.
See you here. Yeah. I'm going away for a year. My wife and I are going to be traveling the world. It'll be a little sad for me. You get so close with these guys, they become family. You have a chemistry together, just that camaraderie that comes with the job.
Right there.
You're all safe, my friend. You're all safe.
And then I've been privileged to work with one of my best buddies here.
Keep in touch.
I mean, working with a lifelong friend is great.
Oh, he complies.
Now he's leaving. I think everybody's kind of sad to lose a good guy, and we hope he comes back, but we'll see.
Get out of here! Get out of here! All right, see you guys later. Don't come back! Adios!
On Vancouver Island, acting Captain Ian Ritchie has just finished a grueling 4-day shift, and he's on his way home.
People think that it's kind of a glamorous job, and it's not always glamorous. There's an ugliness to it as well that people don't understand. You can tell what kind of day you've had by the route you take home. And as great as it is to go home and see our families and be hugged by our loved ones, after that call and after that day, he said, you know what, I think I'm going to take the long way home today. And then the father hat goes on, and you got kids tugging at you saying, Daddy, play with me, I gotta go here, run to soccer practice, go to piano lessons. And so sometimes you just need that time before you switch hats, because you can't just flip the switch off. You still gotta be there for them as well. Hey guys.
How was your day?
I'm busy. Hey, Sweepy. Hey, what's for dinner?
I don't know.
This season on Hellfire Heroes.
Please have your feet on non-conscious.
Fire dispatch responding for MVI.
Welcome to winter. Little rattled, eh? And what is this guy doing?
Some young kids falling off the bridge.
Where are you? It's 22 floors up.
Oh, a lot of hot wiring.
Hang on, it's getting worse.
Farmer ingenuity.
Let's do this, you guys! Let's do this!
I was gonna sleep in there this night.
This was as close to a miracle as you could get.
Crank it up! 100 PSI! The fire there, it moves like crazy.
Watch this guy. Look at the knife.
We confirm now that it's a fatality.
It's just rolling in there.
And I think we gotta go.
In rural counties and small towns across Canada, a special breed of firefighters risk their lives to serve and protect the people who live and work here.
When it's game day, it's on until the last person is safe.
We'll get you out of here in just a moment.
Our fire crews put their lives on the line every day.
In British Columbia, Alberta, and Saskatchewan, firefighters are the last line of defense and everyday heroes.
It's all about honor, courage, dedication. Serve something greater than yourself.
It's wildfire season in Alberta. When the snow melts and the rivers and streams begin to swell, the wildlands get hot. The grass turns brown and dry, and it only takes a spark to ignite the fires.
The start of the wildfire season is whenever the wildfire season wants to start. We're encroaching out into the forest. It was there first. So when there's a fire out there and it's coming to the homes, we got to know what to do.
Chief Jamie Coots knows this from experience. In his first year as chief of the Lesser Slave Regional Fire Service in 2011, an arson fire likely triggered a blaze that destroyed over 400 homes.
It's like something out of a war movie, isn't it?
And forced the evacuation of Slave Lake's 7,000 residents.
Nothing has humbled me more in my life than to be the fire chief of a town that lost a great percentage of the homes inside of it. Your only saving grace is that no one got killed. By luck or by design, that's what happened. For us, it's to remember how we felt on that humbling day and to make sure that it doesn't happen to you again, ever.
We'll have you respond for a vehicle fire.
So when a call comes in for a truck on fire carrying 28,000 liters of crude oil, Jamie knows full well what's at stake.
The truck's on fire. If it burns through the tank, we're gonna have a large flammable liquid fire that's gonna spill out onto the highway.
Just an update for you. We did have a call from the truck driver. He is carrying emulsion oil, and it has started the grass around the vehicle. It's on fire as well.
We also have the truck fire starting to light the grass on fire, which is burning down like the trees on fire. So we've got kind of 3 different kinds of fire all going with this huge 28,000 liter threat or bomb sitting on the back of the truck waiting to go off.
Near the town of Bologna in northern Italy, an oil tanker crashed into a semi. The semi's fuel tanks exploded. After a few short minutes, the fire reached the oil tanker and triggered a second explosion. The driver died, and over 70 were injured by flying glass when nearby windows shattered.
1610 with 6. 151 is going. 1210 with 5.
Dispatch copies.
On routine calls, Chief drives a pickup to be first on scene. But on this call, he's bringing the tanker.
The tanker is a fantastic piece of equipment. It hauls 2,500 gallons of water. Its only drawback is that it's slow to get there.
The chief's son, Ryan Coots, is an engine 161.
Slave Lake unit, bad driver central out here, so you gotta arrive safe. Copy that.
Ryan is 22 years old, and this year he's just been promoted to lieutenant.
Been around for a little while, but still very young for a position like that. I come from a long line of leaders in my family, and I think that I probably have some of those leadership qualities.
Ryan passes Jamie.
Everyone in BA.
He's first on scene and takes command.
Charge that line, Mario!
The heat is intense, and tires are exploding.
Yeah, hit it!
Engine 161 carries about 400 gallons of water.
Hey! Yo!
Until more trucks arrive, that's all they've got. But Ryan's not ready to quit.
Losing is something that firefighters don't like to do. We always just try and put as many resources and as many hands and as many brains together to overcome whatever the problem is.
Ryan's focused on the engine fire. He's got to knock it out before the heat reaches the oil tanks.
Keep going, keep going, keep pushing. All the way up, keep it from getting in that tank. Keep hitting on it.
With the flames knocked out, the crew moves in to cool down the red-hot metal and to prevent reignition.
Go, shut it off! Hurry up, hurry up!
By now, the grass fire is looking more like a forest fire.
DC, we're gonna need a call to forestry too here. She's in the trees already. Copies, I'll get on the phone.
And it'll be a hard fight to contain it until reinforcements arrive. 287 kilometers to the southwest, near Edson, Alberta. It's a little after 4 a.m., and Chief Albert Barry responds to a motor vehicle incident.
Dispatch on fire control. Just be advised, details on this call. It is a semi-truck that was hauling a Caterpillar.
Albert is in charge of protective services for Yellowhead County, a 22,000 square kilometer region.
Engine 9 on scene. We have RCMP also on scene. We'll do a recon right now.
A crew from one of the county's 7 fire stations is already on scene, trying to make sense of the wreck.
We have 7 fire stations that we have in Yellowhead County, and it truly is a family affair. We fight fire together, we cry together, we do all that stuff together. It's a big family. And it's really neat to see when all those stations come together in a larger call, how nothing changes. It's all the same, always the same. It's a large family.
Scene update. Driver's been located. The cat has completely obliterated the cab.
Okay, and what are we doing here? Is this a removal or is this a viable patient?
Removal.
The driver did not survive the crash, nor did his passenger.
Complete carnage. There is nothing left of that vehicle. You don't even recognize the truck. It has just been destroyed. So I think what happened was it went up over the cab, and then the ripper grabbed it and pulled everything forward, because they look like they're still in their seats. They were both in the cab. It appears one may have been possibly driving, and the other could have possibly been in the sleeper area.
Since both occupants were killed, the exact cause of the accident may never be known. But it's clear that the truck was carrying a bulldozer when it left the road and its front wheel slammed into the deep ditch. The inertia from the high-speed stop forced the bulldozer to fly forward, launching into the air off the trailer. As the heavy front blade of the bulldozer smashed into the truck's cabin, both the driver and the passenger were instantly killed.
The piece of heavy equipment itself is in front of where the semi is, and the cab is virtually obliterated. There's nothing left to it. That's going to be probably a 3 or 4 hour long removal that we have to do to get them out of there. Anytime there's a fatality, it's a sad night. There's no more you can do for those people. There's nothing you can do to bring them back. So now we have to provide that care as well as the dignity that they need and honor them as they come out.
Recovering the remains of the victims will be a difficult and delicate operation. The wreck is 10 meters from the roadside, and the ground is muddy. The only way to untangle the victims from the wreck with dignity and respect will be with a heavy-duty crane.
What's the ETA on the crane?
ETA is 45 minutes to 1 hour, over.
Even for this veteran fire chief, extricating 2 victims from this massive wreck with a tall, heavy crane could be a challenge.
Dispatch clear.
And he's got less than an hour to come up with a safe and viable plan. "287 kilometers to the north.
DC, I need that long line down here now.
And less than 10 kilometers from the town of Slave Lake on Highway 2. Truck 121 just arrived on the scene of a burning semi loaded with 28,000 liters of oil.
You guys are in charge of the truck fire. We'll take the...
Lieutenant Ryan Coots gives the crew his orders for fighting the fire.
This line down there!
The fire that spread into the dry grass is now climbing into the treetops.
161's 2 lines are in charge of that. 121 will take all this.
One line is directed to cool off the oil tanker. The rest of the water will go to the bushfire. And Ryan is hoping he's got enough to finish the fight before he loses control.
Water's coming! Water's coming!
All Fleet Lake crews, I'm on scene.
There's no hydrant nearby, so Chief Jamie Coots just arrived with a tanker. A heavy load with plenty of water power.
The tanker carries 2,500 gallons of water. The trucks only carry 800 gallons of water. So it carries 3 times as much water. When we're fighting fires, that's a big deal.
It's away from the oil tank. It can smolder now here. These guys, we're gonna use 121's water to get that under control. This can smolder until we get more water.
Ryan's there, and he's already doing all the things that we need him to do.
How much did it go in over there, or not at all?
Not at all, man.
Okay, sweet, yeah.
And so, you know, I hand it off to him and just go back and run my truck.
We have 2 medium helicopters on route to your location.
Alberta Forestry has dispatched 2 helicopters with orders to water bomb the hotspots, to kill the fire before it spreads and devastates the town of Slave Lake, as it did in 2011. In Alberta, about 40 kilometers east of Edson, a catastrophic crash has killed 2 truck drivers.
As the dozer had actually gone over the cab of the truck, it passed over them and grabbed a hold of the area that they were in.
Chief Albert Barry called for a hydraulic crane to assist in the recovery of the bodies.
If those pins are as loose as what we think they are, this is going to work perfectly.
Swamp mats are laid down to provide firefighters with a firm ground to work on.
This is a huge challenge from the perspective of what's going to happen when we lift the piece of equipment. How hard is it going to be to lift? It's in mud, so it may have some suction on it, so there may be a challenge with that.
Once the truck is stabilized on the road surface, the crane can be extended. The plan is to access the victim's remains by hoisting the bulldozer off the wreck. The maneuver is fraught with danger.
So the pins are all out of the shanks, so we'll stay back out of the way, let them rig it, lift it, pull it, then Darius can climb in it, even if it gets swamped over there, I don't care, and then we'll go to work.
A heavy wrecker was also brought in to augment the lift.
There they go. Yep. So the crane was actually going to lift the dozer up, and the plan was to have the heavy wrecker pull the dozer sideways so we could pivot it, get it away from where we wanted to do our work. Let's try that. Come, let's even come sideways. Yeah, set it down.
With the bulldozer out of the way,
This one, yep.
Firefighters can now remove the massive ripping device that was attached to the rear of the bulldozer.
Just put it on that side.
They perform this task cautiously, one heavy shank at a time.
Drape it down over that edge, Brent, and tuck it underneath.
Finally, firefighters are able to access the victims.
To remove the bodies in a dignified manner, that's the most important thing for us. Treat them with respect. We do know they have family members, and those family members would want us to treat them that way. We take it like they're our family members. This call will linger on for probably another week to week and a half as we just move through the process of making sure everybody understands what happened or any issues that they may have seen. Anytime you deal with death or destruction, it's trying, it's stressful, and truthfully, stress kills. So we gotta come in and sit everybody down, talk to them, but just to discuss it and make sure everybody understands that they have a place to vent. And I think the more we encourage and make it the norm now, I think it's gonna be that much easier for these people to say, I think I'm having an issue, can I talk to somebody?
287 kilometers to the north,
Second truck is all ready.
a truck fire turned into a bushfire.
We really have to get a handle on this now because with the winds blowing like they are, if this thing gets away in us, we're looking at another potential forest fire threat to the communities.
Captain Bruce Turnbull just showed up with more water.
Yeah, keep a good eye on your water load.
He's a guy you can count on for everything, so if you give him something to do, he's gonna get it done. He's gonna get it done fast, he's gonna get it done right.
Yeah, right there. Good job, buddy.
With a fresh load of water, Ryan and his crew hit the hot spots in the bush.
Okay, good. Keep going.
While Alberta Forestry drops more water loads from the air. The bushfire is contained, and the oil tanker is cooling off.
We're looking pretty good.
Slave Lake firefighters know this was a close call.
Okay. Yeah, bring her down.
And the Alberta wildfire season is in full swing. A raging bushfire is about 50 kilometers from Slave Lake, but it's not a threat to the town. Another fire is moving fast towards the town of High Level, about 800 kilometers north of Slave Lake.
Ryan, hold!
So when Jamie gets a 5 a.m. call for help in High Level, it's game on, and he takes his lieutenant along with him.
Well, my house, it's easy. I just run downstairs and kick Ryan's bed, say, hey, let's go, bud. The two of us jumped in one of our trucks with a tank in the back and said, let's get going with that.
With the chief gone, it'll be up to Deputy Chief Alex Pavic, aka DC, to hold down the fort.
With Chief being gone up north, it's my job to step up and fill his boots, and they're pretty big boots, so I'll make sure that I do the best that I can.
And sure enough, DC gets a call.
Slave Lake will have your response for an outdoor fire in a patch of spruce trees beside Devonshire Campground.
And it's a wildfire.
Caller, did it say it was spreading?
Copy 103 responding.
Dave, 122-151.
151, let's go!
The information coming in is very vague, but we know it's close to town, so we're going to try and hit it as hard as we can, as fast as we can.
Yeah, it's getting into the spruce. There's homes to the west, about 100 meters, so definitely need tankers, park permits.
And when I looked over to the left, there's a huge column of black smoke. So I knew right away that we were in for a big firefight.
Slave Lake volunteer Captain David Perkinson is also en route.
Look at that fire. It's probably got a couple of hectares on it already, and they called us when it was like seeing it start. So it's moving pretty fast from what I can see.
The fire is about 7 kilometers out of town, near a row of houses. And for the residents and firefighters of Slave Lake, it's a nightmarish memory filled with the horrors of the 2011 fire that devastated their town. A bushfire just erupted in High Level, Alberta, and firefighters from all across the region have been called to help, including Chief Jamie Coots.
We're sitting around the supper table in High Level, and we've had a really stressful, long day. We've been doing some back burning and trying to save their community and putting up some structure protection, and all of a sudden you look at the phone and there's a fire blowing up less than 2 kilometers from town. You feel pretty helpless.
While the chief is in High Level, his deputy chief, Alex Pavic, aka DC, is in charge.
Grand Prairie Dispatch 103, you can call this Highway 88 fire, Deputy Chief Pavic in command.
DC, it's Bird Dog 132. Get them to spray down everything on the side of the road. If they can do that, they can stop it from coming across.
Alberta Forestry is already on the scene, and they've orchestrated a plan of attack with a little help from an aerial supervisor.
Bird Dog, this is 103. I copied that transmission. We'll get the guys to start working on the road on the east side of the road.
The first plane to come in is what they call the Bird Dog. That's kind of the boss of those guys.
Bird Dog provides situational awareness to the firefight teams working on the ground. He'll also draw a path for the water bombers to follow, for their drops. Then they'll follow that path at different altitudes, like a roundabout.
They come in, they do a low pass with their siren going to alert everybody on the ground that there's more planes coming and they're going to be doing some drops.
Spray it down heavy as you go across, and then just watch the houses.
Copy that. Get down there, it's coming right for these houses. Get this line out, get some piss packs in there if you can. Watch up top.
Knowing that the officers are responding, as they get on scene, I'm giving them jobs.
Just start spraying the whole thing. Okay.
Captain Ferguson was the first officer to arrive on scene.
We want to choke the out of that. We want to choke the out of that.
Dave knew coming in, we need to get in there and get some water in it.
Let's go, all you guys. We want water on this edge right now. We want to save these houses.
A row of houses is situated directly across from the burning forest.
Let's go, water! Yeah, you guys got water?
There's a lot of hot embers and ash, and our hope is to settle that down so that the houses behind us don't catch on fire.
Hey guys, that's just a small fire. Where's this down? Let's go, the whole thing. Giant soap over there, Jim. Jim, go that way.
The objective here is not to attack the fire directly, but to contain it by soaking down the grass and the trees. If they can slow it down until the air tankers arrive, the water bombs can stop the flames from jumping across the road.
Bombers are coming, guys. Bombers are coming!
The bombers are coming in to do a drop.
As the bombers approach,
Bombers are coming!
the firefighters retreat to safety before the air attack begins. 1,700 kilometers southeast in Saskatchewan, hot and dry weather conditions are also in effect. But for the firefighters protecting the city of Swift Current, population 18,500, it's mostly medical calls that keep them busy.
Firefighters on code 3 for EMS assist.
Aaron Stewart grew up in Swift Current and married his high school sweetheart.
When a med call comes in, there's a lot of thinking about, based on limited information, what I'm gonna do when I get to that call.
The elderly male that's fallen, unknown injuries.
We show up and EMS is already on scene. So we got a code.
Cardiac arrest.
Yeah. Stay here, guys.
A cardiac arrest means the heart has stopped beating.
Hey, what happened?
He just fell over his oxygen cord and...
It's go time as soon as you show up. Jimmy jumps straight onto the chest for CPR. I jump on airways, and EMS is kind of helping us and running the call.
Where do you at for compressions?
At the same time, we have an AED hooked up.
Push, analyze.
An AED, automatic external defibrillator, what it's doing is it's taking a peek at that heart and it's saying, I see this rhythm or I don't see this rhythm.
Analyzing now. Stand clear.
So if it sees that arrhythmia, it's going to tell you shock. If it doesn't see that arrhythmia, it's going to be no shock advised.
Analyzing now.
You're hoping for a shock advised.
No shock advised.
When the AED detects an arrhythmia or an irregular pulse, it means a shock can jumpstart the heart and reestablish a regular heartbeat. If the AED does not detect a pulse, first responders will continue CPR during the trip to the hospital to maintain the patient's blood circulation.
Pretty standard operating procedure for us there. We rode the ambulance in doing compressions and ventilations, and I think we got to go.
A massive wildfire threatens High Level and the Bush River Reserve of the Denetah First Nation, about 500 kilometers north of Slave Lake, Alberta.
You want to know how close the trees are? Reach out, touch one. They're right there. So when the forest and your town are one, you know that if one's having a problem, the other one's having a problem.
While Jamie is fighting the fire at High Level, his second in command, Alex Pavek, is fighting another fire in Slave Lake.
Watch out, guys! Not too close! The bombers are dropping!
A bush wildfire is threatening homes.
The bombers are coming in to do a drop.
And Alberta Forestry is deploying an air attack.
Watch out! Watch out!
We were given a heads up by the incident commander for forestry that the planes are coming. It was nice to have that communication on the ground.
Comes another one!
Air tankers are primarily used for a fast initial attack to prevent the fire from spreading, while ground forces mobilize and extinguish the fire. This fleet of 4 Canadair CL-215 twin turboprops is stationed at the Slave Lake Airport, about 7 kilometers from the fire. The airport is near the shores of Slave Lake, where planes scoop nearly 5,500 liters of water per load. During the wildfire seasons, air tankers across the region shuttle in and out of this airport. But today it's just a short hop, because the fires are raging right next door.
Once they got set up, they had a pretty good turnaround time. It seemed like every minute there was another plane dropping above us.
Holy crap!
These air tankers carry fire-suppressing foam, which they can inject into their water tanks to boost the fire-killing efficiency of straight water.
They decide when they're going to use foam and when they're going to use water. That's a decision that's made on their side.
Watch out for foam.
But you can definitely tell when the foam comes down because it coats the truck.
Find the first hydrant and fill it up! Find the first hydrant and fill it up!
While Alberta Forestry battles the bush wildfire, Alex and his crew protect the homes and re-up their supply of water.
They got 3 more rounds of airstrikes, and then they're going to call off the planes. We're going to take all our trucks, go down the road, turn around. I want 1, 2, 3, leave room, get as close to the outside of the road with your pumps as you can so the tenders can come in, fill trucks, turn around, and go back out. Okay? We're putting this thing out. We're planning on being here a while until this fire's out. Hell of a job, guys. Hell of a job. How do you feel about being in charge of water supply?
Perfect, I'll do it. Okay. Yeah.
Captain Bruce Turnbull organizes a 5-minute round-trip water shuttle between the fire and a hydrant.
The main concern right now is making sure that we have enough water to keep these fire trucks fed so that our hand crews have something to fight the fire with. So we're gonna use this truck and 1 other truck to keep filling all these other 3. Discharge, you guys ready out there for number 2? Yep. Okay, 2 discharge. Okay, we're not gonna do it, guys, we're good. Until we get all those hot spots like this one here under control, then we're very still nervous about this thing.
Over in Saskatchewan, another medical call just came in.
Dispatch from Swift Current Fire. Utility 1's arrived on scene to med call. The EMS is already on scene, which is great.
Does any headache, blurred vision, anything like that? Blurred vision.
A woman fainted and collapsed behind a counter.
So what are you feeling right now? Dizzy. That's all.
We try coming in the side door to access where she's at, but there's not really room, so we end up jumping over the countertop where you check in.
We'll make a move.
Yeah.
They've got to get her to the hospital, but moving a patient with unknown injuries can be dangerous.
You're kind of thinking this is a medical call, but it's almost a trauma medical call in together because she's passed out from a standing, right? So now, has she hit her head on the way down? Is there some sort of C-spine precaution we have to take?
On 3?
Yep.
1, 2, 3.
Bye-bye. What time is your shift supposed to end?
Midnight.
Midnight? Oh, you're getting out of work early today. Talking to the patient is something that, you don't actually think about, but it's, a sign of a good medic, I would say, in my opinion. How you doing there? Still with us? Awesome. And that helps on a physiological level too, right? If we can bring down your heart rate and your level of stress, these help us in whatever your call is.
It's a little colder today, hey? What the heck? Where'd that summer go?
By the time we got into the unit, her level of consciousness was definitely coming up from the time that we first got there.
You want another 20, Aaron?
Yeah, give me a 20. Our patient needs a line, and I'm on the right side, and people are busy, so I start getting at her.
Do you mind making a fist with this hand for me? A bunch of big, strong fists. There we go.
We're good to go.
You guys are good?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, see you later, kid. Gotcha. Patient's on her way. She's gonna be fine, and we're back to the hall. Shift over.
In Slave Lake, Alberta,
So let's nail that down. We don't leave no rock unturned.
Alberta forestry air tankers have just bombed a forest fire with water and fire-suppressing foam.
Yeah, nail it, buddy, nail it.
And Slave Lake firefighters hunt for hotspots.
This is the mop-up stage, so we overturn every log, we check every spot. It's all about taking out all the hot spots and ensuring there's no chance of ignition.
The fire travels down into the ground in some areas where there's peat moss, and that could burn for weeks, months, even longer.
You see how the water stream is more of a piercing one, and that's the way to get at some of those burns that are still sort of smoldering below.
Volunteer firefighter Joanne Hunter leads her crew deep into the bush.
Finish that log, but shoot it down the center, okay?
Helicopters hover above, ready to drop buckets of water on targets marked by the ground forestry crews.
See them waving the stick. This is where they want it to drop, so we're going to be right in the splash zone here in about 60 seconds or less. Heads up!
Most volunteers in the region have trained long and hard on how to fight a structure fire.
Hey, you guys, heads up!
But when fighting a wildfire, they learn you'd better look up.
It's coming from a height. That can do some damage if it landed directly on somebody, right? So heads up, guys! You know, to drop it in there and wiggle their way in through all of that brush to get it into one designated spot like that, these guys do a tremendous job. And this is what they do every day.
Just come right up. We're going to park your truck in the middle of 2 other units here.
As the sun begins to set, helicopter crews double their efforts to fly as many rounds as they can before they're grounded for the night.
It's under control right now, so we're just trying to do like the finishing touches to make sure everything's extinguished before we walk away from here.
And after a dozen more water runs, after thousands of gallons have been dropped from the sky, there doesn't seem to be a single hot spot left alive, or a telltale puff of smoke.
Very exciting.
Veteran volunteers
The all-female crew, they just keep fun.
and younger recruits, everyone can finally breathe easy,
Sweet, perfect.
including the deputy chief, who ran this call like a chief.
Be advised, we are disconnecting all our trucks, starting to wrap up. We have turned the fire over to forestry, and they're going to take it from here. We've definitely been tested, and hopefully for Chief, he understands that we're able to, step up and do it while he's gone, so that when he does go away, he can breathe a little sigh of relief and know that the job's going to get done.
DC is not yet in the clear. The fire that's just 50 kilometers north of Slave Lake has more than doubled in size.
Roger, dispatch copy. Unit 101's en route with 3 members for structural protection. Highway 754, fire 49.
There's a big fire burning north of Slave Lake, about 50 kilometers, and there's a bunch of trappers' cabins and logging camps and things up there.
Going into the war zone, DC.
The structures that DC and his crew have been asked to protect are located deep in bush country. The crew and their gear are flown to the edge of the fire, where they'll be dropped off and picked up when they radio back that the job is done.
We were able to set our pumps right near a lake, so they have a continuous water source. The next thing's gonna be fuel, and then hose and sprinklers, where you kind of work your way from the water source to your structures.
Wondering if we should go on either side.
That's kind of what I was thinking.
And just put 2 big ones up.
Yeah.
The trappers' cabins that we usually get out there and deal with, they're made from hand, from scratch, right? These aren't like plywood shanties. You know, people have gone out, chopped up logs, notched them out, built them from scratch. You know, what's the value? You know, you could say, what's the value of that? You know, what's the value of their blood, sweat, and tears? What's the value of their hard labor? What's the value of their sore back? So to us, if that's their trap line home, we want to get out there and save it.
But within 48 hours, the growing fires are threatening far more than a few cabins. An evacuation order is issued for Wabasca and the Big Stone Cree Nation. About 4,000 people in total. Evacuees head south to the Slave Lake Evacuation Center to check in and stock up on fuel and supplies for their escape. And it's time for Chief Coots to get back home and take care of his own.
This is a town full of people that 40% of them lost their homes and 100% of them had to run out of here. So that's not easy, that's not good, right?
And within hours, the winds pick up and fears of a Slave Lake evacuation are on everyone's mind.
Sounds like things have escalated a little more than we thought.
Slave Lake Hall 1, all available members report to Fire Hall. Slave Lake Hall 1, all available members report to Fire Hall.
You're going to be 187. Okay.
Slave Lake will need all the help it can get, so a general call is issued for the 10,000 square kilometer region. And they're responding in record numbers. As information comes in from Alberta Forestry,
You're going to be driving 151. Okay. You're going to have 122, the Wildland, with you.
Jamie organizes the work and prepares to dispatch his teams.
So this should be a crew of 4. You know, a task force list is built, so we'll break everybody into their teams. Here's the assignments. We're using the wildland truck and a pumper truck and a tanker. That's task force. Those guys are going out to do different jobs, whether it's structure protection or fight fires. At the same time, we're building strike teams. So we'll take 3 tankers, put them together and say, you're going to fill tanks and make sure that there's enough water supply.
Good.
Slave Lake emergency crews distribute 24 6,200-liter tanks, each filled with 18,000 gallons of water in strategic locations in and around the town. Nobody wants a repeat of the 2011 fire, when the town's limited number of fire hydrants failed to meet the demand of the hundreds of firefighters who came to Slave Lake's defense. Once again, firefighters from across the region come together to do whatever it takes to protect and serve.
Our job is to get ready and stay ready and be on that high state of readiness.
Because no one who ever fought or lived through the fire of 2011 can ever forget the pain and suffering.
So I would say we'll do everything around this side. Sprinkler this one, sprinkler this one. Couple on this one probably.
We're going to start putting up sprinklers to try and protect these houses as best we can.
The wildlands are burning 50 kilometers north of Slave Lake, Alberta, and Chief Jamie Coots and his crew are ready for the worst.
your average people, they don't really understand that constant threat that you live under 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for 30, 40, 50, 60 days in a row. But the firefighters get it, and, you know, we band together and make sure that we're doing the best we can.
Fortunately, the winds shifted. The region of Slave Lake was spared, and the residents did not have to evacuate their homes. But close calls like this are fraught with emotion.
Those guys, they risk their life all the time. They're the difference between us being here today in our home and not.
Tracy's home was one of many threatened by the bushfire, but saved by DC and his crew of volunteers and wildland firefighters.
They got here, by the time I got up the hill, I could hear the sirens. They were here and they were on it. Had they not been here and done what they did, it would have been a whole different story today. They would have been all across the road. We wouldn't have had our houses.
The residents of High Level tell another frightening version of a similar story.
It hasn't been easy. When we were first told about the alert, it seemed surreal.
The approaching fires forced Mona Powers, her husband Randy, and their daughter Jillian and her 3 children to seek shelter with friends, Captain Dave Perkinson and his wife Rachel.
High Level's a small northern town in Alberta that not very many people know about. We got firefighters coming from all the way across Canada just to come help put out this fire. And then to hear on the news that it's 3 kilometers out and bigger than Calgary, just this overwhelming sensation that you might lose your house or one of your friends might lose their house.
I wake up at 5 o'clock in the morning, my body's tense. While I was sleeping, I'm dreaming about something happening. You're still waiting for the fire to come over the trees.
We were laying in bed downstairs here, and I just said to my husband, I said, you know what? If stuff goes, it goes.
And finally, the rains did come. And rain, and rain, and rain, and rain. You know, the June monsoons just came in July, that's all. It's just got mixed up by a month on the calendar, but definitely rained for quite a few weeks after.
Wildfires aren't going away. They're here to stay. As hotter, drier, and wilder wildfire seasons seem to be the new norm, firefighters will need plenty of help.
You have to be prepared when we tell you to leave. What are you grabbing? How do you get money? What do we do with the animals? We can only prepare so much. You, as a citizen of this community, you also have to take some of that burden on. It's simple things that can save your home.
This time on Hellfire Heroes.
Go.
On Vancouver Island,
Move your eye.
2 back-to-back calls come in, and crews are stretched thin.
Go for water, yeah!
In Alberta, a burning house is near collapse.
Guys, pull back! No!
And a father fears for his daughter.
Hey.
While a son wants to make his father proud.
Ever since I was a little kid, I was always in the fire hall, hanging out with my dad.
In rural counties and small towns across Canada, a special breed of firefighters risk their lives.
Yeah, hit it!
To serve and protect the people who live and work here.
When it's game day, it's on until the last person is safe.
We'll get you out of here in just a moment.
Our fire crews put their lives on the line every day.
In British Columbia, Alberta, and Saskatchewan, firefighters are the last line of defense and everyday heroes.
It's all about honor, courage, dedication. Serve something greater than yourself.
Slave Lake, call 1. We have reports of a single vehicle rollover, Highway 88.
Airport dispatch, you can mark 102 responding with 2 and 2 TV.
Dispatch 102 responding.
Here in Alberta, when the weather goes south, Chief Jamie Coots and his crew of first responders always get busy.
It snowed a little bit and it's warmed up, so it's getting weird.
The Slave Lake Regional Fire Service responds to more than 300 motor vehicle incidents every year. most of them in winter, when the roads are covered in snow and ice.
By far, our car accidents would outnumber any other type of call for us in the winter. 161131 from 102, vehicle on the west side of the road. Does definitely look like it rolled.
161 copies.
Up there? Okay, thank you.
3 Good Samaritans saw the crash, called 911, and helped the driver of the overturned pickup into their vehicle.
She's in the passenger.
Hit the semi?
Yeah, she hit the semi, I guess.
Before he figures out what happened,
Hey, little rattled, eh?
Jamie makes sure the victim is okay.
Anytime you roll over, you can imagine your head is spinning. Lots of adrenaline, so she was shaking it.
Okay, we're gonna get Logan to check you out just real fast, okay?
While they wait for the paramedics,
You're going this way, she was going... Oh, really?
Jamie speaks to the driver of the semi.
Went down the side of his truck. Yeah. Sucked for her right away, I bet. Sucked for you right away, I bet, too, eh? She spun while passing a semi and then went down the side of the semi and then into the ditch and rolled, and you can see that it actually launched. There's a large section where she wasn't in contact with the snow. So it was violent.
EMS is coming. That's them right there, it looks like. They'll probably get a more detailed examine on you.
Is she gonna go in the ambulance, you think, or what?
I don't think so.
So she doesn't want to ride?
She's not even, she's denying
everything.
So she was very jacked up on adrenaline, right? But as that starts to wash out and go away, now you start to find out that you got sore this and sore that, or broken this and broken that.
With a young daughter and a son of his own.
Okay, I'm gonna go chat her up.
Chief hopes he can talk this young woman into doing the right thing.
You declined going in the ambulance, and that's okay, right? I'm gonna give you a little friendly advice. About 2 hours from now is when this will all start to hurt.
But she's not listening.
All right, the ambulance is just heading out now.
That's a very common reaction to a car accident. They just want to put it behind them.
Now, her real dad shows up.
Oh, okay, yeah, she's up in Eric's truck there.
And after a few long minutes, Jamie gets some good news.
Confirm that they're gonna take her to the hospital. Sometimes my advice works, sometimes it doesn't. You just gotta try, right? Ah, nice, nice, right? Thank you.
I guess between my fatherly lecture and her real dad showing up, she decided that the best option would be to head off to the hospital and get checked out.
Right? Oh, better safe than sorry. No option, right? Hey, boys, we're gonna break and get out of here. Remember, dispatch 102 off scene.
Copy 102 off scene.
287 kilometers to the southwest,
HQ, SOG, you are responding to a structure fire.
Chief Albert Barry is on his way to a house fire on the eastern edge of Yellowhead County.
It sounds like an unoccupied home. It's a story and a half. A heavy fire load and now fire showing from all sides, and it's out through the roof.
Yellowhead County covers 22,000 square kilometers, and volunteer firefighters sometimes have to travel up to 45 minutes to get to the scene of an incident.
They're very dedicated. They will drop whatever they're doing. So it's nothing for a fire call to come in and they may be running their business. They shut the business down, they take off to the fire station, jump on the fire truck. That's what our volunteers do. And they do that everywhere in North America that use volunteers.
It's a trailer with a house built over top of it. The building's fully engulfed here now, and we've confirmed that there's nobody in this building at this time.
6 volunteers are already on scene under the command of District Chief Les Schatz.
Some more water would be a lot easier right now so we can keep the trees from burning around it.
It's been fairly dry for the last couple of weeks, so the trees around it are a bit of a concern right now, as well as the structure. Probably on scene.
If they don't get water on that fire real quick, it'll spread from the house to the woods.
I'm very concerned with the structural integrity of this house. We don't know how long the fire burned before we arrived on scene, but we've been here for about an hour. He had 1,000 gallons of water on the truck that he opened up, and he dumped 500 gallons of that out, probably 30 or 40 seconds.
One of the biggest challenges in fighting fires in rural communities across Canada is water supply.
Come around, Curse.
And Chief's first order of business is to set up a tanker shuttle.
A lot of our tanks are 3,000 to 3,200 gallon tanks. So we're able to dump one of our large tankers in this. And then that tanker takes off and goes get another load and comes back and fills the tank back up.
Tankers fill up at one of the 13 underground water tanks, set up in strategic locations across the county.
We're trying to get it so that we're not traveling any more than 8 to 10 kilometers for water at any location in the county.
The 59,000-liter tanks are installed below the frost line to prevent the water from freezing. And now that the water is flowing and more volunteers have arrived,
Eddie's on one end, Andrew's on the other, so we got to get another person so we can team up on both sides.
Chief prepares for another fire attack.
We had a limited crew on this call, so we will attack from wherever we can to get water on the fire to put this thing out.
Eddie, watch your distance.
The fire is making its way up to the roof.
Guys, pull back.
And lures firefighters closer to the house.
Pull back. Now. It's crackling. Just take it easy. I don't know if it's falling. Right there.
A house can collapse within the blink of an eye.
On the west side, parts of the structure have already tumbled down.
I'm not going to risk firefighters going in that building if they don't have to. We can extinguish this fire from the outside.
Without interior access, firefighters try to lob water on top of the roof.
Shoot it right over!
Now that heat dried out the surrounding trees to a crisp, the flames could spread like wildfire.
We don't want extension, we don't want it spreading, we want to knock it out as quick as we can.
Go for water, yeah!
Can I get a bit more pressure?
About 1,100 kilometers to the southwest, on Vancouver Island in British Columbia.
Port Alberni, first responder, 37 Argyle Way.
A 911 call comes in for a pregnant woman in distress.
37 Argyle Way. Patient is 24-year-old female.
Last year, Port Alberni firefighters responded to nearly 900 medical incidents. They're trained for both serious and life-threatening emergencies, what firefighters refer to as Delta and Echo calls.
Yeah, apartment number 13. So when you pull in, it'll be on the right-hand side.
It's impossible to train for everything, but we try and train for everything.
Ian Ritchie was born and raised here.
Copy, standby.
He joined the department in 2000 and never left.
It's just a cohesive unit, and it's a well-oiled machine, and we get the job done with a positive outcome.
Move your eye. Stand. It's a rollover. Okay.
With half the crew on the road,
There we go. Are we good, Randy?
a second call comes in for a motor vehicle incident. And Captain Randy Thone responds with Engine 4.
On a Sunday night, you expect usually a quiet night. Instead of just getting that medical call, you got a motor vehicle incident, and this one happened to have enough impact that there was a rollover involved.
Fire dispatch, Alberni 4 is responding to Stafford Avenue, Roger Street for MVI. Roger, Alberni 4.
Randy's been captain for over a decade. He knows rollover incidents have a higher fatality rate than any other type of vehicle crash.
Myself as a captain and the pump operator, we responded as a skeleton crew, not the most ideal situation.
Firefighters work best in teams of 4. But tonight, Port Alberni is making do with 2 teams of 2.
Yeah, MVI, Stafford Avenue. Do we need yours?
With a minimum of information, firefighters have to make a decision.
I'll call Randy.
Reroute to the rollover.
Do you want us to redirect to the MVI?
Or stay the course to assist the pregnant woman.
Fire dispatch, Alberni 4 is responding to Stafford Avenue, Roger, Alberni 4.
In British Columbia, 2 active calls force a crew of 4 Port Alberni firefighters to split in half.
Yeah, MVI, Stafford Avenue. Do we need yours?
Call Randy.
Firefighter Ian Ritchie needs to confirm his next move with Captain Randy Thone.
Do you want to redirect to the MVI? You need to confirm that you've got ambulance on that scene first, and then redirect.
Copy.
The call Ian is on involves a pregnant woman.
Because we were already committed to that call and BC Ambulance hadn't arrived yet, we're on that call. You have to commit to a decision when you make your mind up, but you also have to be versatile that if you see something that's not working, you have to have the ability to change.
Randy's on a call that involves a vehicle rollover.
Yep. Fire dispatch, Alberni command. Alberni, go ahead. We have two-car MVI in care of the scene. Doesn't appear that there's any entrapment at this time. We're just investigating vehicles for hazmat issues. Roger.
When I'm arriving at the scene, already starting to do what we call a size up, trying to determine what has happened at the incident, see what dangers might be there, like with the impact from the vehicles, pedestrians, traffic flow, is there hydro lines involved, that sort of thing, and then determine what had happened.
At high speeds, rollovers are often fatal. In this case, the drivers and passengers of both cars are okay.
He was an elderly gentleman, though, and wasn't able to move easily, and so he needed a bit of assistance to get out of the vehicle.
Your wife, you said she's going to come this way.
Yeah, it'll be a red pickup.
Yeah, just relax.
No, I like to move.
Okay, fair enough. Once she gets here, we'll help you with getting your dog out. Yeah.
I'm stiff. See?
Okay, well, fair enough.
Back on the other side of town.
Fire dispatch, Alberni. Alberni, go ahead. BCAS is on scene now.
Ian updates the paramedics on the patient's status.
We arrived on scene, went in, and I found out that she had hurt her back. They were lifting some boxes of heavy tile.
So you were bent over, picking up a big box of tiles when you felt the pain?
Approximately 30 pounds.
Okay. Any pain in the belly at all?
And I find out that she's about 10 weeks pregnant. And I would hate for her to have something happen to the baby.
As firefighters help medics load the young woman into the ambulance, the risk of a miscarriage is on everyone's mind. With the medical assist call out of the way,
Staff command, I need to require a second.
Ian checks in to see if they should return to the station or head out to the scene of the car collision.
If you can assist with cleanup, that'd be great.
Copy.
A tow truck just arrived, and so is the old man's wife, ready to give him and his dog a ride home.
8's arriving on scene to assist 4. We're at Stamp Run.
A big fire truck parked on the side with its lights going tends to attract a lot of attention, and so it makes the situation much calmer once we can take that big red truck out of the way and get going back to the station.
Hundreds of kilometers inland in Alberta,
Turn it right over!
a full-blown fire rips through a house in Yellowhead County.
See all the rafters in there? Yeah. Coming down. Most of them are broken half.
Flames have reached the rooftop and could light up the surrounding trees.
We want to get that fire out as quick as possible.
We're ready with the blitz on this side of the house.
Chief Albert Barry pulls out the big guns, a specialized nozzle known as the Blitz Force.
The Blitz Force fires out 500 gallons of water per minute. So that's a 65 mil line hooked to basically a water cannon. They're great tools when it comes to that quick knockdown on a big fire. But the con to all that is that they go through water very quickly.
It'll be up to Corey to keep the water flowing.
So right now we've got 3,000 gallons, 3 on that truck, 3 on that truck, and another truck inbound with 3. So we've got basically an ocean of water ready to go into the scene.
By now, more volunteers have shown up, and Corey can crank up the water supply. But Eddie Strauss is having a hard time hitting the fire.
Using the blitz force to throw a bunch of water into this thing. Not being very effective.
The big pile of debris is in his way.
Move all that tin out of the way.
Go ahead for safety.
3 feet forward, I can hit the roof. Okay.
Eddie's younger sister, Captain Corinne Grant, lends a hand.
I've never done anything for
Working with my brother, we've gone on some pretty tough calls together. You trust each other with your lives when you're running into some of these situations.
We can pick it up in the roof.
Yeah. That's the point.
I wouldn't rather be working with anybody else in that kind of situation. I trust her implicitly. You know, firefighting's a family business.
Corinne hoses down the hot embers so her brother can move in.
There was a really big ash pile right in front of him. I had to clear a path to protect Eddie's feet so that he could actually pull the hose through without tripping over.
Eddie adjusts the blitz force so it's shooting water into the attic.
That room here doesn't look like it's compromised at all.
Thanks to the morning light, Chief sees a ray of hope through the smoke.
Get a roof ladder in through the window, and then let's see if we can get a line in there. I think you're going to be able to action a whole bunch of what we can't get right now.
Yeah, they're finally hitting the
Water's
spot right
getting
there.
up there perfect. Got her. Yeah, awesome.
After a 3-hour firefight, a dozen firefighters, half of them volunteers, killed a dangerous house fire before it could spread to the forest.
Dispatcher command. You can show lost stop on this fire at this time.
...287 kilometers north, in Slave Lake, Alberta. It's that time of night.
Call 1 respond, motor vehicle collision, Highway 88.
And 10-year veteran volunteer Johan Vandernest is on duty.
2:30. It usually happens, the bars are closed, and now people are en route.
161 dispatch copies en route.
So far we know we're going to vehicle versus moose. Okay, so what we need, guys, just check there's some little bit of fluid, not much leaking in the front. Just check, make sure we sort that out. Paul, Kayla, and you grab a flashlight, walk this way for me and see if you can find a deer that is here.
Zach is one of the new recruits. And on this late-night call, he's the youngest.
I've only been on a year, so everything I do now is just learning. And you can never have too much knowledge in the fire service.
Zachary Pavek is a fourth-generation firefighter.
Okay, fight, go, 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 go.
His dad is Slave Lake's deputy chief, Alex Pavek.
Ever since I was a little kid, I was always in the fire hall, hanging out with my dad and all the firefighters. And coming here is just such a great opportunity.
Zach's a probie, on probation. His goal is to earn his yellow helmet by the time he turns 18.
That says to everybody, I mean, it's a visual signal that you can do the job of a firefighter. No matter what job we give you, you can be part of the team that takes care of that.
Zach's birthday is coming up fast, and he's looking forward to becoming a full-fledged firefighter.
There's a definite hierarchy that you have to learn to respect, and I feel like you figure out pretty quick if you're gonna fit in or not.
Tonight, Zach and Kayla Busk take a kilometer-long hike up and down the highway, looking for a dead moose.
Guys find anything? Nothing?
There's no sign of a moose, but there are signs that the driver might be drunk.
I've been informed by RCMP that the occupant of this vehicle is going to be arrested.
With the driver in custody and the car safe and secure, Johan calls it a night.
Okay, guys, let's go. Thank you.
Whatever the driver really hit, it must have run off into the woods.
Well, that's a long ways away from vehicle moose. It appears to be an impaired driver.
Yes, sir. We have multiple callers reporting single vehicle rollover tanker truck by the sounds of it.
It's slippery road season in northern Alberta.
161-102, you can tag to this call east of Slave Lake on Highway 2.
Highway 2 is a major lifeline for industry, but when it gets icy, the consequences can be devastating.
But if it's in the ditch and out of the way and the patient's off the scene, just get the heck out of there. Really bad everywhere.
Copy that, Chief.
There's freezing rain and it's icy on the highway, blowing snow. Anything that makes the conditions hard for the driver makes it even worse for us.
102 on scene, Lieutenant McConnell in command. Call this Highway 2 command.
This is not Lieutenant Patrick McConnell's first rodeo.
What a mess.
He's been in the fire service for over a decade.
Fan the whole thing back and forth.
And it started as a childhood dream.
Oh, fighting fire, lights and sirens. Doesn't really get much better than that. It's not a job to me, it's how I live.
This 18-wheeler lost control, rolled over, and spilled its entire load of plywood.
Lieutenant McConnell, Hall 1.
Go ahead.
Chief had to stay at the hall.
Is there any patients?
Got an EMS member on scene doing an assessment right now.
Okay, copy that.
Chief knows the sooner his crews are off the road, the better.
Almost every day you could look across North America and see a police car, an ambulance, a fire truck that gets slammed into on a highway scene trying to control the traffic. And so it's constantly at the top of our mind to protect our people from people that aren't paying attention and run into us.
Worse, they're working on black ice, and it's nearly invisible to drivers. What looks wet is in fact an ultra-thin coat of clear ice. So thin, it blends with the color of the pavement.
I really don't want to hang out here very long. Yeah. We're just going to flag this off, get that OSB out of the lane, and we're probably out of here, man.
Patrick wants the plywood off the road.
Hey, Adam, grab every firefighter you got.
The truck is wrecked.
Start flipping all these boards over.
The cargo's lost.
One at a time or two.
The driver's been cleared by EMS, and he's catching a ride home with another trucker.
Yeah, drive safe, man. This sucks. All right, let's pack it up.
About 1,400 kilometers to the southwest, Port Alberni is a small city nestled in the heart of Vancouver Island, British Columbia. It's a beautiful place and a popular touring destination. And this vintage van is the perfect touring machine, except it's on top of a lamppost.
Did he say what caused him to...
He said foot slipped as he was hitting the brake, and then he jumped the curb and...
Oh, okay. Okay.
Captain Randy Thone is no stranger to strange calls. Word is, he attracts them.
This type of call is pretty typical for me. Very early in my time as an acting officer, it was determined that I was a magnet. If anything weird was going to happen during the call, it would happen on my shift.
If the van is the only thing holding up that pole, Randy might be in for a big surprise.
It's probably okay until they move the van. Exactly, that's the thing, right?
I'm concerned that if we move the vehicle off the lamp base, that the lamp base is just going to collapse.
Most lampposts are bolted to concrete blocks that are sunk over 1 meter into the ground for stability. A bundle of electrical wires run up the center of the post. It's not clear what's preventing this lamppost from falling over, so Randy's not taking any chances.
We needed to ensure that power was isolated to the lamp standard, so I sent Jason to ensure that the correct breakers were turned off to isolate power.
Yeah, give her a shot and see what we got here. No movement? Yeah, it's probably pretty solid.
Odd incidents are the talk of small towns.
the way my luck goes.
And for Randy, it's one more for the history books. At the Yellowhead County Fire Hall, the guys are throwing together a firefighters' all-you-can-eat feast of what else? Spaghetti and meatballs.
Just about time to ring the dinner bell.
But for Deputy Chief Corey Chegwin, dinner will have to wait.
Hey, come have a look at this.
Corey and the chief have some detective work to do.
Watch this. These guys pull up. See this car here? Is that them? It's them. You see the taillights. So he's sitting, you can't see it in the door, but they set right across. But watch this guy. So he comes around, he tries the door, he looks in, makes sure there's no, look at the knife in his hand. Now, here's his buddy. Look at the knife in his buddy's hand, in his right hand. See him holding it behind his hip? And he gets closer to the camera, look at the knife. See the blade on it? So 2 armed robbers in our fire station.
Wow.
In Yellowhead County, Alberta.
See the knife? That's a big shank.
Chief Barry and his deputy, Corey Chegwin, are looking for clues to a recent burglary at one of their county halls.
And watch the compartment that he goes to. Right up there. Looks in, there's a $1,000 chainsaw sitting there. And I think now he's looking for some more gear.
Yeah.
An expensive chainsaw and extrication equipment worth $30,000, all stolen.
They've been in those vehicles, you just can't remember what he's looking for.
And Albert suspects the burglars had a careful plan.
Pretty evident that they knew what they were looking for and a rough idea where it was located in the building and on the vehicles. The building's alarmed, and we have surveillance cameras, so once we found out that the alarm was tripped, we were able to go and look at the cameras. So they were able to get in and out of the building before any of those people had arrived. So again, I believe that they've been planning this for a while.
Well, what do we do at every open house?
Open up the vehicles, open up the doors. For me, the whole thing is, here's 2 dirtbags that come into a fire station to take vital equipment that's needed to do calls and, you know, render a truck out of service. Put the message out. Okay. See what we can do. We'll go from there.
Do that.
Okay, man. It's ridiculous. When we start to restrict the public because of criminals that are out there that are influencing what we do, it's just a huge concern for us. And that's a call. So we're gonna have to look at that.
Back in Slave Lake,
Big thing with learning knots is make it as easy to look at.
Lieutenant Patrick McConnell is teaching new recruits how to jump through hoops.
A lot of these members just got their yellow hat, which basically means we've had them pass a series of tests. The rabbit comes up out of the hole, runs down around the tree.
Ropes and knot training is mostly designed for highly technical rescues, some of which take place on or in the water, or on steep or elevated terrain, or confined and hard-to-access spaces.
It's important for these guys to come in, spend the extra time, get the extra training. That just helps them on the fire ground, helps the team, helps people become better firefighters around here, and that's what we want at the end of the day.
This is ropes and knots.
Today, Zach's the last new recruit to claim the yellow helmet.
So my 18th birthday is in 7 days, and as soon as that hits, I get my yellow helmet, and I'm a full firefighter. But the thing that comes with that is never stop learning.
No, just easy way to do it. I just shove my thumbs in there, hold the loop like that.
So firefighting's a bit of a family business. You see a lot of husband-wife teams. You see a lot of father-son teams.
Ryan, are you ready? No, I'm good.
Okay, can I just do my job here for a sec? Thanks. You know, I got to bring my son up through the ranks, and now I watch DC with his son doing the same sort of thing.
You know, I've watched him come up from just hanging out at the fire hall to going to calls now and stuff, and seeing where he's at from where he was. He's definitely a lot further ahead than I was at his age.
It's fun to watch the dynamic, because it's one thing to, hey, clean your room, and it's another thing to say, hey, if you don't listen to what I'm saying, you're gonna get burned.
Do that a few times.
Zach will take the written test in just a few days, and he's got a lot at stake.
It's my dream job, so when I finally get that, it'll be a big milestone for me.
While Port Alberni residents enjoy the quiet breeze of a warm summer day,
Fire dispatch. Alberni 5 is on scene. Phone is command. Going to investigate.
Captain Randy Thone and his crew respond to an urgent 911 call for a suspected gas leak.
A report of a natural gas leak is a serious issue. Turns out that the property is a convenience store / gasoline bar, and then they have a small restaurant in the back.
The restaurant hasn't been in business for quite a while, and I'm thinking that one of the pilot lights has got what we're smelling is the mercapta, but I want you to come in with me with the gas tech, and we'll just try and trace the leak.
Any gas leak is a serious matter, but a gas leak in close proximity to gasoline pumps is a potential catastrophe.
So we're just going to go through with our gas detector, see if we can detect where the smell's coming from. So just through that curtain there, fellas.
Randy dispatches the crew to the kitchen. Using a gas detection meter, they check the gas lines and plumbing in all the ovens and gas-powered ranges.
Just open your front door and open the back door and blow some ventilation through. Okay? Okay.
This is where it's coming from.
We may have detected where our leak is here, so...
It was inside that Grand Land oven.
Okay.
Open it up, you can smell it really bad.
Okay.
The readings were very, very slight, so we weren't getting much of a hit at all, and basically it didn't take long by process of elimination to determine which appliance had the issue.
That should be good. That should be good. Just gotta reach in there.
Okay, shut off.
The pilot light was still on, but Randy decided to shut everything off for good measure.
So now we've shut off gas to all the appliances. And in the end, it's probably better for the property owner because those pilot lights do use gas and you'd be paying for that. So now there shouldn't be any issue.
They found the leak and saved the owner a few pennies.
So see you later, man. Have a good night.
You see,
And one relieved manager is back in business.
they deal with everything from, you know, an accident to anything minimal to major. So, I mean, they're integral to the community for sure.
In Slave Lake, where firefighting is a family business.
All right, Zach, so we're gonna do your 60-second test.
It's exam day for the deputy chief's son.
You ready to go?
But before Zach sharpens his pencil, he's got to prove he can get into his gear fast.
It's just your bunker gear test, so it's just 60 seconds. Ready, go.
Ryan Coots, son of Chief Jamie Coots, has the stopwatch. Whew.
Holy, make me redo this. Good, he's just under a minute, so did good. Frick.
Holy
what?
My gloves too.
What is?
The grease.
What grease? Oh, that was on your helmet? I think there was some grease in his gloves when you went to put them on. It's probably something to do with Patrick. I'm guessing he's a prankster around here.
Grease in the gloves is just another firehouse prank on a young probie. But the firefighter's written test is no joke. The test is a firefighter aptitude test battery that includes about 150 multiple choice questions on firefighter math and geometry, mechanical aptitude, reading comprehension, and more.
I mean, firefighters, you know, we attract people that like to get the job done. They want to kick the door open and put the flames out. I wouldn't say they hate the book learning part, but it's definitely not their favorite part.
Nobody likes taking a test. But if Zach wants to be a firefighter, he'll have to pass this one. On the back roads of Yellowhead County's farmland, firefighter Captain Corrine Grant is en route to a collision.
Station 8, you are responding to a 2-vehicle MBC.
It's involving a water truck and an SUV.
Copy that, thank you.
The biggest thing about being rural is our time to scene is extended. We can be 20, 30, up to an hour to get to some of these properties and some of these places.
Corrine, a mother of 4, joined the fire service over a decade ago.
Keep pushing, your last push, you actually got embers.
My boyfriend at the time was actually the one who joined. He convinced me to join, and then I convinced Eddie to join, and then fell in love with it, and we're still here, I guess.
Corinne's brother, Eddie Strauss, arrives seconds later as Corinne takes charge of the scene.
We have one vehicle, heavy front end damage, and if you could advise EMS, we do have one patient who is approximately 28 weeks pregnant.
The baby's okay. I felt it move now a few times, so. But I didn't feel it move for quite a while after we got out, so I was like, oh my God. It's our 10th. It's our 10th, so now the boys are, 6 boys and 4 girls it'll be, so.
The damage to her SUV tells a story that might have had a tragic ending.
I could see the guy in the truck, so I slowed down. And then it was just a big plume of dust, and he was right there. And then, I hit him.
Because the water truck has such a high bumper, the water truck actually missed the front bumper of the car, and she almost basically underrode the trailer of the water truck.
And the crash looked a lot like this.
A lot of times, the cars nowadays look a lot worse than they actually are because there are the crumple zones. Cars are meant to actually crumple to take that impact so that the passengers within are safer.
This tough woman doesn't appear to be injured, but she's pregnant, and it could take a while for the paramedics to get here.
Dispatch, 123 command on fire control. Just wondering if we have an ETA for EMS.
ETA for EMS is approximately 50 minutes. Over.
Hey, Ed, you want to just go take a... I didn't actually walk all the way up to the water truck. You want to just go take a quick peek? Okay, just make sure there's no fluids or anything. He said there wasn't, but there should be.
I'm gonna do that.
He's been in the fire service nearly as long as I have. I think I joined about a year before him, so I have a year on him. I'm ranking officer over him. It's great.
Corinne's the boss on the job, but on the family farm, Eddie and Corinne are just big brother and little sister.
Come on, girls. Come on. Don't spit at her. Right.
Growing up on a farm has taught these two siblings not to be afraid of a little hard work.
Honestly, to be a good firefighter, it takes dedication above everything. And to understand that we're just problem solvers with a big red toolbox.
Disconnect battery that makes it so that the airbags hopefully will not deploy on anybody. Just makes it safer for everyone.
Oh.
You can show a scene being turned over to RCMP, and 123 command is going to be terminated.
EMS and the RCMP take over. And 9 weeks later, Mom gives birth to number 10, a healthy baby boy named Lex. And in Slave Lake, a young man named Zach Pavek is on the cusp of a new chapter in his life.
So, this is the helmet, and this strap here, my parents got this for my 18th birthday for me. It feels pretty good because, you know, firefighting runs in the family, and this is pretty cool to be able to accomplish that. So this here is my score sheet, I guess, for the test, and shows that I passed.
Passing the test means Zach has earned the right to wear the yellow helmet of a full-fledged firefighter. And when the tones go off and the next call comes in,
How long we have reports of 2 SUVs in the ditch, Highway 2.
firefighter Zach Pavek will be exactly where he's always wanted to be. In Yellowhead County, it's harvest time, and that means there's hay in the fields, on the roads, and in the ditch.
Copy, we have an MVC, Highway 16 westbound, involving a semi-truck carrying hay bales. There is fluids leaking and debris on the road.
Sounds like the truck lost an entire load of hay bales as well as fuel.
02 on scene.
A fully loaded 18-wheeler lost control on a busy 4-lane highway.
2 tires went off and hit the fuel tank right at the bottom. All the fuel was in the slough, and we've checked every drainage area that it's not going to go anywhere.
The truck was traveling eastbound on Highway 16 when its front tire blew, caused them to veer and go down through the median, cross the westbound lanes, and then land in that north ditch.
What about the driver? You okay?
Yeah, he's
EMS
fine.
needed?
Okay. Yeah, EMS was here. They left before we got here.
This was as close to a miracle as you could get. Highway 16 in that area is crazy busy. How we didn't have, you know, a bigger accident with more people involved, nobody knows.
Miracle, close call, or just plain luck. Whatever you call it, Chief Barry knows it could have been a lot worse.
A bale could have hit a car. With 2,000-pound bale at 110 or 120 kilometers an hour, massive, massive collision. It could have been catastrophic.
Today, Yellowhead County firefighters have been called to the scene of a parade in Piers, a hamlet located about 30 kilometers away from HQ.
There's the one you got to drive, Corey. This is our kind of our give back or participation with the community. I truly love a parade. You know, to go out in the community and see the participation that you get from all the members that are, I, as a chief, you know, love to go out and see that stuff. There's lots of community events that we try and participate in, just strictly because these are the people that we protect. In reverse, it's the people that support us. Dwayne, what's up, buddy? Here for the bike. We thought you were bringing it. But we need to be here. We have to take part in these events so that people see us, they put a face to a name, they put a face to the people that are in it. We get to meet the kids, so the kids know that it's not scary, it's not, you know, this big sound that's coming towards them, it's somebody that's coming to help. Here, molest a buffalo. So they get to crawl through the trucks, they get to meet all the people that we have. We walk through the parade, we offer, you know, like trinkets and treesies usually. It's a great participation for everybody. You know, it's interesting how, when you look at it, how a parade brings everybody out.
The Hellfire heroes had a wild and crazy season.
This is insane, boys.
Oh! From fighting blazing wildfires.
Holy crap!
To dramatic car crashes.
Complete carnage. We confirm that it's a fatality. There we go.
And in this final episode,
There's trouble. Hey, what's going on, man?
Chief Jamie Coots is playing host.
Oh, I'm playing my time.
As firefighters from 4 different fire departments come together to swap stories and sound off.
The high angle thing, it's a long ways up there.
It's a long ways down, too.
On what it's like and what it takes to be the ones who answer the call.
Let's go! Go, go!
When things go wrong. In rural counties and small towns across Canada, a special breed of firefighters risk their lives.
Yeah, hit it!
To serve and protect the people who live and work here.
When it's game day, it's on until the last person is safe.
Let me get you out of here just a moment.
Our fire crews put their lives on the line every day.
In British Columbia, Alberta, and Saskatchewan, firefighters are the last line of defense and everyday heroes.
It's all about honor, courage, dedication. Serve something greater than yourself.
When a call comes in, and the tones go off, firefighters are ready for the worst.
102, 161 responding.
Looking at your phone, watch the road.
When it comes to life or death, every second counts. Yet not everyone lets first responders go by.
This is a topic I think that's near and dear to every single person that drives a first response vehicle. I know that I rage about this.
Lake unit, bad driver central out here.
So let's just roundtable it. Albert,
Oh, I'm biting my tongue. A little chewing on it. It's some kind of stupid. We've got enough lights and a loud enough siren.
Pay attention.
You can't tell us that you can't see that big red truck coming.
Come on. Thank you.
Pull to the right, stop, let us go by. It's just some kind of stupid.
Holy.
He's either doesn't want to pull over or he's just oblivious to what's going on behind him. Pay attention to the road, dummy.
Yeah, it seems like nowadays people are in a rush and they don't care about us. Just stop. I'm late for supper, I gotta get my kid from daycare, and they don't give a crap about us or anybody else. It's idiot central out here, so get there safe.
We're trying to get to a call to help people, and these people won't get out of the way. But the one that really kills me is we pull over on the side of the road.
Yeah, the quicker we get off the bridge, the better, safer we're gonna be. Let's get our stuff back.
And people are coming through 100, 110, to the point where you feel that vacuum try and suck you out from between the trucks that you're working on.
When you see an emergency scene, slow down. Slow down. It doesn't matter, slow down. You gotta watch your back, your head's gotta be on a swivel all the time.
Almost every day you could look across North America and see a police car, an ambulance, a fire truck that gets slammed into on a highway scene trying to control the traffic. And so it's constantly at the top of our mind to protect our people from people that aren't paying attention and run into us.
Another mistake that delays first responders' response is the 911 drive-by.
The trailer left disconnected on the side of the road and a vehicle rear-ended it. Caller said it looked bad.
A lot of times we're rolling for half an hour before or more before we get any kind of accurate information about what's happening on that call, right? So,
well, that's where it comes from, that drive-by, the age of cell phones, the drive-by 911 call. You know, they went by what they perceived as an accident at 110 with their cruise control set, and they didn't stop. So now they're calling 911, and they don't have any information.
Headed to a semi-truck in the ditch up on its wheels still. The caller just drove by, so we're just getting whatever they saw as they were driving by. Hello? No one in there? Okay. Okay, thank you.
Luckily, there are still a few good Samaritans.
Hey, little rattled, eh?
Firefighters join the fire service. They become a member of a large worldwide family. And in smaller communities, the call of duty is passed down from generation to generation.
Families in the fire department. Now we'll get into it, eh? Yeah. I mean, for me, I definitely, this kid's been hanging around since he was born. You know, I worked at the Vermilion Fire School, and he'd dress up in his little fireman coat, and that was probably his mom, right? And he'd come over, and we got pictures of him doing CPR, 5 years old, to hose mannequins at the fire training center, right? You probably thought you were gonna do something else, but.
No, I think.
She's rolling right now.
22-year-old Ryan Coots made lieutenant this year.
Whoa! Make sure that no one goes inside.
And he's been stepping up.
I want both of these hose lines extended.
Been around for a little while, but still very young for a position like that. I come from a long line of leaders in my family, and I think that I probably have some of those leadership qualities.
It's like a virus.
Yeah.
Once you catch it, you're done.
For sure. And well, and having my own son now, I mean, watching him come down and
his little
love
bunker
the
suit.
trucks, and yeah, exactly, right, and just go crazy. So,
Can't talk yet, but he's making fire trucks now. Like, uh-oh, there's trouble for sure. You know, we hire DC, and he's got his kid here working here, so how do you guys like it?
Well, same thing as Ryan, you know, at a young age, he was hanging out at the fire hall.
This year, Alex's son Zach passed his first firefighter exam and received his yellow helmet, officially making him the 4th-generation firefighter in his family.
Ever since I was a little kid, I was always in the fire hall, hanging out with my dad and all the firefighters. And
ever since he's been born, I've been a firefighter, and he saw me running out the door, and so he knew what to expect, and now we're running out the door together. So
that was cool. We got to do that a couple times with, you run out the door with your kid, or kids, or whatever you're doing. Like, that doesn't get any better than that.
Yeah, for sure.
My dad's a firefighter, my son's a firefighter, or my brother-in-law's a firefighter, my nephew's a firefighter. It's that virus, bug, whatever you catch, they're in it. But it's that family thing. It's there. And I think Corinne got drug into it.
We're just going, and now my youngest is, what are you going to be when you grow up? A firefighter. Okay.
And the funniest thing is the fact that she's our captain at our station, and her brother's a firefighter. It's priceless.
Hey, Ed, I didn't actually walk all the way up to the water truck. Come on, just go take a quick peek. Okay, just make sure there's no fluids or anything.
Who's older, you or him?
He's older.
He's older.
I have a 1.5 years more service than he does, and his wife is above him as well. She's a lieutenant.
He doesn't have a chance.
Here you go, kid. Can I just do my job here for a second? Thanks. Like, we'll have father-son squabbles, these guys do. You probably got your squabbles in your families, but when the tones drop, all that goes away. Yep. It's all business.
Just a few decades ago, the fire service was known as a brotherhood.
Oh, that was really good.
Today, it's also a sisterhood.
All right. I know that there are struggles for some women in some departments, but it's never been like that for me.
Let's donuts, you guys! Let's donuts!
I think right now we're almost at a 50-50 mix between women and men. I know of a couple departments that are like no women, and I feel bad for them.
I see smoke, I see black or smoke right there. Watch out! Shoot it down the center, okay? Hey there.
You know, maybe part of it's being a mother, maybe part of it is just being a female, but I think I see different things on scene sometimes than the guys I work with do.
How's your pain doing right now?
Helping somebody on their worst day is you'll push yourself to just about every limit you have to do your best to actually help someone.
I know I do things different than the guys do. I'm not as strong as a guy, I know that, but I have workarounds where I can do it just as good, if not better.
One of the things that attracted me to the fire service was the challenge physically that I knew would present itself in the job here.
3,000.
Yeah, she kicked my ass.
Some people may look at it as still being a man's world, but I think we're doing a really good job of changing that mindset.
The whole female crew, they just kick butt.
There must be more women in the fire service than the volunteer side. Like in Saskatchewan, there's about 900 paid firefighters full-time, and out of that, I think there's 21 or 23 females provincially.
Oh, wow. Yeah, see, that doesn't sound right. Yeah, you know what I mean? When you listen to the numbers, I walk into our station and look at it. To me, I don't care who's on the truck. Can you do the job? You know, are you showing up on time? See you later.
Come right at it, give yourself some fuel, and off we go.
My parents think I'm a little bit crazy, and my sisters as well.
All right, kid, pound it. Nice drive.
Not just firefighting, the world has changed. Just because you're a female doesn't mean that you're not capable of something.
Alarms coming in.
There are over 3,600 fire departments across Canada.
Port Alberni duty crew, alarm activation.
In smaller cities with populations under 25,000, firefighters are expected to arrive on scene within minutes. But it's a different story in rural communities, where remote locations and water supplies are always a challenge.
Reno Road was one of the fires that kind of stands out for us. It was short crew. It was a house that had a carport on the end of it, and it was blowing fire out of one end when the guys pulled in, so fully involved. And limited crew, and the biggest thing they needed was water. We don't have anybody else to come support us or help us. So we have to make sure that we get those trucks on the road. But it was from Edson, a 45-minute drive.
After an initial attack emptied their first tankers, firefighters organized a water shuttle.
And then we had our one guy he would go and load one of the tankers, bring it back, hop in the next tanker, go and load that tanker, bring it back. And he was just driving, that's all he was doing.
It's just getting all that gear there to get it going. I know you guys have the same challenges.
Blake duty officer, structure fire in Smith's area.
Yeah, it was the same situation, rural property. No hydrants anywhere close to there.
Hey, Chris, can you come drive, please?
So we ended up calling Smith, which was the closest Hall 3.
Smith is a hamlet with a population of about 250. 4 volunteers with 1 engine and 1 tanker lead the initial attack until more water arrives.
Luckily, those guys from Smith know the area, so we could set up a tanker shuttle pretty fast because they knew where we could drop. If you don't have enough water, there's not much you can do.
The lack of water has been a constant struggle for every fire department everywhere. I mean, the job's to put the wet stuff on the red stuff, to coin a phrase.
We're getting the wet stuff.
Yeah, right. We got the red stuff.
Yeah.
Where's
the wet stuff coming from?
Right. And I mean, the whole point is to get there and make sure the people are out and to try and save as much of their stuff.
Your trial by fire episode with the trailer, I think you guys grabbed some pictures out of that.
Exactly.
You were in on it. You know, the lady, I think her son had passed away or whatever. Like, that means the world to them.
That's the one thing I do remember. She was so thankful, right? That we were able to save all those pictures and the urn and everything.
Slave Lake firefighters chased the fire for several hours.
To mark this fire under control at this time.
And when the sun finally comes up, it reveals the full extent of the damage.
Oh, wow. Oh.
From the ashes of the home, the firefighters have managed to save a precious family album.
This is the brother we lost.
I can remember is looking for urns of human remains.
Yes, yes.
The minute they say it, I was like,
yep.
It just hits me because I mean, that is something that someone wants to keep. Yeah, those are tough ones when the people are there.
Yeah.
Right? Because sometimes you win, sometimes you lose.
Driving to the scene of a rural fire can take time. But for an urban fire, it's a short trip. Especially when the fire erupts just across the street from the fire hall.
Literally drive the truck out across the road, backstretch a line to the hydrant, and all the call-in crews and everybody else that came literally walked across the road to the fire.
Are you hooked to a hydrant? Get that hydrant hooked up.
The other challenge is, you know, it's nice when you can see the flame and you know where it is. It's pushing out the windows. You kind of know where the fire is. This wasn't the case.
Okay, hang on. It's not showing itself.
It was one of those like smoldering, brown, ugly smoke seeping out from all the eaves and stuff. Fully charged house, and it's just like, ugh, you know, what's going to happen when we crack a door or a window and introduce oxygen to this thing?
When fire heats the contents of a room to ignition temperature, an unvented blaze can suddenly erupt, igniting furniture, flooring, and walls, even the smoke itself, into a deadly flashover.
Is it going to backdraft? Is it going to blow? So Ben and I were going in. We were first in on that.
On the alpha side.
113, this is command. You're unreadable. Can you come out and give me a face-to-face, please?
What's scary again about that? You know, you roll in, you jump off, you're going to go inside. You know, what do you have for backup?
113, I need status and roll call. Status and roll call.
You know, the 2 in, 2 out rule, if something goes on and the guy's inside. It's that constant battle that you have as an officer or whoever's in command of those calls.
I think we knocked down the seats, the back of the fire.
Was it right at the back?
It's right inside the laundry room.
Rolling in there. Something goes bad inside, who's going in to get them out? Or how they getting out? You know, it's all tied together.
Yeah, it was hot, that fire.
Hellfire heroes do more than fight fires.
102 on scene.
They report to truck and car accidents,
Nice and slow.
extricate the injured from their damaged vehicles, contain hazardous material spills. And in recent years, they've seen an increase in medical calls.
Firefighters want to go tree for EMS assist.
I would say 70% of our calls are medical calls.
91-year-old male with hip pain.
An elderly male that's fallen. Unknown injuries.
One of our regular spots for an overdose.
The bulk of our calls are medical calls, first responder calls.
Yeah, I know, it's not comfortable.
Oh, comfortable. I am hurting bad.
68 years old, slipped and fell off the curb.
Yeah, you got a bump and a bruise there, yeah.
We're definitely a jack of all trades. Gone are the days where we just put out fire. We're all primary care paramedics.
Woman on the side of the road, might be mental health issues, it's hard to say.
Most of us are here to help out. It's why you become a firefighter or a paramedic or a cop, any emergency services.
So do you guys want to go around and put this on them?
Sure. Need some help back here?
I like to think that we're not just stretcher fetchers or grunts to do lifting, and that's part of our role there for sure, is lifting people.
Okay, up on 3. 1, 2, 3.
On 3?
Yep.
1, 2, 3. But we're competent medics as well.
Yeah,
That would be great, yeah.
Oh, don't move your head, don't move your head.
Still okay.
You speak to the patient the whole time, you know, just to keep him engaged.
How you doing there? Still with us? Awesome.
You'll be in a nice warm ambulance right away here, ma'am.
We have to be good at fighting fires. We have to be good at car accidents. We have to be good at medical stuff. We have to be good at high-angle, hazmat, water rescue. Like, all of a sudden, the list gets so big.
Okay, I'm gonna safety check the entire system.
The list goes on to include industrial incidents. Alberta is oil country, where black gold and natural gas is plentiful.
Call 1, we'll have you respond for a vehicle fire.
When a call comes in for a truck on fire carrying 28,000 liters of crude oil at the height of the wildfire season, every firefighter knows the stakes are impossibly high.
Just an update for you. We did have a call from the truck driver. He is carrying emulsion oil, and it has started the grass around the vehicle is on fire as well.
We also have the truck fire starting to light the grass on fire, which is burning down and lighting the trees on fire. So we've got kind of 3 different kinds of fire all going with this huge 28,000 liter threat or bomb sitting on the back of the truck waiting to go off.
So I think it was just a matter of kind of slowing everyone down and making sure that we understood what was at stake if we didn't get it with the first kind of initial punch, right?
DC, we're gonna need a call to forestry too here. She's in the trees already.
It wasn't looking good for a little while there, right?
We're going to be in charge of that truck fire. We'll take the
Yeah, it was definitely some quick calculations and trying to make sure that we were getting in the right place to use what we had to its full abilities.
We have so many of those vehicles on the road that they're doing pipeline work or repairs or shutdowns. You know, when you roll up on them and you see flame blowing out of it, you know, the cab's on fire, and where are the tanks at? So, you know, what do? You stand back, you know, get water on it, cool it down, and then go in towards it. But they're challenging all of our, you know, our RV fires that we have. Crean, I think you were on a couple of them. That where are those propane tanks and how many they're carrying?
more pressure.
We had a trailer that rolled over. It had 5 propane cylinders in the truck and the trailer, all loose. Luckily for us, we don't get them every day, but it's a hazard. It's a big challenge.
Keeping up with industry is another challenge. Like in Saskatchewan, where a new energy boom created new types of possible emergencies.
Over in Swift Current, you guys got these windmills, and I think, you know, the massive windmills, not the little ones we're used to.
Yeah,
so what's that all about?
I mean, they're pretty specialized to our area. Pretty spectacular. You know, they're over 250 feet tall, and, you know, they have a hub up on the top. Very confined space. So you're dealing with a few different things, confined space, heights, you know, and weather too as well. I mean, they're not heated, so we're going up there in minus 30 temperatures too as well.
Good. Okay, I want to get my feet on the side of the basket here. Okay. It's windy out here.
So, you know, the training aspect on it is, it's pretty technical.
Okay, I think I'm pretty good, guys. It's got a little bit of adjustment here in the old package.
First of all, you don't know what you could be going up there for. Is he caught in a moving part, or is it a medical thing?
It's really windy out here.
So we're going up there and we're packaging them, and you know, the high angle thing. It's a long ways up there.
It's a long ways down too.
It's further down.
They call it training, but this is the real deal. 60 meters up with a 120-pound mannequin is no joke. Regan didn't fall. But in another training in Swift Current, his colleague Cody Yoland had a serious mishap.
Okay, lower on main line.
We have a vault system we built probably 15 years ago, and it's representing what's going on underneath the ground with our public works departments.
All right, models in.
Yeah, it's pretty challenging. There's 24 and 18-inch tubes in it with 4 different vertical vaults.
Come on, rescuer 1 is stuck in the 18-inch tube.
It's a training drill, but for Cody, the exercise just got a little too real.
This type of real-life situation, your adrenaline would go through the roof. Your claustrophobia would spike as well.
I think you got to help out in there.
We practice it because it's a real thing.
Hey, we'll build on 3. 1, 2, 3, yeah!
You got to be on your game, and that's why we should certainly practice it and not veer away from it.
There you go. Keep going. Keep coming. Okay, hold tight, hold tight.
Important word there, fellas.
Cut?
No, lunch.
Lunch.
You got to become a pretty good cook to be working here.
Making some tacos.
Making my mom's world-famous stroganoff. It's a secret recipe. You put these ingredients on TV, I'll have to kill you.
Living in remote and rural parts of Canada has its perks. The peace, the quiet, the fresh air, and the closeness to nature. But sometimes, nature can get a little too close.
Single motor vehicle collision versus a deer.
A one-vehicle MDC versus deer.
Semi versus deer with fluid leaking.
We have a plethora of animal strikes.
Did you say plethora?
Plethora.
Spell it.
With an F.
Go over very fast.
Holy moly.
Take him help. Oh, not a deer? No, that's not a deer.
On top of the deer strikes, we've had elk strikes, moose strikes, cougar strikes.
Definitely looks like he hit something.
Single vehicle collision with a moose. 3 patients inside. All had injuries.
The roads in Alberta are dangerous with wildlife.
That's only the second bear in 25 years.
I'm glad you're okay. Too bad about your truck. Sorry about that.
Animal strikes are only a small fraction of the motor vehicle incidents that occur every year in Canada.
We do have 1 patient who is approximately 28 weeks pregnant.
Most result in property damage and minor injuries.
What a mess.
Some seem nothing short of miracles, when drivers and passengers survive against all odds.
It's actually unbelievable that he even survived this. Man, this should be a horror story.
But far too many collisions result in tragic fatalities.
You see the tire mark. You just see a straight line in the grass.
So the bike just kept on going. It's a very sad night. Anytime there's a fatality, it's a sad night. We have, unfortunately, on our highways, fatalities on a somewhat regular basis. I really feel for the families of these people.
You guys call them MBCs, we call them MBIs, same thing. Motor vehicle incident, so 2 in one day. So one started off early morning, as the crew was still in the backyard training, we get paged out.
Duty crew, motor vehicle incident, Bird Street, your cross streets are Carrier and RP this.
It wasn't that far from our station either, so as we're rolling on that call, you know, info's still coming in, right? It appears to be 2 vehicles, one's in a ditch, you know, possible entrapment, these kind of things. So you're getting a bigger picture as you're going, but you still don't know until you really get there, and it ended up being a fatality. What do we know, Rick?
Firefighters could do nothing more than carefully remove the body from the wrecked vehicle for transport to the funeral home.
I'm gonna cut the seatbelt and then we'll...
Yep. And then later on in that day, that same day, near the end of our shift, we had another one, but it was out on the highway. 3 vehicle incident, higher rate of speed, dump truck involved, head on with the dump truck. So now I'm definitely thinking the worst. Absolutely. Your legs out? Okay, he's out, John.
Sadly, the victim did not survive.
Deceased now.
Oh, is it?
No, he's gone.
Okay.
He had a heartbeat when we first showed up,
yeah.
But then they checked him again and they figured
You're having a bad day, I know.
Then you guys had one of those. I mean,
Absolutely.
it's as bad as it gets for firefighters.
It came in, it was bizarre at first because it's a semi-accident or an accident with a dozer. So we show up and literally, you pull up, the crews are looking at it and go, wait a minute now, that's actually a truck. There's a semi in front of the trailer. Wow. I think what happened was it went up over the cab and then the ripper grabbed it and pulled everything forward because they look like they're still in their seats. Let them rig it, lift it and pull it, and then Darius can climb in it, even if it gets swamped over there, I don't care, and then we'll go to work.
Firefighters used a crane to pull the wreck away from the victims so their remains could be moved with dignity.
There they go.
Perfect.
Yep.
Yes. But you talk about the dignity thing, and that's so important because, I mean, we're always trying to do the best job that we can with what we have, and you're only there to help and make the situation better. But you're also trying to protect the dignity for the victim themselves, the family.
Absolutely.
And that always has to play effect, and it's...
But it goes back to what you were talking about, and you know, we're doing all this, but we're exposing ourselves and our people to things that people shouldn't see.
Yeah, and then, so how do you do that? So your guys are out there, you're dealing with that. Now you roll back to the station, you clean up your gear, and now you got to switch back off and go home and be a family man. Well, go back to work.
Yeah, and our
or
crews,
whatever, right?
we couldn't even
Fire
do that.
hat off, daddy hat on.
Yeah, it's a struggle.
People think that it's kind of a glamorous job, and it's not always glamorous. There's an ugliness to it as well that people don't understand. You can tell what kind of day you've had by the route you take home. And as great as it is to go home and see our families and be hugged by our loved ones after that call and after that day, he said, you know what, I think I'm going to take the long way home today. And then the father hat goes on, and you got kids tugging at you saying, Daddy, play with me, I gotta go here, run to soccer practice, go to piano lessons. And so sometimes you just need that time before you switch hats, because you can't just flip the switch off. You still gotta be there for them as well.
Hey guys.
How was your day?
I'm busy. Hey, Sweepy. Hey, what's for dinner?
I don't know.
In the past few years in Canada,
Oh my God, look at the... Oh my God.
the magnitude and destruction caused by forest fires have shattered century-old records.
But I can feel the heat here.
And firefighters have taken notice.
Nothing has humbled me more in my life than to be the fire chief of a town that lost a great percentage of the homes inside of it. Your only saving grace is that no one got killed. By luck or by design, that's what happened.
Your fire and slave, it influenced Canada in general. I mean, it impacted Canada, not just Slave Lake.
Absolutely.
All 1 report to fire hall.
One of the most critical lessons learned has been to respond as big and as fast as possible.
Ryan, out here, run this call.
We're working from the green, 5 feet in, then we'll bring
Resources are starting to roll in here now. Bush Baby just got here and the helicopter.
On their first wildfire this season,
We got the perimeter contained pretty well now.
with the help of helicopters from Alberta Forestry, Slave Lake firefighters knocked the blaze out in less than 40 minutes.
You know, I think that it's nice to know that as a group, fire service in general, that we're actually learning some stuff.
Absolutely.
And we're changing it and we're moving forward instead of just, oh, saw that. Oh, saw that. Hey, guess what? Top 3 problems were the same as every other time. You know, that's kind of where we were. I think we move away from that.
We've kind of gone to the concept, you know, as soon as you get there, hit it hard. You know, there was a mindset out there for years that, you know, don't waste your water kind of thing, like just put on. We just get up as quick as we can, pound it.
This rapid deployment of resources also made a huge impact in stopping a wildfire that threatened a wood pellet plant near high level, 500 kilometers from Slave Lake.
I think back to the phone call he called me at 5 o'clock in the morning, and I was like, what? You know, look at my phone, it's Rodney. Oh, no. No. Right? This is definitely swing your legs over the side of the bed because you're definitely getting up here. Yeah. This is not, Rodney doesn't call you at 5 in the morning to say hi, so.
It went from 7K from the plant to 1K to the plant in overnight. And by that afternoon, we had evacuated high level.
Ryan, hold!
While high-level evacuees seek shelter in Slave Lake, Jamie and the Fire Smart crew drive up north to lend a hand.
Well, my house, it's easy. I just run downstairs and kick Ryan's bed, say, hey, let's go, bud. The 2 of us jumped in one of our trucks with a tank in the back and said, let's get going with that.
275,000 hectares of land burned, and over 8,000 people were displaced, while Chief Rodney Schmidt and firefighters from all over the region mobilized to protect homes and businesses.
And they arrived and we started setting up sprinklers within the town and other areas. And at the end of the day, we ended up at our height of having over 195 firefighters there and 60 fire trucks from about 35 departments. Over the course of about 3 weeks, the response was huge. Some of the biggest thing I've ever seen in my career, that's for sure. It is neighbors helping neighbors. In this case, Slave Lake's a neighbor that's about 500 kilometers away, but in northern Alberta, that's actually our neighbors.
Slave Lake will have your response for an outdoor fire in a patch of spruce trees beside Devonshire Campground.
While Chief Coots and his crew help their neighbors in high level,
Dave, 122-151.
151, go!
another fire erupts in the Chief's own backyard.
Look at that fire. It's probably got a couple of hectares on it already. And they called us when it was like seeing it start. So it's moving pretty fast from what I can see.
So we were up in high level, and
you get a phone call.
Yeah, my phone starts going like crazy.
Everything tightens up.
Yeah, about a kilometer north of Slave Lake, where our provincial park starts, and there's a few private homes just before it starts in Devonshire Beach.
Get down there. It's coming out for these houses. Get this line out. Get some piss packs in there if you can. Watch up top.
Our chief, Jamie's motto is get big, fast, and we activated a bunch of our halls quickly and got a lot of water there quick.
Our main concern right now is making sure that we have enough water to keep these fire trucks fed so that our hand crews have something to fight the fire with.
The end result after about an hour was it kind of died down, but that first initial response was, I can do this because I don't have a choice.
Watch out, guys, not too close! The bombers are dropping!
While DC and his crew protected the homes,
The bombers are coming in to do a drop.
Alberta Forestry deployed an air attack.
Holy crap!
And after a relentless 3-hour battle, contained the fire.
Hell of a job, guys. Hell of a job.
And saved the homes of grateful residents, still shaken by the painful memories of the 2011 fire that devastated their town.
Those guys, they risk their life all the time. They're the difference between us being here today in our home and not.
So I'm curious, Let's talk a little bit about Port Alberni and your experiences out there, because you're literally, you know, you're out there by yourself.
We're on an island, and then Port Alberni, the community itself, the valley is essentially almost on an island within the island. One highway in, one highway out, the odd logging road kind of thing. And so last year, having 3 major fires happening right on the doorstep really woke up the community.
When a 10-acre blaze flared up just outside city limits early in the season, fears that flying embers could ignite structure fires was on everyone's mind.
Like sometimes what happens is when you get a bit of wind and you're looking at the fire there, that the embers come up off there by the wind and it carries over. That's how it sparked up today.
We've kind of almost been a little bit complacent up until that point. And so last year when a lot of that fire problem started, we were it. And it was like, holy cow, wake up, we're
It's
now.
a whole bunch of weight on your shoulders. I mean, it's not something that's just isolated and happening in a small area. It's all through Canada. You know, they're having wildland fires on the East Coast, on the West Coast, the middle.
That's what happens when the 1 in 100-year fire turns into the every year fire, right? And it's you know, I feel like for the last 5, 6 years, well, I'd probably go back as far as 10 and say every year is record-breaking. Different districts, different places, but you know, we're all breaking these records. There's some kind of pattern there, right? Whether we like to admit it or not.
It's all about as Jamie said, the lessons learned. And I think we're not just learning lessons amongst, like within just our community in Northern Alberta and the Boreal. Like we're taking a look at what BC's doing, and BC's taking a look at what we're doing, and we're sharing some of those lessons. And I think that's an important piece, that we're not just looking at our own lessons, we're looking at lessons more globally of what other people are doing.
Well, hey guys.
Hanging around again?
Come for a visit. Just in the neighborhood.
We're just taking John's over. Yeah.
Hellfire heroes from 3 different provinces have come together in Slave Lake.
We're just have a little chat about community and community service and what it's like to be in the fire service.
To talk about what it means to be a part of a smaller community.
Well, one of the community things we have is Market Square.
See what it's like to go back in history, because this is what it would be like 40 years ago.
Interacting with the public, the citizens of Swift Current, and socializing on a gorgeous day down at our city's Market Square.
It's about a block from the fire hall, so we're constantly over there. They just had a chili cook-off with EMS, and...
Can you say who won?
We actually won.
Nice. It's over in Yellowhead.
We do a lot of parades. You know, we always have a big Gold Dust Day parade in Pierce.
There's the one you got to drive, Corey. We have to take part in these events so that people see us, they put a face to a name, they put a face to the people that are in it.
The people that come out from the surrounding communities to attend that, and the captive audience that you have to give out literature and talk to the kids and interact with them, it's phenomenal.
They're your customers, right?
Absolutely.
They're
That's
your
who we
customers.
protect.
That's who we protect, and they're the ones paying us, essentially. And we had one of our First Nation communities come out. They really just wanted to come out and thank us for all that we do.
That's sweet.
Yeah, it was very appreciative. I mean, we had members come in off duty just to take part in that ceremony,
part of it,
just to
yeah.
see, because it's like, wow, this is.
And why wouldn't you? That's an opportunity you don't get every day.
You know, one of the things that happened here, and it was tragic timing, but we were able to, you know, do something good with it, which was the Humboldt bus crash. One of the local boys, sadly, was one of the guys that died on that.
When Connor Lucan, a Slave Lake native, and his teammates lost their lives in a tragic traffic collision on April 6, 2018, the town rallied to pay them tribute.
All the stuff like around is all made in town by a local welding shop, so they cut out all the signs. All the signage is from here, so it's kind of like a community project. Yeah, it was a big thing for us, for sure. Lots of heart and soul from the town, I guess, put into it.
Well, yeah, I mean, you guys are such a small community. Just to lose, you know, a young guy like that it's a big hit to the town. It's hard to believe the pain the family went through, but to have this here in memory of him probably means a lot to them.
As a hockey player, that tragedy hits you hard.
You know, I come from a hockey background of being in a team, and it kind of rolls over into firefighting. That's a great place to have it too. I mean, it's a fire station. And obviously, there's a lot of guys who in the service that were there on that day. It kind of ties into the firefighting thing. I mean, the guys that were there and dealt with the event, you know, they went through a lot, and a lot of guys are still affected by it, you know, to this day from what I hear. And, you know, it's a tribute to them too as well.
It's hard to not have a good time around kids, right?
Oh, that's pretty heavy, hey? Let's get 2 more people. 1, 2, 3.
That's probably a fan favorite for everybody, you know.
At the core of every community are the children.
Come over here, how are you doing? Good. Like your hat. Right on.
And firefighters know they're their biggest fans.
You know what? I think it started with your birthday last year, didn't it?
Yeah. I really like this show, and I wanted that kind of theme for my birthday.
That's not something you can get just walking into Party City. So I had to come up with a way to create a cake that had all of the Hellfire heroes and the fire guys on top of it. And then we tagged Chief Coots and Ryan Coots, and then the rest is history.
So come on in, look around. So, did you think it would be this big?
No.
No? So you recognize 161 then?
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, that's right. 121, one of the pumper trucks. Then, what's this one, remember?
The ladder truck.
The ladder truck, yeah, that's right, right on. How many times you watched the show so far?
Probably about 100 times.
Super fan, we like that.
And everyone say fire!
This season on Hellfire Heroes.
370 feet on unconscious.
Fire dispatch responding for MVI.
Welcome to winter.
Little rattled, eh? And what is this guy doing?
Some of the young kids falling off the bridge. Where are you?
It's 22 floors up.
Oh, a lot of hot wiring.
Hang on, it's getting worse.
Farmer ingenuity.
Let's do this, you guys! Let's do this!
I was gonna sleep in there this night.
This was as close to a miracle as you could get.
Break it down!
100 PSI!
The fire there moves like crazy.
Watch this guy. Look at the knife. We confirm now that it's a fatality.
It's rolling in there.
And I think we gotta go.
In rural counties and small towns across Canada, a special breed of firefighters risk their lives to serve and protect the people who live and work here.
When it's game day, it's on until the last person is safe.
We'll get you out of here in just a moment.
Our fire crews put their lives on the line every day.
In British Columbia, Alberta, and Saskatchewan, firefighters are the last line of defense and everyday heroes.
It's all about honor, courage, dedication. Serve something greater than yourself.
Port Alberni, British Columbia. Population 18,000. The city lies at the head of an inlet that stretches all the way to the Pacific Ocean. The perfect location for pulp mills to set up shop during the heyday of the logging industry. The mills are quieter these days, but not the fire station. On average, the station gets over 1,300 calls a year, and they're out the door in 80 seconds.
Fire dispatch, this is Alberni 5. We are responding.
And this call is for a structure fire.
Are you hooked to a hydrant? Get that hydrant hooked up.
Captain Scott Burrows is the lead.
Fire scenes are extremely unpredictable. You never know what you're going to encounter, so you have to be flexible.
Fire dispatch, we're on scene, command established. This is a single-story family dwelling here. I got heavy black smoke going from the roof structure. Stand by for update.
Dark Dark smoke was issuing from the roof line of the structure. I didn't see any open fire.
Okay, hang on. Oh, it's not showing itself.
Scott wants to know where the fire is before sending a crew inside.
Fires that haven't vented or not showing can be dangerous to the firefighters because they can lead to flashover.
Flashover occurs when fire heats the contents of a room to their ignition temperatures. Furniture, flooring, and walls, even the smoke itself, can suddenly burst into flame without warning.
That vent right there? Turn it with the chainsaw. Shoot it into the back. Okay?
To reduce the risk of a flashover, firefighters find a way to let hot air and gases escape.
I coordinated a ventilation at the back of the structure, and then we sent people in the front door.
Ben Halachuk and Ian Ritchie move into the building to extinguish the flames.
We're making entry on the alpha side.
All fires are different. This one was what I would consider to be a hot fire. The smoke level was pretty much right to the floor, so visibility was very low.
As you move towards the seat of the fire, you are looking for victims. You're feeling for them. You're listening to see if there's anybody in there, shouting for help. But you couldn't see anything, so you've got to be completely focused on the task at hand. Go for the fire.
Ben and Ian are facing visibility problems. The heat, I'm tasked with their safety, so there's always concern there.
This is Command. You're unreadable. Can you come out and give me a face-to-face, please?
By now, flames are roaring on the outside.
113, I need status and roll call. Status and roll call.
When I didn't hear them talking to me, I got concerned based on the possibility of them getting hurt inside that fire. And it can be deadly for firefighters.
I'm a little concerned. 113, I need status, please. Status.
1,200 kilometers to the northeast in Edson, Alberta.
HQ, you are responding for MVC versus pedestrian and moose.
Yellowhead County firefighters get a strange call in the middle of the night.
En route with 5, any additional details?
You're responding to a vehicle versus a pedestrian on a motorcycle that also crashed into a moose.
Was that victim in the vehicle? Was the victim walking? How did the moose become involved? It's quite confusing right now.
Chief Albert Barry is from Nova Scotia. Since moving to Yellowhead County in June of 2014, he's become acquainted with the abundant wildlife.
Yellowhead County will get, on average, 50 deer strikes a year. On top of the deer strikes, we've had buffalo strikes, we've had elk strikes, moose strikes, cougar strikes. Any animal that you can think of has been hit by a vehicle in our county.
A motor vehicle collision with a moose is like hitting a brick wall. But when the collision involves a motorcycle, Albert always fears the worst. Neither the man nor the animal survived the impact.
It's a very sad night. Anytime there's a fatality, it's a sad night. We have, unfortunately, on our highways, fatalities on a somewhat regular basis. I really feel for the families of these people. But right now, my concern is to try and ascertain what's actually going on here.
All the debris looks like it went that way. And we got some here as well. So I don't know if impact was back there, here, or up here.
Right, let's get some people walking up and down.
Yeah, let's see what we can find.
With no eyewitnesses to the crash, Albert searches the entire scene for clues to what happened here.
We need to make sure that there's nobody else involved in this accident. There could be another patient that we may need to deal with.
We need to check like that tree line as tight as we can.
There's plenty of debris, but the motorcycle itself is nowhere to be found.
We're trying to put the pieces together. It's like that puzzle that you fit together, and it's not all working right now.
We located the motorbike in the bushes.
Got the bike for sure, Gabby?
Yeah. What we found as we walked,
yeah.
you see the tire mark. You just see a straight line in the grass.
So the bike just kept on going.
Yeah.
After the man was knocked off his motorcycle, the bike continued for hundreds of meters across the field and crashed in the woods. Thankfully, the search produced no other victims. RCMP will take over from here.
The roads in Alberta are dangerous with wildlife. They are a hazard on the road. You need to be very diligent, very aware of what's out there. The ditches are alive, literally, with the animals that roam this countryside.
The wildlife also roams the forest that surrounds Slave Lake, Alberta.
Slave Lake Duty Officer, we have a single vehicle collision with a moose. There is a lot of debris on the highway.
8 volunteer firefighters report for duty. It's the kind of dedication that makes Chief Jamie Coots real proud.
Simply put, the Lesser Slave Regional Fire Service can't run without volunteer firefighters. They leave their jobs, they leave their families, they leave their homes. They leave in the middle of their sleep to come and help us out with these emergencies. They volunteer to do it all. They don't have to. No one can make them.
2 women traveling on Highway 2, one of Alberta's major highways, struck a large adult moose that weighed between 800 and 1,000 pounds. The driver escaped with a few minor scratches.
You all right?
But her friend is in serious pain.
Moose are more prone to actually enter into the vehicle, smash out all the glass, cave in the roof, cause more damage, hurt more people.
Yeah, just point her over this way.
Firefighters wait for the paramedics to administer first aid before they move her onto a spinal board.
Hey, Gordon, you're gonna have to grab some tape. Yeah. Be in that spinal pin there. Okay, let's get you out of here. 1, 2, 3, up.
With the nearest hospital 30 minutes away, the driver joins her friend to comfort and watch over her. Driving after sundown in rural areas, motorists must slow down and be extra vigilant, especially during the deer and moose rut or mating season.
They don't reflect the light or nothing.
The biggest problem with a moose, especially at night, is it's dark outside, and the moose is all dark. A deer, their eyes reflect, and you can see them. A moose, there's no reflection. So there's no way to know until your eye picks up that weird shadow that you're driving up on. And usually it's too late.
Back on Vancouver Island, 2 Port Alberni firefighters are MIA.
I was concerned for my crew. It was a very dangerous fire, and I didn't hear them talking on the radio.
They finally emerge.
I think we knocked down the seats, the back of the fire. Was it right at the back? It's right inside the lounge. It was rolling in there.
That fire was just rolling out, coming across the ceiling. There's a lot of heat, a lot of fire.
We knocked you down? Yeah. I don't know, we completely stuffed it though. Okay. Okay, so I think we might still reignite on us? Yeah. But there was a pile of heat in there, man. Okay. She was cooking. Okay. There's still a bunch of bedroom doors closed. We should try and get a primary in there.
A primary search is a rapid and thorough search for victims.
Given the time of the call at 3 a.m., people are normally in bed. Bedroom doors were closed. I was suspecting that there would be somebody in there.
Are you guys okay to go back in? Yeah, if we need to go back in, we can. Okay, get in there and do a primary search of the structure.
Before they fully knock the fire out, they have to complete their search for anyone who might be trapped inside.
Go for command.
Dispatch, we're doing a primary search of the structure.
That's always number one priority, is victims. Like, who's in there? Is somebody in there? 2, 3 in the morning, you just don't know.
In Port Alberni, BC, 2 firefighters are inside a burning house, searching the smoke-filled rooms for victims.
2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning, there's a good chance that somebody will be there because typically people are sleeping at that time. As soon as there was enough to see, you notice the bedroom doors were closed though, which is excellent. If you're sleeping in a bedroom with your door closed, you have an excellent chance of survivability.
Command, this is 112 doing primary search. Top 4 clear.
Roger, 112.
The primary search produces no victims inside the house, which means the firefighters can now attempt to save the home.
It's in the roof. The fire's in the roof.
Let's start pulling that ceiling and get that thing extinguished inside there.
The fire is on the move, rapidly spreading into the void spaces between the ceiling and the roof.
You have a look with the tick, Ben? Yeah, there's a water line going here, too.
Firefighters stop the fire from spreading beyond the rear of the property.
This is still burning all in here, too.
And knock it out with a good soaking.
Appears that this time it is extinguished.
Looks like we got him.
The interior sustained major fire, smoke, and water damage, but the structure is still standing.
You know, the person still has a building to come home to. You can salvage something from it. That's satisfying.
Next morning, homeowner Wisla Schroeder takes stock of the damage.
I'm totally upset. Insurance adjuster asked me to go in, but now I don't have a heart, you know. Even money doesn't buy sentimental thing.
Wisla wasn't home when the fire broke out. And if his house is still standing, it's thanks to a closed door.
This door here was closed. That's the door right there. It's clean on this side.
Yeah.
There's the other side.
That's the other side of the door. You see the other side.
Wallpaper melted off the walls, thermostat melted, pictures melted, but right behind that thin-skinned door, it's fine. Other than install smoke detectors, keeping your door closed in your sleep is the #1 priority in terms of keeping yourself safe at night.
That's why we tell kids to close their bedroom doors. That's right there.
Back in northern Alberta, the 911 dispatcher is on the radio.
We'll be responding to a truck on fire in the Shoppers Drug Mart parking lot.
161, I'm right behind you guys.
Chief Jamie Coots has seen enough vehicle fires to know that parking lots magnify the dangers.
When you think of a parking lot, tire on a vehicle is burning, it's probably less than 2 feet away from the tire right beside it. And vehicles are tough because what's in the trunk? What's in the back seat?
Looks like there's 3 or 4 cars that are on fire.
So vehicles are already an unknown and kind of a dangerous call for us. And then now it's in a parking lot with 10 other vehicles, 20 other, 30 other vehicles.
Caller did state that they have used a fire extinguisher on the vehicle.
I don't see much for smoke, so fire extinguisher did the job.
The extinguisher job was the work of one of Slave Lake's most recent recruits.
The window was already broken, it melted. The lining, so that corner was already popped out. Probably 3 to 4 feet of flame coming out of the cab there. I was just here at the right time, I guess, so.
Oh, a lot of hot wires across that aren't factory, so.
It doesn't take long for Jamie to discover that the truck did not spontaneously combust.
I'll put it to you like this. You talk about wiring your own vehicle. I don't do it because I'm not trained to do that. You know, the whole idea is to save some money, but if you don't know what you're doing, what did you save? Right? You light your own vehicle on fire.
The problem with do-it-yourself wiring is that it often weakens an important automotive feature, the firewall. Firewalls are made of high-strength steel, covered in fire retardant, stamped at 850 degrees Celsius. When a fire starts in the engine compartment, its path to the cabin is limited. But there's no stopping a viper's nest of electrical wires from catching fire.
So hey, this is all good learning. Let's learn here while we can. If you just look right in the fuse panel, you'll see some jumpered wires and stuff, and where those wires come around the firewall. Great opportunity for firefighters to see that if you do some good work and some fast work, you can save the evidence that we need to prove what happened. There we go, boom. Just don't rip any of that apart. Don't touch any of that, just tuck it in there. Dump as much water as we have to. Water's free.
Before they take off, firefighters cool off the engine block.
All in all, sad for the guy whose truck got burnt up, but happy day for everyone else whose truck didn't get burnt up.
In Slave Lake, northern Alberta, Chief Jamie Coots is getting ready to cut the ribbon on a special community project, one that's close to his heart.
We were looking for a name and decided that it would be nice to call it the Connor Lucan Fitness Park and memorialize a little bit about Connor and a little bit about the crash that took his life.
Connor Lucan and 9 of his Humboldt Broncos hockey teammates were killed in a traffic collision on April 6, 2018, near Armley, Saskatchewan.
It's nice how the picture-in-picture, eh? So you can see the...
Got the back and then the front.
Connor was born in Slave Lake on January 14th, 1997.
Oh, I've known him since he was a little kid, so his family's from around here, and knew him. He used to come to the house when he was smaller, friends with my son, and coached him. So to me, it was extra special to build this memorial park. Okay, thanks everyone for coming.
On behalf of our family, we would like to thank everyone in attendance today. It is a great honor that Jamie and the fire department asked our family if this fitness park could be named after our son, Connor. Connor would tell me that Humboldt was just like Slave Lake. Everyone was so kind and down to earth, just like home. It's truly humbling, yet fitting that this fitness park be named after him, and that the Humboldt Broncos and Connor's story can be read here every day. Thank you, and forever Humboldt strong.
That's it. Fitness park is open.
Working out and staying in shape with hockey and stuff, something that Connor believed in. So I think it's kind of the perfect thing to highlight who he was.
In Slave Lake, the legacy of Connor Lucan will live on forever. The tragedy brought the nation together as Canadians all across the country mourned the untimely deaths of the 16 victims. But for hockey players and anyone who's experienced the powerful bonds of friendship forged in the heat of competition, the loss cuts close to home.
A bus full of, 16 to 20-year-old kids, the long bus rides where they're up playing cards and they're talking and they're learning about each other, they're talking about the game. And people, who haven't played hockey don't know that side of it.
At 19, Regan got drafted to the Western League and also played in the American and International Hockey Leagues. He retired in 2008, became a firefighter, and made Swift Current his hometown.
I come from a hockey background of being in a team, and it kind of rolls over into firefighting. Not good enough to play hockey anymore, so why not be a firefighter, right?
With an average of 700 emergency calls a year, the Swift Current Fire Department is a busy place.
Swift Current Fire responds for EMS assist for a 91-year-old male with chest pain.
Utility 1's responding for medical assist.
The call is for a patient at a nearby senior home.
Dispatch, Swift Current Fire Utility 1. We're on scene, over.
Get him out of the unit.
Out on the unit? Okay.
Half of the Swift Current calls are categorized as medical emergencies.
Need some help back here?
Which gives these firefighters plenty of experience for assisting the EMS workers.
You want some nitro? Yeah.
Nitroglycerin is commonly used to dilate blood vessels and promote circulation.
A couple of questions first. Do you take any Viagra, Cialis, anything like that in the last 24 hours?
About 50% of men between the ages of 40 to 70 experience some degree of erectile dysfunction.
Put your mouth to it. Thank you. Yeah.
But first responders don't judge. It's a medical question.
When you're giving nitro for chest pain, you want to rule out any possibilities that will counteract the drug, and one of them is any erectile dysfunction medications.
So with Cialis and Viagra, a lot of the times the patients, it's a private matter and they don't want you to know, but I mean, if a 91-year-old is taking Viagra or Cialis, I mean, I would obviously give him a high five and congratulate him.
"900 kilometers northwest in the neighboring province of Alberta.
Squad 10 is on scene. We have a vehicle rolled over up the bank in the farmer's field.
A passerby stumbled upon an SUV that rolled off a gravel road in a remote corner of Yellowhead County.
When I come up, I seen the driver on the side of the road screaming to help a friend and to call for help. So I called 911 immediately and stayed on the phone with the first responders until they got here.
The crash pinned the passenger inside the vehicle. Firefighters freed her, but now Chief Albert Barry worries that the 1-hour drive to the nearest hospital is just too long.
Anytime you have a crash like this where somebody's pinned between the vehicle and the ground, that is a gravely urgent situation. And when you look at distance from Edmonton by vehicle or Edmonton by helicopter, helicopter's a choice to take.
Jim, did you give him the lat long?
Country hospitals are not equipped to treat severe trauma. And with Edmonton a 2-hour drive away, first responders requested help from STARS.
STARS is a non-profit organization that provides air ambulance service to Alberta and other provinces. They are a group of highly skilled, highly motivated, highly trained medical practitioners that are able to go from call to call in an air asset, whether it be fixed wing or in a helicopter.
STARS stands for Shock Trauma Air Rescue Society. They average about 3,500 calls a year in remote and rural communities throughout Canada's western provinces. The average cost of a medical air ambulance flight is $5,400. But their intervention can mean the difference between life and death.
It's a speed at which they can get to a call and then from the call back to the hospital, which makes a huge difference.
With every second counting, the emergency team prepares for a hot load transport. In Yellowhead County, central Alberta, a Good Samaritan called 911 and stayed with the victims of a vehicle rollover, one critically injured, until first responders arrived.
I was crying on the phone with the first responders. It's definitely not something I wanted to come across. But I'm glad I was here because, as you can see, we're in the middle of nowhere.
Chief Albert Barry cleared a farmer's field for a STARS air ambulance landing.
They're going to do a hot load, so they're not going to shut the engines off. All of our personnel that aren't essential to the transport from ambulance to helicopter stays away.
The STARS crew includes a pilot with a minimum of 3,000 hours flying time and a co-pilot with 500 hours. The medical crew consists of advanced life support paramedics, critical care nurses, and in some cases, a transport physician. Total turnaround time for this hot load, 14 minutes and 17 seconds.
They'll leave here and fly directly to Edmonton, probably about a 20-minute run.
It's likely that the driver was speeding and her vehicle lost traction on the gravel road. A rookie mistake most locals know how to avoid.
Yeah, these roads are terrible. Like the slightest movement that you're not supposed to do, your gravel roads are bad.
It's a different way to drive. It's not like driving on asphalt. So if you're not paying attention in a turn or you're not paying attention even on a straight stretch, you could actually lose control in the gravel.
Further north, on another Alberta country road.
For vehicle collision, Highway 44. It is a flatbed versus a gravel truck. Unsure of injuries.
Sean Kearney is the officer on duty for Slave Lake Fire Hall 1.
Duty officer 101, so I'll be headed there right away.
and he just got called.
We're going to a two semi-vehicle accident just north of Flatbush. Hopefully Flatbush can get a truck together here right away.
Dispatch Hall 4 will have a crew together shortly.
Flatbush Hall 4 is one of 5 halls Chief Jamie Coots oversees. It's part of the 10,000 square kilometer jurisdiction of the Lesser Slave Regional Fire Service.
Smaller halls in the more remote rural areas are those critical first response pieces. They're the ones that give us a chance to save lives out in those areas and to reduce property damage. We need that critical first strike.
And sure enough, Flatbush Captain Rick McKnight has the scene under control.
2 semis involved in an accident. Nobody hurt. Metal and plastic, that's all there is.
While making a left-hand turn at an intersection, a gravel truck was sideswiped by a semi, swerved off the road, and rolled over.
So I think you got their information. The boys got the leak stock. They're drain the tank. So
we're done.
We're out. Yeah.
Okay.
The drivers are safe, and the tow trucks are on the way. So the Flatbush volunteer firefighters head back home.
7 guys from our little hall. Hey, we all ready to go? See you guys at home.
Flatbush guys, they're quite the characters.
Did you take your Viagra?
2 times. They just like me. When you've got it, you got it.
They're always laughing, always joking. But when it comes time to get the work done, they are fantastic. Farmer ingenuity.
Welcome to the best hall ever fight, Flatbush, Alberta. It's a small town. It's rural Alberta. Good, honest people, hard workers, mainly farmers. We run a cow-calf operation. I am actually officially retired. My son and his family have taken the ranch over. I'm kind of cheap labor if he needs me.
And when he's not needed on his son's farm, Captain McKnight can almost always be found volunteering at the fire hall.
Paging Flatbush. We have a tanker truck that's rolled. The tanker is carrying propane.
A Super B tanker veered off the highway, broke apart, and rolled into the ditch. This code warns firefighters of what they're dealing with.
Is it something that's going to explode? Is it something that's going to burn rapidly? Is it something that's toxic?
The number 1075 tells firefighters the truck is hauling highly flammable, liquefied petroleum gas. As many as 50 Super B tankers haul oil and gas products through the Slave Lake region every day. They operate under strict safety regulations and a host of mandatory safety features. But when things go wrong, the consequences can be devastating.
If those tanks rupture, all that product catches on fire at the same time. They put a lot of safety into the vehicles, but at the end of the day, once there's been an accident, you don't know how that vessel is going to hold together.
After an hour-long wait, the company man rolls in. It'll be up to him and a hazmat team to handle the recovery of the Super B.
Oh, we're gonna bug out here. Or you'll be here all night by the sounds of it.
And that means Rick finally gets to go home.
Back to my wife, go back to my supper. Nice meal, sit down.
Back at Port Alberni, British Columbia.
Port Alberni Fire Department, first responders.
So, it looks like it's an overdose?
Firefighters are responding to a critical life-threatening call that's become all too familiar.
We've dealt with a lot of overdose calls, but it did definitely ramp up, probably within the last 2 years.
All across Canada, every day, opioid overdoses claim 11 lives. The hardest hit provinces are British Columbia and Alberta.
It's an opioid epidemic. You have thousands of people dying every year across Canada.
Of all the opioids, fentanyl is the most dangerous killer. The synthetic opioid has been used as a pain medication since the 1960s. Drug users use it to spike heroin, and most of the world's supply comes from illegal labs in China. And when a bad batch of product makes its way to town, it keeps Port Alberni firefighters busy.
Yeah, you're not going to wander too far from the vehicle on this. That's her right there.
Dispatch Alberni 8 is on scene. No BCS this time.
Port Alberni lies in the heart of the Alberni Valley on Vancouver Island, British Columbia. Most days, it's a beautiful and quiet place. But this past year, a rash of drug overdoses keeps first responders on high alert.
27-year-old female, non-conscious, chief complaints OD.
Port Alberni firefighters sometimes arrive on scene before the EMS workers, but they're all trained first responders.
Next door.
And with a recent spike in overdose calls, EMS is happy to have backup.
2 years ago, we did 95 calls just in 1 year. This year so far, in the first 6 months, we've done 95 calls. So we're on pace to double what we did just 2 years ago.
She's sitting up talking now. Talking, yeah.
The fire department is there to help us. They get there ahead of us sometimes. Sometimes we get ahead of them. Like I say, it's not a race. We're there for the patient.
So the person who had overdosed is sitting upright and talking. Some Narcan was already administered prior to our arrival.
Naloxone, sold under the brand name Narcan, is a fast-acting, over-the-counter narcotic antidote that rapidly reverses the lethal effects of an overdose. Thanks to the BC policy of making Narcan available to the public, a friend was able to administer the first and perhaps the life-saving dose.
I administered the Narcan. I made sure she was breathing. I swiped vomit from her mouth. Oh my God. I know every step of the way because I've done it to 3 of my best friends.
They really look out for each other. There's so many naloxone kits out there. You know, it's made a huge difference.
Yeah, live to see another day.
It's a small town, but Swift Current is a major player in the Saskatchewan renewable energy boom.
The windmill industry in Swift Current is actually a growing industry because Saskatchewan, flat and windy, I mean, it makes sense to have windmills here.
The kinetic energy of these wind turbines is transformed through power plants that supply thousands of homes across the province. But accidents do happen. Collapsing towers, equipment failures, and severe weather has caused thousands of accidents involving workers and the public across all of North America.
Deputy Hunter from Captain Campbell.
Go ahead, Captain Campbell, over.
Do we have the victim in the truck or up top, over?
9-9 is on the way.
Here in Swift Current, firefighters train for these types of situations.
Windmill training is extremely specific. It's high angle, it's also confined space, it's a medical emergency, it's all wrapped up into one.
Today, the victim is Rescue Randy, a 150-pound bag of sand.
Don't you boys drop me.
And the rescuer is 7-year veteran firefighter, former hockey player, Regan Darby.
I know they always put the expendable guy on this side of things, but let's hope everything goes well.
I actually think the wind's died down. I think it should be a real nice ride.
Well, I hope I get a little bit of sway. I don't want to just come straight down, right? Everything about the training situation is the real deal, except for the fact that your patient isn't live. If something goes wrong, the fall is real. It's a stressful situation. Here we go, boys.
The training starts at the top of the wind turbine. It's a long climb up a vertical metal ladder.
Good.
Hand over hand. Step after step. Upwards. Inside a windowless steel tube, as high as a 20-story building.
Yeah, you're through. You tie. Now we do a little loop-a-doop around his feet.
Today, Rescue Randy is a worker that's just had a heart attack. They can't take him down the ladder, so they'll lower him down to the ground with a complex rope rigging system.
Okay, so we have 2 pulleys here, and all they're here for is to create a change of direction. So the line will come through, it's gonna go back to an anchor point that's engineered, that's strong, and the rope's gonna come through, down, rope come through and down. So one will be belay line, one will be the main line.
The main line carries all the load. The belay line is a backup, ready to catch and hold if the main line fails.
Well, I'm gonna start out with my feet on here, and then I'm gonna let myself down.
Okay, so we'll get the basket out the hatch then.
Regan opens the emergency hatch.
Get this guy down.
Can you get through that opening?
When you open that hatch and you're looking down at the ground and the guys look like ants, it really sets in at that time.
Regan, are you happy with where you're set?
In Swift Current, Saskatchewan.
Now we'll let that webbing out. Okay. And we gotta let the stretcher out.
Firefighter Regan Darby is ready for a 20-story descent with a 150-pound dummy.
Good. Okay, I want to get my feet on the side of the basket here.
Okay.
It's windy out here.
It's a training scenario, but the height, the danger, and the rescue procedure are real.
It's nerve-wracking. You're 20 stories in the air. You're on a rope. That's it. And then you have a patient with you too as well. So there's a lot of things going through your head.
Okay, I think I'm pretty good, guys. Just got a little bit of adjustment here in the old package.
With Regan's life hanging from a few threads of rope, he puts all his trust in his fellow firefighters.
We're going down 15 feet, then stopping. Down on main, easy on belay.
You're pretty helpless when you're out there. You start blowing around and there's not much you can do. Your main concern is the patient, keeping the patient safe and getting him down.
We're just doing a status check to see how the descent is going for you. Over.
Descent is good. It's gusty up here, but everything seems to be fine. Over. The minute you step out, you're getting blown around. You could be dealing with, 60, 70, 80 K winds.
It's really windy out here. Belay looks good. I think you'll just have to be kind of watch the wind with it there. It seems to be going out quite a bit.
The worst case scenario with the wind is that it slams you into the tower. It's not like I can take too many more hits to the head, so I gotta be careful out there.
You get a little bit of a pucker factor coming out of there right away, but who wouldn't?
Back on Vancouver Island.
Alarms coming in. Port Alberni duty crew, alarm activation.
Alarm activation. Don't really know what the particulars are yet. Just some of his alarms going off.
Unlike Yellowhead County or Slave Lake in Alberta, most Port Alberni calls are within a 15-kilometer radius of the fire hall.
Yeah, I'll stand by for a second. I'll see what's going on first.
And here, firefighters are expected to arrive on scene and get to work in under 5 minutes.
Hello. Hi. I was just looking to be the alarm system's going off here.
Yeah, turn it off.
Any alarm that comes in is an alarm until we prove it to be a false alarm.
Okay. Can you meet me at your front door then, maybe? Great, thank you.
You have to make sure. So I have to do my due diligence. For all I know, maybe they broke in. And they say, oh, no, there's nothing here, but they're actually arsonists setting it on fire. I don't know.
Hi there. Do you have no fire here then? Is it just from cooking smoke?
Yeah. So I have to make sure that I'm talking to the right people and see that it was cooking smoke and that they set off the alarm.
Okay, but that's it. There's no fire, just your cooking. Okay. Good. No problem.
False alarm.
I've spoken with the homeowner occupant here. There doesn't appear to be any fire at this time.
In Port Alberni, like most everywhere in Canada, as many as 99% of all fire alarm activations turn out to be false.
Command is terminated. Roger, Engine 5. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
But it's that 1% that makes every call a matter of life or death.
So we can never get complacent and say, oh, it's probably a false alarm, don't worry, because that's the one that's going to turn around and bite you.
On average, Port Alberni firefighters respond to about 4 calls a day. Most calls originate inside city limits. But some calls come from the territory of the Seychot First Nation. And today, the community rallied to give the firefighters a special thanks.
As we all stand here on common ground, really appreciating the work you've done and that you're going to continue to do fearlessly. We've had a couple of house fires where people lost everything, and you know what? You can't help but be grateful, you know? Thank you.
In First Nations culture, it's really important to be grateful and humble, and that is one way of showing our gratitude is by singing our ancient old songs that were sung by our ancestors' ancestors.
This time on Hellfire Heroes.
Where we go?
In Alberta, 2 hikers are stranded.
Don't get up hill because I'm not stopping.
Deep inside the bush. In Saskatchewan,
Engine 3 and Utility 1 arrived on scene.
firefighters train for the unlikely.
Hey, can you hear me?
Until it happens.
It said back away because it was that dangerous.
And in BC,
where are you?
A teenager falls 30 feet.
When you stay right here, okay, buddy?
And needs swift medical attention.
Oh my God.
In rural counties and small towns across Canada, a special breed of firefighters risk their lives.
Yeah, hit it!
To serve and protect the people who live and work here.
When it's game day, it's on until the last person is safe.
We'll get you out of here in just a moment.
Our fire crews put their lives on the line every day.
In British Columbia, Alberta, and Saskatchewan, firefighters are the last line of defense and everyday heroes.
It's all about honor, courage, dedication. Serve something greater than yourself.
Near the edge of British Columbia, located on an inlet surrounded by rivers, lakes, and waterfalls, Port Alberni is a popular vacation spot on Vancouver Island. And a very busy place for first responders.
Port Alberni, first responder. Here's 1 break on stop 933.
First truck out on this call is Rescue 8, manned by firefighters Cale Lowe and Ben Halachuk.
Sounds like some young kids falling off the bridge here and are suffering head injuries down on the rocks.
As they drive to the scene, additional information comes in.
It says here the fall was from 3 stories or more. Yeah, it says the kid fell about 30 feet. Being a firefighter is a hands-on job.
Ben Halachuk started his career in the Navy, but he decided to join the fire service 20 years ago.
Well, there's a pile of heat in there.
As a full-time professional Port Alberni firefighter.
If you don't like to get dirty, you don't like to get wet, if you don't like the sight of blood, if you got a weak stomach, it might not be the job for you. The patient is on the Falls Road side of the bridge. Alberni 8 is on scene. BCS has just arrived on scene as well.
Where are you? Right there?
The bridge that spans the Somas River is a known swimming hole, especially during the summer months.
And let's face it, kids are kids. You give them a bridge, they're gonna hop off it if they can, right? Just kids having fun. But unfortunately, sometimes their judgment isn't the best. And when they climb up onto the rail, they slip, they fall, and they don't always fall over the water.
Ben locates the teenager lying on a narrow ledge 30 feet below the road.
Yeah, he's right down here.
And just a few feet above the water.
The water is about 70 to 80 feet right there. So I think you have to go down this way, I think. If you go in there and go into the bottom, you're done.
That's up, he's gonna follow you.
Stay right here, okay, buddy?
1,000 kilometers west as the crow flies, near Edson, Alberta, a freak snowstorm just hit Yellowhead County, and Chief Albert Barry is on his way to a semi-truck pileup.
It's September 14th, and it's snowing to beat the band.
On average, Yellowhead County responds to 350 MVCs a year.
And we've got 3 semis and a pickup truck hauling a U-Haul trailer that have jackknifed and crashed into one another on the Pembina River Bridge.
Highway 16 is a lifeline for the oil, agriculture, and forestry industries in the area.
Russ, can you give me a quick update? We're working right now, moving one vehicle, and then we'll be having traffic flowing here in the next 5 minutes.
Semi-trucks are as vulnerable to slippery conditions as what a car is. And sometimes more so, depending on what they're hauling and how many axles they have and the curvature of the road, everything that goes along with it. But they'll go off the road as quick as a car will.
It took less than a half hour for this 1 kilometer-long line of parked trucks to form.
We're trying to get a lane open so we can get the traffic moving at least past this, because it's going to start to back up quite far down the highway.
As Albert slowly makes his way to the head of the line, it becomes pretty clear what caused the crash.
The problem we have is the bridge deck is frozen solid. The highway's not, so you're coming down the highway at highway speed, you hit the bridge deck and you lose control.
A hard stop caused one semi to smash into another. This one is banged up enough that it might need to be towed out of here.
This guy, is he drivable or no?
The second truck contains produce. There's no spill, and the driver will be able to take it off the highway.
The integrity's going out of the side of this. If you look at it, the side's bowed out.
Yeah.
Because he's torn your floor apart and your support here. So depending on what you have for weight, that thing could wobble.
Stop.
Firefighters check for radiator fuel leaks and clear debris off the highway before they reopen a lane.
Let's get our stuff packed up and get out of here. The quicker we get off the bridge, the better and safer we're going to be. But we're trying to get our gear off the bridge as quick as we can because we're a hazard. We don't want to get run into. But this is going to start to be one of those nights.
287 kilometers north in Slave Lake. Snow on the ground means the roads are just as slick.
Slave Lake, call 1. We have reports of a single vehicle rollover, Highway 88. Occupant is out and walking around.
Okay, copy that. You can mark the officer on route.
Lieutenant Ryan Coots is only 22 years old, yet tonight he's the senior officer in command.
That sounds like a older Ford pickup rolled. Initial call said that he was out walking around.
To the officer, 161 is en route with 4.
Okay, copy that. This highway's so busy. It's awful. Grand Prix dispatch, you can mark Unit 104 on scene.
The truck is totaled, but the driver made it out safe and is in the care of paramedics.
He had to wait out here in the cold for a while. Definitely sucks when you roll and it's this cold.
The harsh, wintry conditions may have worked in the driver's favor.
The first thing that happens when you hear about a rollover is, what are you rolling into? Are you rolling into water? And now there's gonna be water in the vehicle. Are you rolling into snow, which softens the impact of the rollover? So for us, what it rolled onto and into and over is as important as the fact that it rolled over.
The driver may be safe.
You can just ollie in it.
But his truck's headlights are a glaring danger for easily distracted motorists.
Okay. Going head first. Side and light it. You got her. Once your legs coming over there, get back to it.
As for the cause of the crash,
Check if there's any.
No, just Gatorade, Powerade, and water.
it's not alcohol,
No wonder you hit the ditch.
but most likely bald tires.
Look at the tread. He's got nothing.
When you're driving along and you hit these snowy patches of road, your tires are part of the design of the vehicle that lets you stay stable and lets your vehicle react properly.
I'm not saying that's what caused the accident, but that didn't help him.
People think, oh, I need new tires. You think of it as a $1,400 bill. I think of it as insurance to keep you on the road.
Grand Prairie, Slave Lake 104. Yeah, you can mark all Slave Lake units clear returning.
Back on Vancouver Island,
Oh, don't move your head. Don't move your head.
Still, okay?
It's really important you're following, okay, buddy?
Able to put one hand on your head?
I just noticed there's blood in the grass under his head, too.
A teenager fell off a ledge onto a pile of rocks 30 feet below the road on the embankment of a river near Port Alberni, British Columbia.
Yeah, okay.
He's banged up his head pretty hard. Firefighters and paramedics are evaluating if they can move him.
I'm just gonna touch your chest here. Do you have any pain in your chest? No?
Well, when you find somebody in that state, make sure they're breathing, take spinal considerations, and just work from there. You know, keep them calm, keep them as relaxed as you can, and then, you know, try not to manipulate them more than you absolutely have to.
It'll be tricky to transport him out of there. The rocky ledge the young man fell onto is about 30 feet below an old concrete bridge support, with barely enough room for first responders to maneuver.
As we were on the ledge, you know, if you took a half a step back, you're going into the water. There was room for one guy, one ambulance attendant, and the two of us that were already down there.
Oh, down. Oh, hey.
Still. I'm just going to place my hands on your head. Keep your head nice and still, okay?
Just moving his legs fine here, too. Can you open your eyes for me? Do you feel any pain anywhere? Don't move around. Just tell me where you're on your head, where you banged your noggin there? Your shoulder? Your shoulder, too? Oh, don't move your head. Don't move your head.
Still, okay?
He knew he took a crack on the head, and he was bleeding pretty good.
With any fall or head injury, the top priority is to stabilize the patient to prevent any spinal injury.
How's your legs feel? All right there? You feel my hands on your legs? Okay, that's excellent.
Grab the collar kit, spine board.
EMS techs and firefighters take extreme care to prevent further injury.
So we're going to put a collar around your neck there to help support your head. No, stay nice and straight.
There you go. There you go. I'm gonna straighten your legs out here, okay? I'm gonna straighten your legs out, nice. Okay, good man.
You speak to the patient the whole time, you know, just to keep him engaged. You want to keep him awake, you want to keep him as aware as you can. It just keeps him reassured too, right, you know?
Can you put your other arm on your chest, please? Sir, go on, lift your right arm.
Good man.
You're doing a good job here.
You're doing fine there, Colin. Good man. Okay, we're gonna get you out of here just a moment here.
To move the teenager off the ledge, first responders will have to slowly climb up a narrow pathway on the side of the old bridge support. It's a steep incline, just a few feet above the Somas River.
Okay, fellas, ready?
I'm ready.
1, 2, 3.
I'll let you go.
The steep trail is covered with layers of loose dirt and gravel, and it's hard to get traction.
Right up there.
Is this gonna be able to move enough for both of us?
Just walk in the hospital.
Yeah, okay.
Colin, you got to
Head down, Colin. Because you're making the,
You got to lay
hey,
still.
pull that slack up. We're gonna use it to come up.
You guys good?
Now watch out to take a partner.
So, but you have to get him up to the road into the ambulance, right? But the whole time, you're very aware of how much or how little you're moving that head, that neck, and, you know, legs and things like that.
Come on, put your feet down there, Colin. Get your buddy.
Firefighters finally get the teenager to safety. A massive cold front is sweeping through the northern Alberta region.
This side, Slave Lake 161 is responding.
And the freezing conditions are wreaking havoc on the roads near Slave Lake.
Yeah, go ahead. As expected, these roads are awful. Copy that. Yeah, we're going to take our time.
Lieutenant Chris Taylor is on the scene of a motor vehicle collision.
So you're okay? Oh, yeah. Gentleman in a minivan hit a deer on the way through, damaged the vehicle so it's not drivable. No fluids, no injuries. He's been on contact with the RCMP already, and they're going to send a tow truck to come and get it.
Paul, you can send 161 down. This
It's going to be something we'll just wrap it and leave it for the RCMP.
Command, we're just going to go by you here and find a place to turn around.
161's going home. Really no need for them to be on scene.
It looks like everyone's okay.
Transporting a jet pod.
Except the deceased.
Okay, I didn't even notice that.
I'm on a special
road trip, I transfer dead bodies from the north to Edmonton.
The driver has special authorization to transport bodies.
Yeah, you're in a pickle.
Yeah.
And he's on his way to the morgue.
That's what I always hope for, that I never would hit a deer or something like that on a trip like this.
The tow truck is on the way.
No.
Until help arrives, both the driver and the RCMP will stand watch over the precious cargo.
Hey, here, guys. Thanks. Yeah.
3 hours to the southwest in Yellowhead County, Alberta. A freak snowstorm has stranded 2 hikers without proper clothing, putting them at risk of hypothermia.
Station 9, you're responding to mutual aid with EMS.
They managed to make a distress call.
We have 2 patients that are requiring rescue. I'll have you respond with the trunk and ATV at this time. Over.
Chief Albert Barry rounds up firefighters and additional gear for a search and rescue operation.
Dispatch from Delta 1.
Delta 1, go ahead.
Private.
The terrain where the victims are is very remote when you look at it, so it's going to be hard trucking to get to where they actually are.
The stranded hikers indicated they're on the other side of the Lobstick River, 2 kilometers deep into the bush. And the fastest way to get to them is to cut across the river.
We have big access issues. We're gonna have to try and cross the river. We've got people going across now in a makeshift trolley that I'm not real happy about, but to get people over there, we will.
Albert's taking a chance with the property owner's trolley.
Well, it does go relatively fast.
Yeah, I got it.
So, and it's hard for us to slow it down because it's...
Well, I'm not gonna try to slow it.
Next, Albert wants to get a vehicle across.
What do you got for depth, Steve?
Like 2 feet.
Yeah, bring that side by side down here.
2 feet will do, hopefully.
You get out there, don't stop.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, here we go. Okay, which way are we going, guys?
Okay, it's up that way.
That way?
Now that the rescue team has some wheels, they're off to find the hikers.
Hang on.
There's no set time for hypothermia to become fatal, but the sooner they find them, the better the outcome. And right now, they can't afford to get stuck. Nearly 900 kilometers to the southeast, in Saskatchewan, a province known as the breadbasket of Canada. The city of Swift Current, population 18,500, is surrounded by farmland. No hiker was ever lost in a field of canola. And today, firefighters train for a different type of rescue.
Okay, so we're just scanning the shore. They could be up in the weeds, in the shore, in the water. We're not exactly sure where this victim is.
The fire department's C platoon is training for a water rescue in the creek that gave the city its name.
He looks unconscious. We're gonna drag him into the boat here with us.
In the spring, the creek's cold and fast-moving waters can be deadly. And in winter, its thin ice can be deceptive.
The creek definitely has different characteristics depending on the time of year, so it's good to know it in different seasons and in different weather conditions and things like that.
C Platoon's newest member, Carla Cairns, is a mother of 2 and the only female firefighter on the force.
As much as I try to completely avoid even mentioning that I'm a female, but I think I see different things on scene sometimes than the guys I work with do. One of the med calls we went to where a mother had had a heart attack and there's 2 little girls, and those 2 girls were roughly the same age as my 2 girls. And the first thing actually that I saw when I went to that scene, it was those 2 girls and how they were hurting. And with the blessing of my captain and the paramedics on scene, they gave me permission to go and take care of those 2 girls.
Hey, can you hear me?
A 200-pound man could weigh as much as 240 or 250 pounds with his clothes soaking wet.
Hey there. I'm gonna pull you into the boat here.
It's no small haul, but the hard work doesn't faze Carla.
One of the things that attracted me to the fire service was the challenge physically that I knew would present itself.
Fairly okay?
Yep. I like to roll my sleeves up and get in there and do my best to show that I'm capable of doing this job and that I don't mind getting my hands dirty and sweating.
You ready, Joe?
Yep.
1, 2, 3. Right.
They're not using high-tech tools, and these couldn't be more Canadian.
Hockey sticks and a snow fence. You know, they don't gotta be fancy, they just have to work, right? That thing's perfect. It lets all the water run right back out, so you're not holding any weight. It's not like a tarp or a screen or something like that that holds water. You can get them in without any extra water weight.
My role here is trying to stabilize, potentially prevent any further damage done if he does have some sort of injury.
Okay, let's go, Ricky.
Each of the fire department's 4 platoons performs this training once a year. A few hours later, a real call comes in at the station. And C Platoon is on the move.
Sounds good.
Everybody.
Firefighters are responding to a motor vehicle incident. Carla Cairns is driving the utility vehicle, while Captain Rick Anderson and Lieutenant Chris Haker are on the fire engine in case of a fire.
Engine 3 and Utility 1 have arrived on scene. The one vehicle is right up off the street, parked on the person's property.
A pickup truck either failed to stop or just didn't see the gray minivan coming on its right. The impact was strong enough to push the minivan 25 meters off and onto the curb.
If you feel like you're okay to walk, I can help you get out.
The occupants of both vehicles are okay, but firefighters need to unplug the battery to prevent an electrical or a fuel fire.
How you're doing? You said you were a little shaky before. You're a little better now?
Chris tends to the driver of the car,
They're letting you sit up at the front.
who turns out to be his bank teller.
I've known Connie for a while or whatever. I am glad she's okay. I don't know who would take or give me all the money I asked for at the bank if she wasn't doing okay.
In Swift Current, you do run across a lot of people that you know from outside of work. And I think it has its goods and its bad. Obviously, these people are having a bad day, or one of the worst days, I guess you could call it. It can show the people that you have a rapport with or whatever, that they do have confidence in your professionalism, that you can do the job. And in some instances, it can make it awkward. Somebody could potentially be crying. They've just made a mistake. They're in an accident, and they're quite embarrassed.
Just as they're finishing up and getting ready to return to the fire hall,
Big George.
C Platoon gets another call.
Roger, dispatch. Fire alarms reading 1971 Hillcrest Place, over.
Back up north in Alberta, deep in the woods of Yellowhead County's backcountry,
Hang on, it's getting worse.
firefighters need to locate 2 hikers stranded by unseasonably cold weather on a remote trail. It's still early fall, but a sudden drop in temperature has put them at risk. The deep Canadian muskeg, aka Swampy Bog, hasn't yet frozen over, and it's slowing them down.
The terrain that we have here is incredibly hard to navigate through. They are 6-wheel drive, but they don't have a track section in them. So they cut through that muskeg very quickly and bottom out.
There's no telling how long they'll be stuck here.
And when you guys ready?
Forward, go.
And by now, the hikers had been stranded for over 2 hours.
I'll get it, John.
So the crew splits, 2 stay behind with the ATV to fight the mud, while the others walk on to find the hikers.
I'm thinking it's probably 1 kilometer, maybe 2 tops. We don't have that exact distance because we're talking to them on cell phone, and the GPS it's working, but not giving us exactly how far away they are.
Back down south in Swift Current, Saskatchewan.
Residential fire alarms ringing, so obviously go check it out.
C Platoon just left the scene of a 2-car accident.
Dispatch, Utility 1 has arrived on scene
to respond to the scene of a possible fire.
And it's right down there. It smells really smoky down there, so.
Oh, yeah. Feels extremely hot, so we're gonna have to get a thermal imaging camera in to check this out. There's a possibility there could be fire extension into the attic here.
Yeah, nothing above it. Right in the fireplace. I can feel heat radiating from it, and putting my hand very close to it, it feels extremely hot. So I can tell that there's a disconnect between what the tick is telling me and what's actually going on behind the wall of the fireplace.
It's maybe just too reflective.
Yeah, because that's not telling much, eh?
No, I think it's too reflective for the camera.
Thermal imaging camera, or TIC, allow firefighters to see areas of heat through smoke, darkness, or heat-permeable barriers. But TIC cannot detect heat through water or reflective surfaces like glass, mirrors, or glossy tile.
Cool behind here, Rick.
Cool behind there.
And down, when I look down, I don't see, from what I can see from here, it's all 30 degrees or... When we looked up and behind the fireplace from the backside, we didn't see any extension of fire or anything that was concerning as far as fire entering the space outside of fireplace itself. It feels like it's just, like, I mean, even the sides are fine, just directly above.
The next step could be to rip the chimney apart to track the source of the fire. But it's a call Deputy Chief Ryan Hunter needs to make.
Oh, wow, like really hot, like the flames are in here, like.
Because there's still a smell in here, but it smells like it's a brand new appliance.
Right.
We can't just walk away and then 3 hours later have what they call in the fire service a rekindle or a kindle and the house burned down. So there's the dilemma. Babysit this for half an hour or so, and if this doesn't cool a bit in that half hour, we're gonna tear this apart. That's what we'll do.
We're calling a contractor in to come and discuss his opinion of what's going on with this fireplace.
Should we fire it up and see what happens?
Sure.
So I'll put it on high.
Okay.
Smoke burning from oil residue is common with new gas fireplaces.
But it was full yellow flames right to the very top of it.
But the contractor agrees the flames shouldn't be burning this high or this hot.
It might be perfectly fine, but now that this has happened, I'm going to get a service tech in here to check the pressures again. And
I'm confident that everything's fine. We can head back to the hall.
With the assurance that a gas technician would come in to fine-tune the settings, C Platoon returns to the station, ready for the next call. A heavy snowfall blankets Yellowhead County and slows down the rescue of 2 missing hikers.
We need to get to them as quick as we can, and then we need to get them out and warm as quick as we can.
Incident command, this is 903. I'm stripping them down now and forcing them on some blankets.
Finally, they're located. They are chilled to the bone, and firefighters build a makeshift fire to warm them up.
With hypothermia, your body wants to start to shut down, and it's one of those things that numbness starts as well, as your body starts to slow that down and slow the process of pushing that blood out. Your core temperature can be affected by that, so it's important to get them warmed up very quickly.
Light clothing might have been okay when the hikers started out, but Alberta weather can be unpredictable.
I need you to have a seat as quick as you can. I need to wrap you 2 up.
They've been stripped of their soaked clothes.
Legs are awfully exposed to get this around their teeth.
And wrapped in reflective blankets.
Right now it's about 1 degree with snow coming down mixed with rain. So hypothermia can set in very quickly. So our goal is to try and get them out of that environment and into some dry clothes if possible.
Hold on.
Okay, guys, move off the trail. Don't get off the trail because I'm not stopping.
The hikers are shivering and confused.
920, 9 is heading back.
And they're loaded up on the six-wheel drive that finally made its way to the location.
Keep going. We're digging in, we dug right in.
They're back on the trail, but they're not yet out of the woods.
That's all I have for cable. Yeah, no, we need a strap, John. You got a strap.
You got that tow kit and the clevis, right?
Yeah, because we could extend our reach.
They find a tree strong enough to hook onto, deeper in the bush. A strap is used to extend the reach of the winch cable.
Good. Okay, hold there for a second. Hold, stop there. We want to get this out of the way so that you can make a run at this and try to get through, okay?
The improvised extension and a little elbow grease help get the ATV unstuck. And they floor it through the last stretch of trail.
ATV 9 has reached the house with the people, dropping them off at their house.
The stranded hikers declined medical attention.
We don't force anybody to seek medical attention. They felt very confident. They were able to talk. They were able to, let us know what was going on, who they were, why they were there. They didn't seem to have any issues, and they basically refused and said, "We don't think we need EMS."
There's nothing left for the firefighters to do except hope the reckless duo learned that in Yellowhead County, you'd best be prepared for wacky weather.
We're trying to get our gear back over on this side of the river, and as soon as that's done, we're out of here as well.
After the work's done, the Yellowhead crew finally gets to enjoy the perks of a wild off-road adventure.
Last donuts, you guys! Last donuts!
I told you I was heavy. Like you were so cool.
Further north in Slave Lake,
MVC 2 kilometers north.
sub-zero temperatures are in full effect.
We have a vehicle in the water.
But that's not stopping the Lesser Slave Lake Fire Department from training for a frozen river rescue.
Our region is completely full of rivers and creeks and lakes that are our responsibility.
Every year in Canada, about 200 people die as a result of cold water incidents. More than half of these deaths occur during recreational activities.
Hey, bud, we're coming! Hang on there!
Just last year, Jamie and his crew rescued 2 kids who fell down the steep embankment of a fast-moving creek.
We got 2 down here.
So if people are out there in the springtime and fall through, we gotta go. If people are out there ice fishing and their truck falls through, we gotta go. And we have to know what we're gonna do to help with those problems.
You will see where the tracks where this vehicle went off into the ditch. Kind of close to the water's edge here by the bridge.
Roger that, Adam.
Yep.
In this scenario, a truck crashed on the bank of an icy river, and 1 victim is in the water.
We need 2 people, at least 2 in suits. Baby Joe, if you go.
Yeah, I'd like to.
Because we need some medical. Okay.
To rescue the victim, firefighters wear a special suit designed to withstand the harsh temperatures of the frigid waters.
In this case, their suit for swift water has less flotation and less thermal barrier to the cold, but gives you greater mobility so that you can swim farther.
While firefighters gear up, a spotter is already on the lookout.
I see a body in the water. It'll be floating east down the river.
Roger that. Okay, guys, let's hustle up. We got a victim in the water.
For a victim in the water, they have a very short time frame, certainly at the temperature it's at right now. Hopefully we can get to them fairly quickly.
Rescuers slide towards the edge of the frozen river to catch the victim floating downstream. One false move, and they'll break through the thin ice.
Yeah, I see him.
They snatch the victim in the nick of time.
Yeah, we got him. Okay.
The training is a success, and now firefighters are better prepared for the real thing.
I mean, you have to practice like you play. You know, if we're gonna go out into the ice and the cold and be in those situations, we have to go out there and do that.
Over 900 kilometers to the southeast, in Swift Current, Saskatchewan, a concerned citizen found hazardous materials in a nearby park and called the fire department.
Dispatch engine 3.
We have reported some chemical and bags dropped at a location approximately 1290 Riverdene Park Drive. We're going to go investigate and check it out. Over.
10-4. Mark time is 10:45.
The park is on the northeast side of the city.
Engine 3 is on scene. Over.
It's home to a skate park, and firefighters fear kids could be exposed to harmful chemicals.
There's some bags of chemical of somebody disposed of in the trees here, so we're gonna figure out if they're a danger.
It's called mezzo beads, sodium silicate, and sodium hydroxide.
This chemical compound is used in industrial products like insecticides and fungicides. If inhaled or swallowed, it can cause severe burns and damage to the digestive tract or lining of the lungs.
It says do not clean up or dispose except under supervision of a specialist.
In Swift Current, Saskatchewan, bags of highly toxic chemicals have been dumped in a park.
Main night on contact with water or moist air.
Given the risks, Deputy Chief Ryan Hunter needs to determine how to properly dispose of the bags.
The original dispatch that we took was really vague. It just said that there's 4 or 5 bags of stuff. I mean, that's pretty vague.
UN 3262. Hey, Cap, we found a UN number on there.
The UN number requires Deputy Chief Hunter to call in specialists.
And in this particular case, it said back away and call in a tech team to dispose of it, because it was that dangerous.
The firefighters hand the scene over to a hazmat disposal team.
When wet, obviously it could eat your skin because it is a corrosive, right? I wouldn't want to breathe it in because it eat your lungs, right, the dust. So that's why we wear the mask.
1, 2, 3, lift.
Swift Current does not have a waste management facility capable of dealing with hazardous material of this kind. So the barrels will be taken about 250 kilometers west to Regina for disposal.
The corrosive material is all sealed up, all members are accounted for, and you can terminate this incident.
About 1,000 kilometers to the west on Vancouver Island.
Rescuer ready.
Ready.
Main line ready.
Ready on main.
A high-level rescue training is in progress.
Good? Yeah. Happy? Yeah.
In this scenario, a victim fell off a catwalk and is unconscious, dangling from a rope 50 feet from the ground.
Lower slow.
The exercise takes place at a local pulp mill, one of the largest employers in town.
The forest industry, including the paper industry, has been a mainstay of Port Alberni and the surrounding areas. That's why the town was founded. It was around forestry, mining, and later on fishing.
3 feet. 3 feet.
By now, the rescuer is close enough to load the victim's weight onto his line.
Lock it off. 5 to 1.
The rescuer weighs 195 pounds. When he secures the 175-pound victim onto his line, the hauler on top will be holding a 370-pound load. The only way to pull that off is with a 5-to-1 rope system.
A 5-to-1 mechanical advantage system means that whoever is hauling on the rope system to lift the rescuer and or patient basically lifts 1/5 of the weight. Lock is off, ready on me. Okay, raise. Stop.
You can drop their line.
Copy that. Victim is on your system, off their system. More slow.
Slow and steady wins this race. And if the hauler ever lets go, a Prossic knot tied onto the line would stop a free fall to the ground.
15 feet.
15 feet.
10 feet. 5 feet.
5 feet.
Thankfully, the training goes without a hitch.
On the ground, slack.
He's on the ground. Slack, please. A job well done. Main and safety. Rescuer job well done, like we've trained for years.
Back up in northern Alberta,
It's gonna be one of them days.
a blizzard is dumping tons of snow on the roads of Yellowhead County.
You were responding to Highway 16 westbound
And the calls for road incidents are pouring in.
for reports of a single vehicle MVC rollover involving a black pickup truck. There are injuries involved.
In Yellowhead County, a blizzard is wreaking havoc on the roads. And Fire Chief Alberni is responding to a call for a vehicle rollover with injuries.
Very little traction. When you see a semi creep along, at 40 or 50 kilometers an hour, the road conditions are fairly poor.
The fire department responds to these types of calls year-round, but most motor vehicle incidents occur in winter, when the roads are covered in snow and ice.
The beginning of winter, we really get busy.
Let's get that thing off the road.
And it's that slushy, wet snow that you get that people don't realize if they don't have both hands on the wheel, they lose control very quickly.
This is the first of many today. Yeah. It's getting stupid.
Dispatcher Delta 1. Driving at sea.
A pickup truck skidded off the road, rolled over, and came to a stop just a few meters from oncoming traffic.
Lift your right thigh just a little.
The driver was able to make it out of his truck and find refuge in the truck of a person who stopped when she spotted someone in need.
Let us do the work, okay? Yeah, we're gonna slowly come out.
Firefighters help paramedics transfer the patient to the ambulance.
Are you ready? 1, 2, 3, go.
This gentleman needs to go to a hospital and be seen by a physician with x-rays and follow-up because of the beating that he would have taken rolling around the cab of that truck. These kind of rollovers at that speed can be fatal. If you think about what's happening to that vehicle, you're now moving a side-to-side motion as opposed to a front-to-back motion, and the ability for your head to contact the windshield is so great.
Scene update, patient is in the ambulance with EMS. All other units have been released and will be returning to station. Over.
Back in Swift Current, Saskatchewan, it's the beginning of a new shift. And C Platoon is working out.
Quicker, It's very important for firefighters to be in good physical condition. You need to go onto a fire ground knowing that you've conditioned your body to be able to withstand all of the different demands that you're having placed on it when you're responding to an emergency. If your partner goes down, you need to be able to take him out of the potentially life-threatening situation as well.
Yes.
Being physical comes naturally to Carla. But it's in the fire service that she found her calling.
Before working with the fire department, I've worked as a personal trainer. I've trained all sorts of different athletes, up to NHL players. And while that's something that I've enjoyed, it never quite felt like the ultimate job for me. When the opportunity to become a part of the fire department here came up, it seemed like it joined so many of my interests. It fulfilled that desire to be physically fit, but also, you know, all those other components of who I am as far as being somebody who wants to help other people and wants to work on a team.
This time on Hellfire Heroes.
Single vehicle rollover with injuries.
In Alberta, the start of the tourist season triggers a high number of rollovers.
That is not good.
In BC, thick smoke means it's wildfire season.
Holy smokes. Look at the tires.
And in Yellowhead County,
oh yeah,
the ultimate ATV faces the ultimate challenge, crossing the mighty Athabasca River. In rural counties and small towns across Canada, a special breed of firefighters risk their lives to serve and protect the people who live and work here.
When it's game day, it's on until the last person is safe.
We'll get you out of here in just a moment.
Our fire crews put their lives on the line every day.
In British Columbia, Alberta, and Saskatchewan, firefighters are the last line of defense and everyday heroes.
It's all about honor, courage, dedication. Serve something greater than yourself.
Hall 1, report to fire hall. Hall 1, report to fire hall.
In Slave Lake, Alberta, the wildfire season is heating up.
Hey Ryan, let's get some more guys coming in and get the tanker rolling. You can see the smoke from here.
Copy that.
A wildfire is burning in a provincial park near the shores of Slave Lake, and Chief Jamie Coots is on the move.
Hey Ryan, did Connor happen to say if Lily or any of those other group camps are full?
Several campgrounds are filled to capacity, with families on vacation in the summer months.
It's confirmed both group use campsites are full.
All Slave Lake crews, I'm on scene, kilometer 22, Highway 88. Definitely a working wildland fire on the north side of the road.
This fire is just 4 kilometers from one of those campgrounds, and Jamie is calling all trucks, plus the tanker.
122 is on scene.
Chief, 151 is just coming up on scene here.
Yeah, perfect. Come on right up to me.
The tanker carries 2,500 gallons of water. The truck carries 800 gallons of water. When we're fighting fires, that's a big deal. The more water we can get on there immediately, the better.
The wind is strong, so the crew deploys multiple hose lines.
Ryan, out here, run this call.
And Jamie's son, Lieutenant Ryan Coots, takes tactical command.
Work your way all the way to the back. I don't want to see anything in the middle getting sprayed. I need you to knock down the edges. Make sure they're out. We're working from the green, 5 feet in. That will bring.
Ryan orders his crew to hose down a strip of grass and undergrowth to stop the fire's advance.
And we're going in the back end of this, trying to support Logan, putting out what we can see for open flame.
Multiple hose lines are extended for maximum reach and pulled into the dry bush.
Crews, get ready to give them that line. Yeah.
While the Slave Lake crew works on the ground, Alberta Forestry dispatches air support.
So what are my resources headed this way?
They have 2 medium helicopters and a crew en route to your location.
Yeah, copy that. Resources are starting to roll in here now. Bush Baby just got here and the helicopter. They got guys coming in from both ends, right? When they meet up in the middle, that means we're around the outside of the fire. That's called raft. And then they'll work on the inside.
While forestry drops thousands of liters of water inside the perimeter, ground crews protect the flanks.
Hose line, Glaze, hose line.
Bam.
We got the perimeter contained pretty well now. We're just gonna let the buckets come in and do their work so we're not in their way. They can start hammering the piss out of it now.
We got a good knockdown. Forestry's moving in to finish the mop-up of the fire. Heavies came in, did a great job. It was a great air show here today. And now we're just gonna wrap up.
The rapid response and communication between the provincial and Slave Lake crews allowed firefighters to knock out the fire within 40 minutes. What sparked this bushfire has yet to be determined, but every firefighter in these parts know that this is the height of the wildfire season, and there'll be plenty more to come. In the neighboring province of British Columbia, the forest is also burning, and thousands of firefighters have been deployed to block the wildfires from consuming cities and towns. On Vancouver Island, a 10-hectare blaze is just 7 kilometers outside Port Alberni, and smoke chokes up the city.
There's a significant amount of ground on fire, and they need a significant number of people and equipment to put them out.
And when night comes and the blaze flares up, Captain Randy Thone and his crew monitor the situation and stay at the station to protect the city. So BC Forestry calls upon the volunteer fire departments outside the city to assist in knocking the threat out. And tonight, they've called upon the Cherry Creek and Beaver Creek fire departments.
When we get there, I'll just talk to the guard up there. Okay, just let him know. All right, okay.
Deputy Chief Mike Kobus, a 25-year veteran, has been mobilized.
We were called by Cherry Creek and Forestry to assist with this. We're a rural department, Beaver Creek. We have approximately 32 members. Forestry has their own crews that are there, but sometimes if they need extra resources, they'll dispatch local departments.
Altogether, there are 14 firefighters, and they waste no time setting up for an all-out attack to try and stop the blaze from spreading.
We're gonna go set up a tank now and have the other tender trucks start going, filling up in the lake.
The Porta tank holds 5,600 liters of water.
Yeah, go and help Brad in there. Take the straps off the apartment pack. Yeah.
A hose runs from the tank to the engine truck. The truck can pump water through 200 meters of line, all the way down to the fire.
It's called a relay, right? We have a 4-inch line coming down and going down to the firefighters down below with 1 3/4 nozzles.
How far are you downhill?
Wildland firefighters are working the hot zone, about 70 meters down a steep cliff.
Very dangerous. Holy smoke. Especially when it's dark. You can't see where your footing is. You need to have the lighting on your helmets and making sure you're going down.
They're keeping the fire at bay, but the embers are flying.
Like sometimes what happens is when you get a bit of wind and you're looking at the fire there, that the embers come up off there by the wind and it carries over. That's how it sparked up today.
Flying embers play a large role in the spread of forest fires. Burning leaves are easily blown by the wind, and embers can ignite fires several kilometers ahead of the front. Firefighters keep a steady flow of water on the fire to soak up the ground and create a barrier.
In a wildland situation like we were, your resources are limited and water is key.
But they can only keep the water flowing for so long, because the lake they're drawing water from is a few kilometers away.
We're only to be able to go for 15, 20 minutes and we're done. So right now, having to wait till the truck comes back to fill up.
At this rate, it looks like these BC volunteers will be working all night to prevent the blaze from destroying homes. Back in Slave Lake, it may be the wildfire season, but it doesn't mean the 911 calls haven't stopped coming in.
Slave Call 1, we're reporting a single vehicle rollover on Highway 2 east of Slave Lake, 30 or so kilometers. We do have reports of injuries and fluids are unknown. We're notifying ambulance and police.
For dispatch, you can mark 102-161 responding to this incident.
Single vehicle rollover with injuries, fluids leaking. So no exact how many people or what kind of vehicle.
Jamie hasn't got all the details yet, but he knows that this stretch of highway is a dangerous killer.
161, 102, about 3 kilometers past the Salto on the absolute worst stretch of highway that you possibly could get. Here it is here.
And when Jamie sees a crash like this, it often means that someone's family is going to receive a phone call they'll never forget.
Wow.
In Slave Lake, firefighters respond to a vehicle that rolled 4 times and crashed into the trees.
How do you survive something like that?
Incredibly, the driver, a young man, survived.
I know how. Seatbelts.
People not wearing seatbelts are 30 times more likely to be ejected from a vehicle during a crash. The higher the speed, the greater the impact.
And I can't say that enough times. The seatbelt keeps you inside the car, and the car keeps you from dying. That's all there is to it. Can't even imagine that people don't wear a seatbelt in today's day and age.
Chief is no stranger to accidents on this stretch of highway.
That accident happened in an area that's flat, straight. What happens is you come off a real curvy section, you cross some rivers and bridges, and you finally get to this nice straight area, and I think people just relax.
Just last year, a semi hauling a full load of oil field pipes lost control on this exact same stretch of highway, crashed, and splintered into pieces.
That is not good.
Fortunately, the driver was wearing his seatbelt and was able to crawl to safety through the windshield.
It's actually unbelievable that he even survived this. Man, this should be a horror story. 161, 102. Doesn't look like the EMS guys will need any help, and we'll need some people to attend to the vehicle. Definitely fluids down. I need you guys up here before there's another accident.
While EMS tends to the driver, Chief and his crew secure the vehicle.
So it's pretty messed on the far side, so we'll need to disconnect the battery. And we'll probably get a saw a few of these trees out, get the boys and flip it over.
Okay, guys, let's try and flip it. Okay, you guys ready?
Yep.
Yeah. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Go and watch out.
I'll pop the hood.
The airbags didn't deploy during the rollover, so the crew disconnects the battery to disable them and reduce the chance of an electric fire. With that done, Chief and his crew quickly wrap up to ready for the next 911 call.
Yeah, grab your stuff, guys. Let's get out of here.
Back on Vancouver Island, volunteer and wildland firefighters battle a stubborn wildfire about 7 kilometers north of the city of Port Alberni. But they're running low on water.
You've probably had 13 minutes to 15 minutes of water, then you would have to play the hurry up and wait game.
They're getting water from a nearby lake, but that's just a bit too far away.
It takes about 16 minutes to pump the water into the truck, so we're trying to shuttle as much water as quickly as possible to the fire crews.
Once the 7,500-liter tank is filled up, it still takes another 15 minutes to drive back to the fire.
Having more tenders would have been phenomenal, and water resources close by rather than 15 minutes away. That's the nature of the beast, right? You don't always get to have what you want.
531, 555.
Go 531.
You guys got water?
Roger that.
Reinforcements will come at dawn, when BC Forestry's helicopters and bombers are allowed to take off. And until the sun rises, the 14 volunteers give it all they've got through the night, shuttling water back and forth from the lake to keep the wildfire from reaching the city of Port Alberni. And when morning finally comes, They're happy to see their tireless efforts paid off.
We managed to contain it with foam without it spreading across the road, and then the helicopters came and bucketed the area.
This crew here, they're at 16 plus hours without a night's sleep, so a long day.
It was long. We were getting low on fuel and we hadn't had anything to eat, and so we had to go home.
In Yellowhead County, Alberta, a municipal district over 22,000 kilometers in size, firefighters respond to a 911 call for a car fire.
It's a vehicle fire, not sure what type of vehicle. Usually this time of night, vehicles in these type of locations are somewhat suspicious.
It's 3 a.m., and while most fire chiefs would have stayed in bed, 33-year veteran Albert Berry is on the way.
I'm a pretty hands-on chief. If I get an opportunity to go to a call, I will.
You can just pull in beside the RCMP there and yeah, go ahead.
With no driver or passengers in sight, it looks like the car has been abandoned.
There's some fire in the engine compartment area, a little bit of fire in the cab. Wheels are gone off of it, so that tells you that it has been burning for quite a while.
But the real problem is the smoke.
Ready for the water?
The initial attack on, they have the breathing apparatus on. So the respiratory tract is covered, they're breathing in, purified air.
The breathing apparatus only protects the firefighter's respiratory system. Most serious hazards arise after the fire is out.
Good to go, Dave?
Yeah, everything except for a couple of wheel wells is still a little hot, but the engine's hot, but it's steaming off.
Yeah.
All the flames out.
Anytime we have a fire, it's a window what we call our industrial decon. So they'll go over to the truck, they get scrubbed off, basically rinsed down to make sure any of the particles that they picked up from this fire isn't contained in their turnout gear.
Cars, like modern homes and businesses, contain synthetics, plastics, and chemicals which can be released into the air when they burn.
Really important for us to do that with the carcinogens that are in the smoke. We don't want that to get on their skin, and we don't want that taking that home with them. We don't need their families exposed to it, so we do it here and then back in the station again.
Smoke is a highly toxic killer of firefighters. Every year in Canada, between 50 to 60 firefighters die of cancer-related exposure to toxins.
Cancer is killing firefighters on a regular basis. Decon for us is huge now. It's becoming paramount, one of the main things that we have to do after calls.
With the fire extinguished and firefighters out of harm's way, Albert will leave the investigation up to the RCMP.
We're packing up now, everybody's good. Fire's out, we're gonna head back to station for the next call.
"287 kilometers north, in Slave Lake, Alberta.
Slave Lake Hall 1, report to Fire Hall. Slave Lake Hall 1, report to Fire Hall. We're responding for a structure fire.
A call for help comes from a volunteer fire department at the edge of Slave Lake's jurisdiction.
Okay, got it.
Chief needs to stay in Slave Lake in case of local emergencies, so he sends his son, Lieutenant Ryan Coots.
We do have a working fire venting through the roof.
The location is 50 kilometers away. And the local fire department has asked Slave Lake to assist with manpower and water.
Every time you hear them ask for water, you know it's not going well.
Hall 1 on fracs. Are you on site now?
Slave Lake firefighters are en route to a structure fire 50 kilometers west of town.
We're just pulling up right now. I'm going to go talk to them and give you an update here.
The fire has been raging for over an hour, and the local fire departments are running low on water.
As soon as I'm out of water, he's supposed to bump up to me and switch me out.
There's no fire hydrant in sight, and the road is too small for trucks to shuttle water. So volunteers have set up a relay system, a daisy chain of trucks, with one truck supplying water to the truck in front.
Yeah.
3 water tankers from 3 different departments are already on the scene. Slave Lake is number 4. While Logan sets up, Ryan gets the lowdown.
In that middle section it is. That end will be.
The fire has made its way to the roof, and the wind is pushing the flames further inside the house. Seasoned firefighters from 3 local volunteer fire departments make their way inside the burning structure.
We're reporting to Ian. Ian's here on the end.
But they find work for Slave Lake rookie volunteer Jake Zaslinchuk.
Yep.
Young Jake is a Hall 1 regular.
Every couple of months, we'll do a trip up here for the weekend and just hang out, help out, and go on calls and stuff like that, and just learn new things for myself.
Jake grew up in Slave Lake, but when his father got a job at the Edmonton Fire Department, they had to move. So Jake tries to visit every chance he's got.
Jake just has a real special connection. When he was real small, he'd grab the garden hose and his dad would teach him how to fight fires. And, I have a great connection with Jake. Ryan has a great connection with Jake. And so his dad's nice enough to bring him back and let him do some training there from time to time.
I'd really like to follow my dad's footsteps because I've always wanted to be a firefighter. It's always been a dream of mine.
I'm 3rd generation, he'll be 4th generation. So yeah, we're pretty excited about what this young man has to offer, I think. So we'll see.
Firefighters get a lineup on the roof, which is on the verge of collapse. Another access point is punched in on the flank of the house. But despite all their efforts, by the time they put the fire out, the structure is a complete loss. Before they wrap, firefighters go through a routine check of their vital signs.
Best one yet.
And Jake aces the test.
How old are you? 16.
Jesus. I just thought it was a baby face. I didn't want to assume.
Just because he's huge. It was my first fire I've ever came to or I've ever seen. It's pretty awesome. Just to see how all the crews interact and work, and it's really cool.
That's a wrap,
Yellowhead County stretches from Evansburg to the Jasper Park Gates at the foothills of the Rockies.
Yellowhead County is 22,000 square kilometers of beautiful country. We have a vast area of different terrain. It's incredibly hard to navigate through. It's a challenge.
Today, the Yellowhead County crew is trying out a new mini monster search and rescue truck.
How's it going, guys?
Good. Good, Blaine. Good
to see you. Nice seeing you again. Hi, I'm Corey. Corey, nice to meet you. So these are 2 brand new models we brought for this demo today.
They're called Sherps, Russian-made amphibious all-terrain ATVs, built to handle just about anything that Siberia or Alberta can throw at them.
And what makes a Sherp product very appealing to us is the fact that it can go over multiple terrains. It can work in the wintertime, it can work in the summertime.
Albert's crew could have used the amphibian on their recent rescue mission along the banks of the Lobstick River. The quads and side-by-side did the job, but the thick muskeg and 2-foot-deep rivers slowed them down.
Look at the tires. Yeah, you kind of rip away.
But the Sherp comes with a $150,000 price tag. So Russell and Corey devised two very different and very tough scenarios to see how well it performs.
I'll jump in you.
Okay.
I'll help you.
Okay. The first test is in the fast-moving waters of the McLeod River, where the currents average 12 kilometers per hour.
Our whole goal today is to address a long-standing issue that the fire department's had. We've had people many times on the bank of a river, whether they've fallen down from hiking, whether they've been on tubes or rafts or boats, and they're now stuck on the shore of a river. Our biggest issue is getting to those people.
At the core of the Sherp's design are its massive 5-foot tires, built for traction and buoyancy. With a top speed of 40 kilometers per hour, the Sherp can roll over obstacles 2 meters high and tow a load of 2,200 pounds.
I like it a lot. What'd you think? Awesome.
Now that the Sherp has conquered the McLeod River, the crew will see if the beast can handle the mighty Athabasca.
I think the big challenge is going to be what it's going to do in that waterway.
The Athabasca is the longest river in Alberta, stretching across nearly 1,300 kilometers. And its flow rate can reach an incredible 1,990 cubic meters per second. A powerful current the Sherp will now have to contend with.
So with the paddle wheels that we do have and the rate of speed of the river, we should be able to get off of the river no problem. We'll see what happens.
Yeah.
Blaine spots a sandbar further upstream that could give him some traction, so he angles the Sherp to reach it. But the current is too strong, even for the Sherp. Over 1,000 kilometers west in Port Alberni.
Port Alberni duty crew, motor vehicle incident, road rescue, vehicle on fire, Cathedral Grove.
Firefighters respond to an MPI. And reports come in that smoke is visible and a man is trapped inside the vehicle. On Vancouver Island, Port Alberni firefighters respond to a motor vehicle incident.
Fire dispatch, Alberni 4 is on scene.
The fire is out when they get there, and EMS is taking care of a victim.
What was going on inside the car?
A group of German tourists camping nearby spotted a minivan on fire and called 911.
Yeah, we were just camping over there, and my girlfriend saw like smoke coming out of this area, and well, then I saw the fire, and I told them like to grab the fire extinguisher and call 911, and yeah, I opened the door, saw the guy, grabbed him, and tried to pull him out.
It appears the driver used a candle to prepare his drugs for injection. He OD'd and the candle started a fire. Now first responders are trying to revive him.
Yeah, that would be great. Yeah.
EMS and firefighters perform CPR, but the patient does not respond.
I'm pretty sure it's going to be a hey!
While EMS continue the chest compressions, firefighters prepare a dose of Narcan to help revive the patient. Narcan is a branded form of naloxone, an antidote which reverses the lethal effects of an overdose.
He's going to come up here pretty quick.
Hey, feel like he's moving around a bit?
Yeah,
it's good. Just quickly just get him on there.
It takes effect within minutes.
Hey, wake up. Yeah.
Ready? 1, 2, 3. As we did compressions, as we administered the naloxone, his color came back, like his pulse restarted on its own. Yeah, he was coming back. We were getting him back.
Wake up. Hey. I don't see any fluid. Okay. All right, let's go.
One of the side effects of the antidote can be seizure.
Let's get him in the car. I'll get the rest of the stuff.
EMS will transport the patient to a hospital in Port Alberni.
you can help someone when they're on death's doorstep and give them a second chance, then that's the goal.
"1,100 kilometers to the northeast. A massive Russian-made ATV search and rescue vehicle is going head-to-head with one of Alberta's largest rivers, the Athabasca.
Well, I think we missed that barge. She's moving pretty good.
As the fast-moving river pushes the Sherp downstream, Chief Albert Barry judges its performance.
So it did pretty much what we figured it would do?
Pretty much. I mean, from the point of entry, rather than trying to go upstream with the Sherp, he's better off just to head straight across and plan for his drift.
Rather than fight a losing battle against the current, the driver changes course.
Do you think it'll get shallow up here?
The Sherp makes a controlled drift towards a small island at the far side of the river. As soon as Blaine comes ashore, he deflates the tires for more traction.
The cool thing about it has a central system through the body of the machine, and they're exhaust filled. So you can manually fill the tires from the cab just with opening up a valve. So if you come up to any kind of terrain where you feel it's a little rough or you got to climb an incline, you just deflate those tires, you get a lower center of gravity, and you can climb those hills, no problem.
I'm very impressed with the Sherp's performance. They're very diverse, they're very easy to use.
The Sherp is only one of several options Chief is considering for his search and rescue gear. But Blaine knows he's made a good impression.
Well, we'll see what happens here off the demo. I think the Chief's fairly impressed, and I think it's going to be a great tool for him. So I hope we can do business for sure.
Back in Slave Lake, Alberta.
In 28 years of being on the fire department, this is the first time we're going to have something with glass that you can actually see what the heck's going on.
Jamie's crew just returned from fighting a structure fire, made especially difficult by wind blowing into the home. So he's brought in an expert to help them better understand how fire travels through a house.
We're in an industry that should be science-based. These guys are seeing that and they're learning, and they'll be able to apply that next time they go out to a scene.
Why is the flame only burning on this pan?
Airflow.
Todd's brought along a teaching prop designed to demonstrate how fire is influenced by the movement of air in a structure.
So if I open up that other door, do you see the flames now move to the other pan? This is all driven by airflow.
To stop fire from spreading through a structure, firefighters need to know how to control the airflow.
The less air we provide to the fire, the lower the heat release rate, the lower the energy, and then the less water is needed and the less of a threat to civilian victims and to our personnel. But what are we teaching in the fire prevention program? For people to do what at night? Close their doors. So if they're going to close their bedroom door and it's closed before you doze, how are we going to get them out? Now the only way we have to get them out without subjecting them to fire gases is through their windows. So we have to get better at that tactic. Public education is teaching people to stay in their bedrooms with the door closed at night. This prop shows you why and the importance of closing that door, and it teaches fire departments on the tactics they're going to have to get people out. Perfect. I didn't swear once.
The town of Slave Lake sits near the shores of the Lesser Slave Lake, a body of water 100 kilometers long that attracts thousands of boaters and avid fishermen from all across the region. And the height of the tourist season is the busiest time for firefighters.
Slave Lake Call 1 report to Fire Hall. I'll have you respond for a single motor vehicle collision versus a deer.
Cranberry Dispatch 102 responding with 2 firefighters to TV.
Oh. It's early in the morning. Jamie's got a bad cold, but that won't stop him.
161, 131, westbound lane. We're just getting on scene now.
And on calls that involve large wild animals, he brings everyone with.
So if we get there and people are hurt, that takes 3 people from our crew right away to go and work on that. So we'll send 2 trucks to make sure.
The deer is dead, And despite the full impact with the truck, the driver made it okay.
I see him here, and he go out up to the car there, and he go over very fast.
In a vehicle accident, deer are just basically scared, right? They're just running. They'll run right into the side of your vehicle in front of it, you know, run away at the last second.
In Canada, 4 to 8 large animal vehicle collisions occur every hour. And every year in North America, about 1.5 million vehicle collisions with deer result in over $1.5 billion in damage.
No lucky today.
No luck today, that's for sure, yeah.
After confirming the driver is okay, Jamie and his crew could pack it up.
Police officer will wait till the tow comes and get you back to town there and stuff. I'm glad you're okay. Too bad about your truck. Sorry about that. Hopefully you can still get to town and do some fishing. A little bit.
Chief heads back to town.
You ready?
Yeah, here.
Where a special training session is in full swing.
Slave Lake engine from command.
3 northern Alberta fire departments have joined forces to train to combat forest fires. And Chief Rodney Schmidt leads the charge.
We work with Slave Lake a lot. We've done training with them. We've gone on deployments together. They've been in our backyard several times over the past few years. We were down here in 2011 helping them.
Oh my God, look at the fire. Oh my God.
The 2011 Slave Lake wildfire took the whole region by surprise.
We had a plan that was ill-conceived, not knowing the level of the fire that we were dealing with and what was going to happen. So we learned from that.
I can feel the heat here.
5 years later, the Fort McMurray fire, causing the largest evacuation in Alberta's history, with over 88,000 residents displaced. And just this year, the 275,000 hectare Chuck Egg Creek wildfire came dangerously close to Rodney's hometown of High Level.
Came within 6 kilometers of the town, actually, within a couple of days. We called a number of departments up, and Slave Lake was the first one we called, actually.
The lessons learned are taught as part of what's known as the Wildland Urban Interface Training, or WUI for short.
A wildfire coming into a community is more of a mobility thing, right? You're going to have multiple different places where you got fires starting. You're going to have, multiple different structures threatened all at the same time.
This type of training includes setting up sprinkler systems to protect homes, setting up tanks that hold up to 18,000 gallons of water in strategic locations where there's no fire hydrants, and quick thinking to prioritize the firefight.
The idea behind this exercise is to kind of overwhelm them and say, like, just pick your spot, get this fire sorted out, move on to the next one. Slave engine, I need you moved up as quick as you can here.
It's a type of triage. Crews learn that they can't save all the homes and that they have to focus their resources on the fires that are moving.
We're right in the middle of the trees, and we're getting a lot more people moving into these areas, homes right up against bush lines and treed areas and so on. So we're taking lessons learned from Slave Lake wildfires and other wildfires because they're not going away. They're only getting more and more every year.
There may be training going on, but that doesn't stop calls from coming in.
We have a gray SUV. There is one female occupant. She is conscious and breathing. She is out of the vehicle. She does have a dog with her as well.
A car towing a trailer flipped over just a few kilometers west of town.
I can see there's a little bit of shock, shaking a little bit.
The driver was lucky.
When she was upside down in the vehicle, she released her seatbelt, and then as she fell down, she kind of fell on her head, and she's complaining a little bit of a sore neck.
While the patient is taken care of, the vehicle is secured with structural struts.
We're using what they call as a 42 strut, and what that does is allow the weight of the vehicle to be pulled onto that side so it won't roll down. It gives a triangle effect, so hopefully it stays stable where it is.
The top of the struts hook into the frame, while the bottom is strapped to the frame so the posts don't kick out.
You good? Perfect, thanks, Dave.
Paramedics arrive on scene to move the patient.
EMS agreed that because of the complaints he has of a sore neck, that it's probably a good idea that we transport her for further evaluation.
Before she's taken away, she asks about her passenger.
The dog's very scared, but the patient needs some medical attention, so calm, sit with the dog and keep the dog nice and calm.
While the patient is being treated, it's not sure what's next for her dog.
Hey, buddy. Hey, hello. Hello.
Okay, I got it.
This dog's mom escaped a dangerous rollover with just a few bruises. But she's still at the hospital, so the dog will be getting a ride with the RCMP.
We've all learned that out of vast experience, some people, their relationship with animals is the same as with people, so it's a very important component.
We're just going to go to our local pound, get safe, and then once lady's out of the hospital, she can come grab her dog and carry on with her day.
Back in BC, just outside the city of Port Alberni,
Beaver Creek Command, this is 48. We're just staging about 100 feet from your location.
Copy that, 48, stand by. Cherry Creek, if you want to move ahead.
Beaver Creek Deputy Chief Mike Kobus has teamed up with other volunteer departments for a refresher course on water relays.
We don't get it too often to be able to train together as this. So this is a great practice for us to be able to draft out of these porter tanks that you've seen that we had here.
The number of wildfires this season in BC has broken centuries-old records, and volunteers expect they'll be fighting a lot more fires in the future.
Lay a line onto the actual discharge in the back there. Okay. And I was thinking right about where that concrete block is there, set up to there. And then just set up your ram and whatever you want that's on there. Thank you, sir.
Firefighters use several methods to contain and stop wildland fires. From the air, planes and helicopters drop water and chemical fire retardants. On the ground, firefighters create barriers by digging trenches and clearing underbrush. The most cost-effective method is to put a lot of water on the fire with a tight network of trucks, relays, and shuttles.
3153, go ahead. We're ready for water supply. Roger that.
So it's about making sure that you size up your situation and that you have the ability to move your lines far enough into the forest or the interface to be able to knock down the fire.
The more we train with this, the better it gets to be quicker, more efficient, and everybody understands the task that's in hand to do.
And with destruction caused by wildfires increasing every year, Mike knows that this kind of training will be all too useful in the future.
Having forest fires and fighting them in the community kind of raises your eyebrows a little bit, and see what happens up there and see how monstrous these fires are. It's pretty humbling.
You know what, guys, awesome job. Thank you all again for coming.
Back in Slave Lake,
Welcome to my office.
Chief Jamie Coots just received a touching gift from one of his proteges.
I'm in here today to just try and figure out where to hang a few things. We had Jacob Zaslanchuk in here on the weekend, and he has folks put together with him this cool collage of pictures from all the way when he was just a little guy, growing up all the way till now. He keeps coming back from Edmonton to visit us. His dad was a fireman here, and he's always just trying to learn a few things with us and hang out with us. Here's a guy that wants to learn, wants to move forward in his career, wants to do a better job, and so it's easy to pull someone like that under your wing and really take care of them and give them a little extra attention to make sure that they're learning everything that they want to learn.
On the truck!
This time on Hellfire Heroes.
Is there anybody else inside the house right now?
On Vancouver Island, firefighters enter a death trap.
You hear that?
In northern Alberta, a man is pinned inside his vehicle.
The potential for injury is just astronomical.
Dude, just stay there till the paramedics have a look at you.
and Jamie's crew goes all out on a mobile home fire.
Bank it off the peak of the roof.
We know it's going to be a big fire, it's going to be a problem, and we got to hit it fast and hard.
I love it.
In rural counties and small towns across Canada, a special breed of firefighters risk their lives to serve and protect the people who live and work here.
When it's game day, it's on until the last person is safe.
We'll get you out of here in just a moment. Our fire crews put their lives on the line every day.
In British Columbia, Alberta, and Saskatchewan, firefighters are the last line of defense and everyday heroes.
It's all about honor, courage, dedication. Serve something greater than yourself.
"250 kilometers north of Edmonton, the town of Slave Lake, Alberta, is a gateway to the vast resources of the province. Oil, gas, and forestry are the major industries here, and that means a lot of trucks are on the roads.
Slave Lake Hall 1, reporting a log truck, Kenworth on fire. Unsure if there's any occupants at this time.
So when a call for a truck fire comes in, the first question on everyone's mind is the trucker asleep in the cab?
She's rolling right now.
22-year-old Lieutenant Ryan Coots is the chief's son and first on scene.
Big ball of flame right in the whole cab of the truck. It's a fully involved cab, so we want to make sure that no one's inside.
Ryan is the duty officer tonight, and that means he's calling the shots, but only when his crew arrives.
When you're the duty officer, you got all the weight of the world on your shoulders, but you're not doing any physical thing that's taking care of the incident. It's a tough job.
Until his crew shows up, all Ryan can do is hope that no one's inside.
I wasn't in a place to go and try and look if there's anyone in there. It was already kind of too far gone. It was already heavy into the cab. Tons of smoke would have been in the sleeper and heat. The biggest challenge is trying to figure out if somebody's inside or not. Until the truck can get there and get water, put on the fire, and get it knocked down, you don't know if anyone's inside.
In Canada, truck drivers are permitted to drive up to 13 hours in the course of a day. Rather than pay for a roadside motel, most drivers crawl behind their seats and catch some shut-eye in the sleeper compartment. Most long-haul sleepers are only 36 to 48 inches wide, and there's no fire exit, just a narrow passage between the two front seats.
If you're inside of your big truck, you probably don't have a smoke detector, and now you wake up from the noise or the sound or choking on the smoke, and now you've got this little tiny space to get out, and then you got to go through the cab and get out the door of the cab. If there's a problem, it's super dangerous.
Within minutes, a crew of 5 is on scene in full bunker gear and ready for a first attack with a handline.
Anytime you go to a fire and you're not sure there's someone inside, there's a sense of urgency. You want to try and get in and save them or help them.
Ryan orders his crew to approach the truck at an angle to minimize the chance of getting struck by exploding debris.
Coming at it kind of from the front corner just so we're not getting blown up by tires or anything like that.
Because of the heat, any number of components, from bumper shocks to struts, can become a threat to firefighters.
They're just gonna make sure no one's in there.
As the fire begins to subside, firefighters use a thermal imaging camera to search the smoking wreckage for the heat signature of a human body. Different materials absorb heat in different ways. The camera's infrared sensors can display the heat signature of a human body in contrast to its environment.
Doesn't look like it.
Okay. We were able to confirm that no one was in there.
No one got hurt, but Ryan will need to come back in the morning to determine what caused the fire. 287 kilometers to the southwest. The familiar dispatch tones ring out at Fire Hall 12.
HQ, you are responding for a single vehicle rollover.
Do you have any additional details on this call?
Pickup truck,
icy highways. Believe that the person is still inside the vehicle.
Weather today is really foggy, and it's -9, so the roads are covered in black ice.
Before becoming a firefighter, Chief Albert Barry worked as a paramedic for 25 years in Nova Scotia.
Dispatcher Delta 1. Roger on scene.
Copy on scene.
And he knows how important the first minutes are for a medical response.
The quicker we get to an incident, trauma, motor vehicle collision, and the quicker we get that patient to a hospital, the safer they are.
So you pin between the ceiling and the seat, or?
A pickup truck skidded on black ice, rolled over, and landed on its roof,
Let's get this door off it.
pinning the driver inside.
They pull up vehicle upside down, the front of the vehicle crushed down. Nobody's moving around the vehicle. The doors are crushed down so you can't get out through the windows. Looked like a pretty horrific rollover and impact.
Grab the hydraulic spreaders.
Albert wants the heavy-duty hydraulic-powered extrication tools deployed right away. But the power unit starts to run rough. There's no time to troubleshoot, so Albert goes to Plan B, a battery-powered tool that can cut and pry open the door.
In a motor vehicle collision like this, the potential for injury is just astronomical. When we start to open doors, are we taking any of the structural integrity out of that vehicle? So each thing that we do, we have to make sure that we don't make that incident worse, so we don't cause any more stress to the vehicle.
The door gives in.
Okay, he's out. Dude, just stay there if you could till the paramedics have a look at you.
And now paramedics can get to work.
You want to come have a look?
Oil your toes for me. Perfect. So I'm gonna ask about a collar on you, okay? Just because of the mechanism of what happened. You rolled over, you're in there for a while.
EMS wants to err on the side of caution. That man rolled that vehicle over multiple times. He blew the front windshield out. He crushed his cab down. And his head was banging around inside that cab, and it landed upside down.
What we're gonna do, we're gonna get you on my board. Oh! I know it's not comfortable, okay? Unfortunately, you're gonna have to stay like this for a while until we get your x-rays and stuff done, okay?
Absolutely lucky to be alive. One of the co-workers that showed up on scene said that he should have bought a lotto ticket. He was that lucky after that rollover.
Show patients now loaded with EMS in their ambulance. They're taking over patient care. We're packing up our equipment. We'll be returning momentarily.
A 1,000 kilometers to the southwest, in Port Alberni, BC. The town of 18,000 is at the bottom of a valley. And cold winter skies and falling temperatures keep the firefighters busy.
Typically, our winters are usually very wet. That's the time of year where we mostly get our chimney fire business.
Captain Randy Thone started his career in the Navy before joining the Port Alberni Fire Department 24 years ago.
Underneath there's a little drop box for ash there.
Since then, he's seen enough chimney fires to know the damage they can do.
When a chimney fire happens, what's happening is the creosote, it ends up creating a plug, and then all those hot fire gases that are happening inside the chimney can't escape. And so if your chimney's got any defects in it, cracks, mortar that's let go, it's gonna exit literally like a flamethrower.
We're going to check for heat signature, any excess heat where the chimney passes up through the floor, up into the attic space.
Firefighters look for heat levels behind the walls with a thermal imaging camera.
It's a great tool to determine if we have any extension of fire without having to tear open walls and destroy the house, essentially.
Got another sweep upstairs here, and everything looks good there, Randy.
Roger, thank you. We have a possible natural gas leak coming in.
Roger, okay. Sorry, dispatch, Alberni Command, go ahead.
31 Margaret Street, possible natural gas leak.
Roger, fire dispatch, you can send that through to ladder 2. We'll come check it. Set changes, you start to gear up for what's coming in. For myself, when I get into that mode, I'm a very direct person.
Brian, you gotta get back on the truck. On the truck!
I'll save my please and thank yous for it afterwards, kind of thing.
The address is just a few blocks away.
At this point, I don't have much more information other than possibly a stove was left on. So it's gonna be right here, Jay.
It's an abandoned house. The type of place that's a death trap for firefighters. On Vancouver Island in British Columbia.
One guy, come with me, let's see what's going on.
Port Alberni firefighters respond to reports of a gas leak.
What's going on in the house?
Hissing sound?
You can hear a hissing sound?
Captain Randy Thone's first step is to assess the magnitude of the risk.
Natural gas leaks can be very serious. It can be quite catastrophic. A high-yield explosion is going to literally splinter the building into toothpick-sized pieces of wood. You're living in here?
No, I just store my camper here.
Is it the house or is it the camper that has the issue? The house, okay. And so is there anybody else inside the house right now?
Not that we know of.
Okay.
Randy quickly figures out that squatters used a gas stove to heat this abandoned house, and it's created an explosive fire hazard.
There's no hydro to the house, and they've been using the gas stove for heat. I have police on scene because it's probably a mischief matter with those two individuals.
The clock is running. What's the risk of fire or explosion? Are the neighbors in danger? And what's the risk to his firefighters?
This call has got a lot of weird things happening in it that aren't normal with a potential gas leak. We're just erring on the side of caution.
Randy's first task? Confirm the gas leak. Natural gas has no odor, so gas companies add a chemical called mercaptan, which smells like rotten eggs, to make it easier to detect.
We do have a smell of mercaptan coming out of the front door, so we're gonna take a line off the truck, keep it dry.
If an explosion or fire breaks out, Randy wants to be ready with enough water to fight the blaze. But he's working with a ladder truck, which only carries 400 gallons of water.
I know I've got a limited amount of water in the tank. I want the hydrant line connected, ready to go, because if there is a much graver situation happening, I want to be able to manage it properly right off the bat.
If things go south, Randy wants a hydrant hooked up for a limitless supply of water.
We're just getting all of our hoses set up. In the event that it sparks, then we want to be ready. So let's go around to the back, and if you can locate the meter, we're going to shut it off. Let's block the road off, one house down.
Randy closes the street to traffic, while he and his crew alert the neighbors to stay indoors.
Okay, so we're going to use the sniffer, and I'll have you guys go in and just verify if there's any readings, okay?
The sniffer is the nickname for the gas detector, and that's what they'll use to sweep the interior of the house. This sniffer tests for 4 types of gases: oxygen, carbon monoxide, hydrogen sulfide, and explosive gases like propane or natural gas.
119, command, go ahead.
Yeah, we've located the gas meter here in the rear of the house, so we're just locking it off here now.
The exterior gas valve is shut down.
Once we shut the gas meter off, we basically have put a stop on how much gas is available.
The street and neighbors are secured, but Randy still has no idea how much gas has collected inside the house.
As you clear each floor, give me that update, please.
So he takes a calculated risk to send 2 firefighters inside the structure to measure the gas levels. 1,400 kilometers back up north in Slave Lake, Alberta, a raging fire spread through the cab and sleeper compartment of an 18-wheeler. And now that it's cooled off, Lieutenant Ryan Coots is here to do a preliminary investigation. In vehicle fires, investigators look for any kind of tampering with the electrical, fuel, or ignition systems.
Yeah, I parked it right here last night or yesterday.
The truck driver brought the truck in for a minor repair, but was told it wouldn't be ready until the next day.
I was gonna sleep in there this night.
Seriously?
Yeah.
This was a close call, even by Fire Chief Jamie Coots' standards.
The guy had every plan to sleep inside the sleeper. If they would have had the part and they fixed it, he was gonna get a few hours of sleep and head right back to work.
You know, if I would have been in there, I wouldn't be here right now. I would be dead. And so yeah, it was a strange feeling.
Captain David Perkinson is in charge of the investigation and quickly identifies the cause of the fire. Electrical wires in contact with a severely burned fuel line.
And we've seen this similar problem with the cat engine before, where wiring around the computer shorts out, and then what happens is it just burns a little bit inside the wiring, gets super hot. In this case, it looks like it might have burned through the fuel line. How many miles are on it?
1.2. I believe 1.2 million. It would have been in my logbook, but it's
yeah. Well, I don't think we can dig it out right now.
A semi-truck runs for 1 million miles on average. That's about 1,600,000 kilometers. But this one has reached the end of the line.
Give that a little read there for a second there.
2 firefighters, each equipped with a self-contained breathing apparatus, are searching for the presence of explosive gases.
Do a sweep with the gas detector just to ensure that we don't have any accumulations of gas anywhere in the home.
Zero readings, though, eh? Command 119.
119, command.
No readings yet. Everything seems clear. We'll proceed to the second floor. Roger, copy. So far, so good, eh?
Since the exterior valve has been closed, gas is no longer detectable on the first floor. But as the search continues upstairs,
You hear that?
they discover they are not alone.
Sounded like a rat or something running around in here. Did you hear that? No, well, I don't know. I didn't see it, but in the corner here, it was like, like creepy, eh?
The good news is the second floor shows no signs of explosive gas fumes. But the condition of the interior suggests the firefighters have stumbled on a drug house.
This is horrible. I've seen some messy joints, but that's got to be up there, one of the top, I would say.
It's horrible in there. A real mess, really run down. Yeah, it was quite a hazardous environment.
Old food, old toiletries,
Drug paraphernalia.
drug stuff.
But that's part of the issues with substance abuse, and you know, we're no stranger here to it either, unfortunately.
Back up north in Slave Lake, Alberta,
Neighbors are phoning in that smoke is coming from a mobile home.
a mobile home fire in a residential neighborhood has firefighters on the move.
This street has half houses and half mobile homes, and anything that's going to be in an area where there's mobile homes is going to be a scary one for us, though they burn quick and they spread to other ones, so you want to get there fast.
The smoke was coming from the chimney as well as other areas of the home.
Duty Officer Johan Vandernest is already on scene.
We've got a working fire here. Nobody is inside the structure.
RCMP take down the door, confirm that there was nobody in the house.
But there's definitely a working fire here.
There might be nobody home.
161, I'm parked right at the hydrant here.
But aside from putting out the mobile home fire, Jamie's worried about the homes next door.
In our area, the wind blows all the time. And so the wind blows this big fire to the neighbors, whether it's the porch, the outside, or actually into the next trailer.
Coming down.
And he wants water on that fire. Now. Slave Lake firefighters get ready to combat a mobile home fire in a densely populated development.
Let's get the CPI'd up so you can go.
And Chief Jamie Coots is worried it might spread from one home to another, or even across the entire neighborhood.
In my career, I've seen it where 2 or 3 go up at once. When we get there, we know it's gonna be a big fire, it's gonna be a problem, and we gotta hit it fast and hard. You got it! Send it! Here you go, Adam!
Now that they've got the engine truck hooked up to a hydrant, they'll be able to feed the ladder truck, which just showed up.
She's going though. It's definitely like a Hummer. She's going in the roof, so I'd get your cannon up pointed too, just in case.
With the water cannon mounted at the top of the ladder and the ladder extended to its full reach, they'll be able to protect the surrounding homes.
As long as it doesn't get to that guy's house or this guy's house, that's really all that's doing, right? The ladder truck can really put up a wall of water and stop the fire from moving from one place to another.
Yeah, let's go, guys.
Slave Lake's 2 most seasoned volunteers are sent in to track the source of the fire. Volunteers spend many hours training for the real thing.
Okay, and as we go in, guys, we'll put our air on.
We're very lucky. We have a live fire training center, so we're able to simulate all kinds of fires.
All kinds of fires for all kinds of firefighters. Young, old, male and female, most of whom are volunteers with regular jobs.
So in this situation, we'd be on the ground on our hands and knees searching.
By the time any of our people ever get into a real house fire, people are calm, and that all relates back to having the proper training.
And one of the most important things every firefighter needs to learn is knowing when to back off.
No hands! I can't even get it into garbage from one end of it to another. Okay. I can barely get inside the door.
57-year-old Paul McGrath has been a volunteer of the Rural Fire Service for over 2 decades, and he's decided to call off the interior attack.
We had flame on the floor to our left, but there was so much debris around there that we couldn't really make entry any more than 10 feet.
We do have fire in the ceiling, halfway through, but we got so much debris everywhere, we can barely get inside the door.
If they can't attack the fire from the inside, they'll have to find another way to kill it from the outside before the remaining structure collapses and a fresh wind can rekindle the flames.
We're gonna have to fight this fire a different way, so pull back and do it smart.
287 kilometers to the south in Edson, Alberta.
HQ, you are responding for reports of a single vehicle MVC.
The frozen highways of Yellowhead County keep firefighters on high alert.
Detail.
Semi versus deer with fluids leaking.
It's that time of the night when the wildlife is out.
Animal strikes on our roads are a huge hazard. Late fall, early winter, we seem to get a lot of animal strikes.
We got a semi pulled off to the side of the road, not blocking traffic. We're gonna go mobile, check these out.
There's no doubt the truck hit something.
Did he hit a moose or a deer? It's been some sized deer. Holy moly.
When I looked at the front of the semi, I looked at it as, wow, that's not a deer. That's either a moose, an elk, or, God forbid, a horse. At some point in the conversation, he pulled it out and said, well, I walked back and I got a picture of it.
I hit an elk. Oh, not a deer? That's not a deer. That's a big one. I was going to say, a deer will make damage like that in a second.
Just deer across elk? Yeah, elk across the highway, and I'm coming that way, just he's in the middle of the road, so I just hit.
It's damaged in front of the grill and the radiator, so we got leaking rad fluid on the ground, put some pads down, hooked up that rad fluid.
Yeah, scary. Everything because I have a flat belt. I suddenly push the brake, and the load, I secure properly, that's why it's not moving.
He had to apply his brakes very quickly because something veered out in front of him. And if those loads aren't secured and you jam your brakes on, they're coming directly through the cab of that vehicle. But he had it strapped down well enough that there wasn't a bit of movement in that load at all.
Yeah, you guys answer that call and clear me off. It wasn't actually an elk that they hit, not a deer.
That's copy, thank you.
Back up north in the town of Slave Lake,
Holy okay.
a mobile home in a crowded residential neighborhood is going up in smoke.
We got heavy smoke coming out of the attic space, so she's definitely buried in the attic there.
Lieutenant Patrick McConnell circles the trailer searching for a way to get at the fire.
Charlie, Belton corner looks on.
That's starting to get pretty dark here.
Dark smoke indicates the fire is volatile and intensifying.
Connor, come here. We're gonna open this up right here. You're on this, get on there. I'm gonna get a pipe full.
Last year, Patrick dealt with a similar fire burning under the roof of another trailer home.
We got a problem happening here. Yeah.
Looking at smoke color, that can tell you a lot about what the fire's doing.
When first heated, all solid materials emit white smoke, which is mostly moisture. As materials get hotter, the smoke turns black and can ignite.
We're gonna open it up right here.
Patrick volunteered at 16, and now he's got about a decade's worth of experience.
You gotta be able to make decisions on the fly with the information that you have. And you go with the decision until it's the wrong one, and then you change it to make it the right one if you need to.
Are you ready?
Patrick knows his only chance to kill this fire is to stage his attack from outside the house. He's fought enough fires to know if he goes inside, he might never come out.
This is gonna grow fast, Connor, get water on it. Okay, what I need, right here. Stand here, bank it off the peak of the roof and down the trailer. I want distance, right? In, back and forth. Stand the whole thing, back and forth. Scott, there. Take this, get rid of the rest of that vinyl.
Patrick's gotta find a way to get enough water into the house, where the fire is the hottest, inside the attic space.
Patrick's job is to take care of the exterior.
Okay, so they're just grabbing a roof ladder so we can get in the gable end and just hump water down the end.
So he just starts to spray water deep into the attic and start to attack the fire.
Just try and get it down there as far as you can. They figured it was middle of the trailer or farther back.
When you have these experienced guys working these fires, we take away the fire's ability to decide, and we start to decide how this fire is going to go out.
Patrick is on a roll.
Somebody not doing anything, grab a pipe full, come with me.
He's gonna surround the fire and hit it from all sides.
Okay, so we're gonna do the same thing on this end. We'll send you up the hose and you can just spray down there.
From the outside, it looks like Patrick's got the fire under control. But now they have to get inside to confirm.
Oh. This is insane, boys.
The only thing worse than being blinded by heavy smoke inside a burning building is being blinded by smoke in a burning building booby-trapped with piles of junk that block the exit routes.
This is boys.
In northern Alberta, the source of a mobile home fire is buried inside the structure.
This is insane, boys.
But piles of junk make it impossible to access.
What's the plan here, boys?
There's heavy contents right at the front entrance, right in the living room and the kitchen where we were trying to originally go in. So the guys just went around to the back where there wasn't as much contents and made some new doors, and away we went.
Cut these off here, watch out, buddy.
Remove the material, right? Make a path.
1, 2, 3.
It's labor intensive, but it has to get done.
Okay, so we start pulling ceiling or what?
Pulling the ceiling down inside of a building, it's a tough, thankless job.
Nah, careful, there's lots of water up there.
You know, it's hard work, it's hot, and so if we don't take those firefighters out of that environment and put them in a nice safe one and kind of test them and make sure they're okay, we put them at greater risk for having some kind of a medical emergency on the scene.
Once every firefighter emptied one tank, they have to come to rehab, and their vital signs are monitored. Creates for a safer environment for our firefighters.
One of the leading causes of firefighter deaths is from overexertion and dehydration while we're on these scenes.
57-year-old volunteer Paul McGrath has been ordered off the job for a test of his vital signs.
Yeah, you haven't come down at all, so.
Okay, I'll sit.
What's that, Captain?
Oh, my heart rate is still elevated, so I gotta sit. It's a good idea to sit. I don't want to sit, but it is what it is. I just gotta get my blood pressure and the heart rate down, and I can go back again. Oh, guy problem.
1,400 kilometers southwest on Vancouver Island,
Port Alberni duty crew investigation for black smoke.
Port Alberni firefighters are looking into a report of smoke on one of the city's hiking trails.
We found the source of the fire here. Somebody's burning tires up on one of the trails here.
Captain Ed Francoeur finds the source of the smoke and suspects someone tried to keep warm in the damp and cold winter night.
I know people are trying to stay warm and stuff, but to burn tires and stuff, it just makes a big mess. Alberni 1 from command. Yeah, looks like we're gonna have to stretch out a hand line. It's gonna be probably about 400 yards long.
It's a small fire, but it's gonna take a lot of hose to get water to it.
I've got 100 feet on my shoulder, and they're gonna put another 100 feet on firefighter 2, and then we're gonna stretch the line down.
Brent hauls a 1.5 diameter of single-ply forestry hose. And with about 1,200 feet on the truck, he's got more than enough to reach the fire.
Engine 1, you can charge the line. Yeah, charging the line.
The flames have died out, but the embers need a good soaking to make sure the fire doesn't rekindle after they leave.
We're extinguished and we'll start taking this apart.
Roger, shutting down. Pretty minor fire, but still something that has to be put out. The not so fun part of the fire, clean up.
After every fire, big or small, firefighters have to drain all the hose and wash it, every last inch of it.
This is our hose washing machine. We just put the hose through it, pulls it through with the pressure, and it washes any loose particles off the hose, and then we're gonna hang it in the tower to dry. This is our tower here. Now we've got one guy up on top of the tower where the hooks are. We've got our other firefighter down below here. He's gonna hoist the hose up, and we'll hook the hose onto the hooks, and it'll sit there and dry for a couple of days.
40 years ago, the outer jacket of hose was made of cotton and would turn moldy and rot if not properly maintained. Today, synthetic materials prevent mold and dry faster. But hose still needs to be carefully maintained and tested because someone's life might depend on it. Back in Slave Lake in northern Alberta,
You gotta get that ceiling down.
Lieutenant Pat McConnell and his crew did everything they could from the outside.
I'm gonna go play.
And now, he's about to get dirty.
Show some boys how to take a roof out properly.
They still have a hot spot around the furnace there that they're trying to knock down.
Oh yeah, look at this guy.
You can still see the steam coming off, so there's quite a bit of heat still there.
Probably the last spot, watch out. Yeah! Woo! I love it. I think we just got it. They're gonna finish mopping it up, but we just got it here, found a hottie.
All night, Chief's been hearing what a mess it is inside.
Oh, mess.
Now he's finding out for himself.
Oh, that is you guys. Oh, don't roll the freezer. Oh.
Yep, it looks good.
Now that the job's done, they can head home.
Jamie, thanks for your help.
Captain Johan Vandernest has been a volunteer for many years, but this is the first time he's been in charge of a structure fire as a duty officer.
Right, those little things with much appreciated.
This was a good learning one, actually.
Yeah, it's a good one, I think. Yep, no, it looked good.
In this particular case, we heard early that there's no one inside, so it's just putting out a fire. Everyone here knows how to put out a fire, so hey, give them enough space to just kind of do their thing.
Dispatch Slave Lake Duty Officer. Call the fire extinguished at this location.
Copy, the fire is extinguished.
Swift Current is the 5th largest city in Saskatchewan. And some of the neighborhoods are densely populated with multi-level apartment buildings. And that calls for a tough brand of urban firefighting training called Fireground Survival.
You basically got separated from your crew. You just fell through a floor just now. What are you gonna do?
Come on, mayday, mayday, mayday. go! Let's go! Let's go!
Captain Rod Smith is testing Swift Current firefighter strength, endurance, and mental grit.
You gotta get out of here.
Rod has been part of the Swift Current Fire Department for over 30 years, and he's not going anywhere. It's when he's with his crew that he's at his best.
Come on, let's go!
I'd rather be there doing it than just telling people what to do.
Rod is teaching survival skills for firefighters.
Now you're gonna have to move. You can taste the smoke. Let's go, go, go! You need the rock.
And aspiring captain, Trevor Braun, is learning the hard way.
And go through the first obstacle. It's a difficult obstacle to get through. You had to take your BA off.
There you go, buddy. Come on, let's go.
You take them to the point where you literally are trying to make somebody crush, to snap them, right? To get them lost and see what they do.
Today's lesson, how to feel your way out of a burning building by following a hose line. When Trevor finds the hose coupling, he'll know which way is out.
You gotta remember, you're wearing a lot of gear. You're gonna try and do that with very low visibility. It's not that easy.
Found the first loop in the hose in there and found the first coupling.
In some halls, this technique is known as smooth bump bump to the pump. The ends of fire hoses have threaded couplings, male and female. The bolt at the end of the female coupling has a smooth surface, and then a bump. On the male side, there's just the bump. If Trevor follows the hose past the coupling, he'll make it outside.
Make sure you know, Trevor. Be damn sure. Do not second guess it. Make sure.
Trevor misreads the hose coupling and doesn't realize that he's now crawling back inside the burning building.
Went back through that difficult obstacle. In my frustration, probably said some words that aren't totally appropriate for recording, but whatever. Very frustrated because of a simple mistake that I clearly should have known and slowed me down significantly.
I'm looking for a guy just not to quit, because if a guy quits on you, you ask anybody in the fire industry, is that somebody you want to work with? He does not quit. I know he's darn tired, though. Don't quit. Keep going hard. You're done. You're done. You did it.
I'm not happy. I'm disappointed, Rod.
Well, you know what? You actually did good. I mean, you figured it out.
When guys are challenged and they feel like they've conquered something, they'll come away from that saying, you know, I'm very glad we did it, right? So, you know, what doesn't kill you will make you stronger.
At the end of this drill, you might be embarrassed because you made a mistake, but you remember.
Back up north in Slave Lake, Lieutenant Ryan Coote stops by to check on the burned mobile home before the insurance adjuster arrives.
Came to put up some tape, make sure that everyone stays out until insurance gets a chance to come look at it. It was tough for us to getting around with some of the stuff that's in here.
With all the junk and clutter, firefighters have yet to determine how the fire started and if it is a case of arson. In Slave Lake, Lieutenant Ryan Coote returns to the scene of a suspicious fire.
Ooh.
His search for the cause of the fire and for any telltale signs of arson begins by determining the origin and the path the fire took as it raced through the house.
You can see there's a separation here, right? So over here, the trusses are still intact. On this side, the trusses are actually gone completely out of that one piece of the roof. So I think it went up through this wall and then got into the roof on the far side. And they were ripping roof down on this side and they couldn't get to the fire. And it's because of this separation, the fire was actually in that side of the roof.
By following the fire's progress in reverse, the fire's tracks lead Ryan to the area where it may have started.
This is the furnace where we think it started, right? There's some melted pieces there. Lots of burnt material right here. And then as you kind of follow up, right, this is charred right down.
On closer look, Ryan finds no evidence of foul play. No dark stains in the wood floor that might suggest the use of an accelerant like gasoline.
You know, there's no accelerant or anything on the floor or anywhere in the area of where we think the fire started, so we're ruling out arson to the best of our abilities. We're thinking maybe the power got turned back on and the furnace either just overheated or short circuit, whatever, something electrical in that area.
Over 900 kilometers down south in Swift Current, Saskatchewan.
You're going to jump out of this window, but you're going to hang your body below this sill plate.
Captain Rod Smith is leading his crew through a scenario inspired by a real-life event, now remembered as Black Sunday.
Black Sunday 2005 was probably the catalyst that brought the first part of fireground survival together, as I've been told.
6 firemen were battling a blaze on the 4th floor of a Bronx tenement building when they became trapped. This is the audio recording captured during the event.
Mayday, mayday, mayday! What did you say, mayday? You gotta get a hole in the roof before the shell blows down on everybody.
So just imagine yourself in this scenario. You can't go backwards, your gear's starting to burn, fire's flashing over your head, and you're looking down 40 feet down to a cement sidewalk.
Mayday, mayday, 5-6, stand down, fellas! Mayday, fire it down in the rear! Don't fire it down in the rear!
All 6 jumped out of the window. 2 died, 4 survived.
I mean, this is dire straits. There is nothing left that you can do. The very least you could do is hang out of that window so that you will not burn your torso and your body. How strong do you think you are to hang out that window? How long could you hang?
I'm not sure.
That's the point. We're going to test it for a minute once you get all your full gear and be out. And a minute seems like, what's a minute, right? Let me tell you, you'll be shaking because it isn't that easy.
If you can hang there for, 30 seconds to a minute, or maybe it might even be 5 minutes while a ladder's being retrieved, that's the goal of this.
Jerry, call it. Let's go. Mayday, mayday, mayday. Go for mayday. Time.
The first fireground survival training program came out 2 short years after Black Sunday, and now it's widely used around the world.
Black Sunday was the thing, when you kill a multitude of firefighters, it gets people's attention. It gets the whole industry's attention.
Is that good? Jerry, hang. Don't lose it.
25 seconds.
Okay, 25 seconds. You're not even half.
You've got approximately 50 pounds of extra gear on you. You want to let go, but you just have to block it in your mind and keep going and forget about it.
What it does is it basically empowers you to do everything you can possibly do to save your lives. And I, without a doubt, know it's saved lives.
How are you feeling?
Hopefully we never have to use it here, but globally, I know it has.
Could you do that for 3 to 5 minutes if you had to?
Only if my life depended on it. You don't think hanging for a minute would be that tricky, but it sure is. And I imagine if it was life and death, you'd have a little more gas in the tank, but by a minute, we were shaking like leaves trying to hold on. And I hope I'm never, ever in the scenario where I have to hang out of a window for a minute, but I guess at least now I know I could do it.
Good job. Awesome, Jerry.
I want them to come out of here beat. I want them to come out of there and go, I hope that never happens to me, but thank goodness we took this training.